morning. Welcome to Challenge Denmark. Race day is finally here. It's swim, bike, run time. Let's go. Live broadcast brought to you by Ceramic Speed, Racemakers and Maelstrom.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Challenge Denmark. I'm Rasmus Henning, and together with Frank Jacobsen here on my side, we'll be taking you through this day of hopefully wonderful racing in Herning and Billund in Jutland, the western part of Denmark, and the weather is beautiful. Frank, good morning to you, and
Morning,
how are you?
I'm perfect. We just came from Herning, and the atmosphere was fantastic up there. Absolutely fantastic. We couldn't ask for better weather, and yeah, we're looking forward to some really fast racing in these conditions.
Yeah, if we just stick to the weather for a second, could we have more perfect conditions, do you think?
No. Absolutely not. They're swimming in the lake, so that's already the temperature was wetsuits, so they're happy, and the wind is gentle, a little bit headwind when they're coming down. So I don't expect any record, but again, we have some really fast guys out there today, and also women.
Yes, we do. The wind, it's going to be a light wind coming from the southeast, as it looks, and we'll be going from Herning, which is northwest of Billund, where we are situated, and it will affect it a little bit. It would, of course, be faster if we had a tailwind, but on the other hand, it may play it a bit more into the hands of the fast bikers, do you think?
I think it plays in the hand of, today we have Andreas Breitz, we have Henrik Hyllelund, and they can keep a very high sustained power for the whole 90K. So even with a headwind, I wouldn't be surprised to see the guys coming under 2 hours, even with a headwind.
Wow, under 2 hours. We know that Andy has done that in the past.
Yeah, so if the wind picks up, we'll have to see. The trees are moving, but very fast indeed. I believe so.
Yeah. I'm just going to tell the production team that we have a bit of an echo on the sound. Is it possible to fix that?
Yeah, I'm talking to myself, it sounds like.
but hopefully we'll get that fixed.
On the women's side, we also, of course, we have defending champion Michelle Vesterby, and yeah, to be honest, I'm very excited to see her race here. We know that she's training for a long distance in a month, but I talked to her yesterday, and she is taking this one very seriously. She wants to defend the title. She has Maja Stage, a very good bike runner, after her, so she knows there's not gonna be room to relax at all today. She's gonna go full on, and it's gonna be very fast from the women's also.
But she did have that Michelle Vesterby smile on her face, didn't she? She did have that look in her eyes saying, I may seem gentle, but once the gun goes, I'm gonna kill everybody and everything just to win here on my home turf.
Yeah, I saw the press conference here also, and they of course wanted to play out Maja and Michelle both were going, no, we're friends. When the race, we're racing, but then we're friends again. And I'm sure that they are friends outside, but I'm sure that it's gonna go full on. I mean, Maja is gonna chase her the whole day. She's gonna be on her tail.
Yeah, these guys are race horses, of course, and it's one of the wonderful things I think about triathlon, that people actually get along quite well outside. We've got Andy Dreitz staying with Michelle Vesterby and her husband Klaus, who's the race organizer. the guys were out eating together. They were helping each other, driving back and forth between Herning and Billund, and it's a much nicer place to be if it's like that. But as soon as the gun goes off, everybody is absolutely in their race mode, and they leave nothing out there.
No, I saw in transition this morning. It's the same again. Even the people who wants to listen a little music, fixing their bikes and like that, they say hello to each other. They're friendly, but this is normal, you know. And then as we go closer, as soon as they're in the wetsuit, you see that it's locked down. Nobody talking, just concentration, and it was very concentrated this morning. It's some of the best in the world that we have here now, and you see that in the level of professionalism in the morning. As the closer we get to the start gun, it's the tunnel. It closes down absolutely.
Yeah, and we still have a good half hour until the start of the half distance, which is what we're going to be focusing on in our broadcast today.
Yeah.
We'll be following that very closely the whole way through for the men and the women. We also have a long distance, an iron distance race going on, the Nordic Championships. And what can we expect from that race? We will give it some attention during the day, hopefully.
I actually think that I talked with Chris Fisher, and he came here last year. He won, no injuries, fresh, no sickness, all training been going well. He's the guy to beat today. I mean, I see him up front, and I see him.
But he won't have it as easy as he did last year. I think we have a couple of guys, Graham Stewart, we have Swede David Nesvik, Lars Christian Wolf from Norway. We do have a few guys that can push him, and now that they're out on the bike initially, it looks like they're close. There are 5-6 guys that are within a couple of minutes, and I don't think it'll be easy for Chris.
No, he's a guy. He has a full-time job. He has 3 kids, so he's doing the kind of training that when you have been a full-time pro and you go into that phase, you can actually go down in volume and do some more intensity, but this is full distance. So if the wind picks up, if it's going to be hard on the bike, you know, working against the wind, people like David Nesvik and some of the other guys who maybe are training longer hours on the bike, let's see if that's going to play a role, you know. That's what I see as his only problem today, because the speed, and I mean, he's solid on 3.
We'll get back and look into that later.
So approximately the same time as the pros.
Pretty impressive. Also pretty impressive is the media coverage that we've got for this Challenge Denmark event. We are using world-class media here. We've got divers in the water. We've got live music here on the start. And they're strong. Giving us live We've got photographers and videographers on motorcycles. really bringing you world-class coverage online at Challenge Denmark website. So if you want to follow live as a spectator here, you can get on there via your 3G, 4G connection. Why not join us, watch it live.
And take care in transition, we have a relay participant coming through. Take care in transition, we have a relay participant coming through. Og som jeg sagde før, så er det sådan, at zonen på halvdistancen her, den lukker kl. 6 og 7.55, undskyld. 7.55, der lukker zonen på den halve. Så sørg for, at lokalbevægelsen er klar. Hjelmen er, hvor den skal være. Der er væske på, og det er cykler punktet. Klar turen, fordi kl. 7.55, så lukker vi skiftezonen. Og så skifter vi over i freestart area. Foran, der hvor I går lidt land over, så er det plan med venstre på skiftezonen. Så er det kl. 7.55 lukker på skiftezonen. Hvis I da vil varme op i vandet, så er der en afværker område foran skiftezonen. Så man giver med banetåret. Det er de 2 cykler i Newbøjer, der kan hoppe i vandet og varme lidt op. Hvis I vil det, eller det der mærkevandet. Og ellers skal I huske at være over i restart area 10 minutter før egen starttid. This information we found 2 cell phones around the toilets. We found 2 cell phones. They will put the information in. So you go back to your phone, lost the phone, then put in the information. We put in the information, and you can go ahead and get it done.
Okay, Brian! Det er godt ud! Okay, Bill!
Okay, so here with Chris Fisher. You're going on the long distance, Chris. It's good to see you. How are you feeling in preparation for the race?
Well, I've been prepared well, so I guess I'm ready for tomorrow. So still kind of calm, not anxious yet, but it'll be tomorrow morning. Will be tickling in the stomach. So yeah, it'll be good.
That's my favourite feeling of all. And Chris, you're very much a family man. You have 3 children, beautiful wife. Obviously, they mean the world to you. How is that for you as a pro athlete? How does that drive you? Because it's really important for family with you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I have a full-time job as well, so being a pro is like, for me, racing pro, not being a pro. So my mindset needs to be like a pro, but cannot always do that every day. So, I mean, my setup is just as balanced as it can be, and the training is as much as it can be as well. So, I mean, I'm pretty satisfied with the performance I can do with the few hours I have on a weekly basis. And well, my motivation is to do it as good as I can with what prepared with. So, I mean, as long as I can do my best on race day, I'm happy.
And finally, of course, your family are everything to you. So please, if you could look down the camera and give them your own personal message in your own special way.
Okay, they'll be in Danish.
Of course.
Okay. Hej piger. Vi ses i morgen ved målstregen og nede ved rundkørslen. Jeg gør alt, hvad jeg kan for at komme over stregen først. Vi ses.
So, very good afternoon to you. Catherine Jameson here from Challenge Billund, ready to race the half. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm actually feeling really good, really confident. It's been a gorgeous few days weather-wise, and the sun's really shining now. It's just a lovely, lovely place and well organised, so I'm really excited and looking forward to the challenge tomorrow.
Excellent. And you raced here last year. How did you find it?
Well, that's actually why I'm back, because it was a great race. I hadn't done many halves when I did this last year. I think it was only my second. And yeah, I think the course suits me because the swim is just one loop and it's quite a big, well, obviously it's 1900, but it seems quite a long loop, which suits me. And then the course on the bike is flat, very fast. And so it means you can just sit in the TT position and just really crack on with it. And then, yeah, run's also flat, so makes for a good day out.
We've seen you with some epic swims so far in this last few years. What's your secret to great swimming?
I'm not sure there's a secret. I've been swimming since I was 4, so I guess that's good, just have that background. I'm actually swimming a lot less now than I ever have. My swimming's come down to, I try and keep it at 5, but my coach and my husband would quite happily have me swimming 4 times a week because I'm running quite a lot more because that's my weakness. So my running's improved a lot over the last year. It's really my confidence, I think, that lets me down in my running, so I sort of don't believe in myself as a runner really yet, but that is slowly coming as well. But for swimming, I just think getting the right sessions is key. It's not just about getting in and swimming lots of miles. You need the aerobic capacity and ability, but then you also need to keep the speed in there. Even for Ironman stuff, you need to have some sort of sprint sessions and things like that. So I'm trying to keep my own. I do my swim sessions myself, and I keep it quite varied.
Excellent. And Michelle Vesterby, obviously reigning champion here in Challenge Denmark, she's got a huge target on her back. Very small female pro field this year, Catherine, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be challenging for you. Do you see yourself on the podium?
Yeah, actually, the funny thing is, recently the races that I've done have actually been a small women's field, and people look at it and think, oh, it's a small field, but actually, when you look at who's racing, it might be a small field, but it's a pretty tough field. Obviously, Michelle was 4th in Kona, she's a real force to be reckoned with, and I know that I have to have the lead coming into T2. Realistically, I'd like to have 10 minutes plus, if I can. It's a big ask. But realistically, how I've been swimming and biking recently, I know it's doable. And then I know she'll be gunning me down because she's a really solid runner and she doesn't have a weakness. But then there's also Madja, who I've raced before earlier this year, well, late last year, should I say. And she's strong all round as well, a very good runner. So she maybe won't be with us on the swim and bike, but yeah, I know she'll be breathing down our necks coming into the run.
Well, it's great to see you again, Catherine, and again, it's so good to watch you growing as a pro and as a friend as well, and it's really, really good to see you. I wish you the very best of luck and do it for GB.
Thank you, I'll try my best. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. So here with Andy Dreitz, welcome, and wow, it's amazing to see you. So you're ready for Challenge Denmark?
Hi. Yeah, I'm totally ready for the race here. It's so nice here, and yeah, it's my first time really staying in Denmark. I drove through maybe 2 or 3 times already, but now it's really the first time staying here, and I got a nice homestay at Michelle's house. And yeah, it is so nice out there, quiet roads wherever you go, and pure nature. Yeah, the only thing I miss is some mountains, but it's a very flat course and very, very fast.
Yeah. What is Michelle like as a host? Is she always this happy?
Oh, yes, yeah, she almost, but if it gets to food, she can get angry.
Right. Tell us more about that. We want a bit more dirt.
Don't eat her candy.
Winning tomorrow means you have to come back and defend. Let's go to the race now a little bit. You are a machine on the bike, and what a bike you have. I know a lot of people always have a lot of attention on your bike. What's your secret, Andy?
My secret? I don't tell you. No. Just for this race, yeah, my bike is actually just over there. So we made some upgrades, or we renewed some stuff. I was at ceramic speed yesterday, and we put a new chain on it, and they cleaned the pulleys, so to make it even smoother, and put TT grease into the bearings. So then it's perfect for, or it should be perfect for tomorrow, and even faster.
Do you have any messages for your German family and friends back home if you look down the camera? I know Nina Vink would be very thrilled for you to say hello to her too.
Well, hi to Germany. I try to give the best out of it. There are some other guys here, some British, Czech Republic and Danish guys, and I try to give the best. There are also some other German guys to watch, so hi and Daumen drücken und viel Spaß euch beim Zuschauen. Danke.
Vielen Dank. And we'll see you soon. Thank you, Andy Dreitz.
Tack.
So here we are at Challenge Denmark with the defending champion, Michelle Vesterby. How are you?
Hi, I'm really good. Thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to the race tomorrow.
And you're defending champion. You're also part of the organisation. You're the founder of the Keep Smiling Run. Michelle, how do you keep it together?
I just love what I do and do what I love, and that's the motivation enough. And again, I really can't take any credit for this race. It's my husband and organisation behind. I just happy that I could support it, and it's suited into my race plan to be here again this year and again to hopefully defend my title. I love racing on home soil. It gives me lots of positive energy. Last year it was just a party for me. I felt a little bit like the hostess while I was racing, you know, and coming into the race, and I have the same feeling this year. You know, I'm not nervous like I normally is before a race. I'm more like, hey, let's just get out there and have some fun. I'm really looking forward to race day.
Now you're a real long distance expert, Michelle, and this is the half distance for you, but I know your very races Rort this year. You're 4th place in Kona, Hawaii. I mean, this is amazing. Do you think this is the absolute sharpening race for you? On a more serious note, you're going to win, but what's your race plan?
So my race plan is just to go out there, check where the form is. I feel really good in training, and we did some testing, and the test has been good, but test is something, racing is something else. So to see the results, I'm in a really hard training box now. There's only 4 weeks to Rort, so of course I'm training long distance and not this half distance, but it can go both ways. I can go out there and smash everything, and I can go out there and maybe feel a little bit tired of all the training I've been doing. So I will just go out there, give my best. I will put my heart out there, also because I of course want to give the audience something to look at, and you know, so we will see what's happening on race day.
Perfect, Michelle. And obviously your home nation, your home race, your hometown. Please look down the camera, give a message to your Danish family and friends.
In Danish?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Hej alle sammen. Det bliver en sindssygt fed dag i morgen. What is it I'm saying? It's someone that's racing, or is
anybody?
it
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Hej alle sammen. Jeg er sindssygt glad for, at I følger med på min rejse. Det betyder utrolig meget for mig at få den støtte og den anerkendelse, jeg mærker, når jeg racer her på hjemmebane. Det er også derfor, racet i morgen betyder utrolig meget for mig. Ligesom da jeg vandt København sidste år, så at vinde her til Herning Billund, det betyder også helt vildt meget for mig. Så tak fordi I følger med. Til jer, der skal race, gå ud der og have det sjovt. Det handler bare om at følge ens mavefornemmelse og gøre det, man allerbedst kan lide. Og igen, som mit motto siger, keep smiling. Det er det her med, at man har det godt i det, man laver, man elsker det, man laver, og så bare få det meste muligt ud af det. Ikke kun i race, men også i træning hver eneste dag. Nyd processen. Så have fun, og jeg bare elsker jer.
Tak, Michelle, and keep smiling. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Michelle Vesterby told us to keep smiling, and we certainly are here. You cannot avoid getting in a good mood when you watch that girl cheer everybody on and spreading that all that love and joy and excitement of this sport out to us all. I'm sure that a lot of people will be following her today around this area. She is born and raised in Herning, where the swim start is. She lives there now, along with Klaus, who is actually the race organizer and the CEO of Racemakers, who do all these challenge Nordic races. And she will have a huge following today.
She will have a huge following. She deserves it, because she gives energy, but she also feeds of energy. I mean, I had the pleasure of working with Michelle for 3 years, and I know how this will affect her. I mean, so she's right. She's training for a full distance race in a month, but she feeds so much energy from people, like positive people and cheering people, and like we saw it in Copenhagen last year. Last year was a up and down roller coaster season for her. She comes to Copenhagen, she races, and I mean, every time a person goes, "Go Michelle," she feeds so much energy of that, and luckily enough, she's one that sends it return also. So it's just a pleasure.
I think she notices every time somebody cheers for her. She will just, look a little bit. Who was that? Oh, yeah, you, and a thumbs up. And but it doesn't get her out of her focus. It just gives her energy. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah. It's a tremendous focus when she's racing. She's a racer. She's a racer, and I have to say that when you see a race, and we will see it today, sometimes you actually feel it when you see a person that, here comes a racer. Here comes somebody with the full focus. I mean, you are racing a lot and like that, and you could sometimes, for me, Rasmus, you could come across like a very gentle and a little bit soft person actually, but when you are racing, a different person comes out.
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly yelled at people and said things to people during a race that I would never ever say if I wasn't racing. It is a different mode. You set yourself into this setting and you give it all you have in all the different aspects. I think that's what characterizes somebody who knows how to race and does it well.
I can say that with our woman favorite today, Michelle, she has shouted to me a few times some things that she had to come and apologize after being the coach on the sideline, like trying to just push her on, and like that the answer I got back sometimes was not what I expected. So, but then again, she knows when it's wrong, and she would come back after the race and say that. Or sometimes I would remind her, and then she would come and go like, "Did I say that?" And that even proves even further how focused they can be, that they can be so focused they say and do things that after the race they don't even remember what they did,
And I guess as a coach, it's something that you need to accept also, that for the athletes to perform at their absolute best, they need to have their funny sides as well.
I think you have to be very self-centric in race day. You have to be very egoistic. Also sometimes in training, when you really go into this, there are some periods that are more serious than others. And when you reach that period, I think that even in training, sometimes in the everyday life, like Klaus living with her, I would be the mental coach for Klaus sometimes, because he would come to me and go like, "Oh my God, now it's really hard." And that's a ability as an athlete, and Michelle has that ability. In good and bad. What I as a coach always had with her was that, well, if you cross the line and I tell you cross the line, then you have to be able to say, "I'm sorry." That's all. Because those athletes like Michelle and others on this high performance like you guys can be terrible sometimes, to be honest. But as long as when then you're out of that zone, you understand that, okay, yeah, let's move on. Yeah. And she could do that, and I'm sure that you could do that in your life also, because you had a long career.
Yeah, I could certainly be a pain in the ass to both to my coach and to my family at times. And I think you're right. That's something that you need to. It's only a few minutes away now to the start. 10 minutes to be exact. And I don't know if we can get maybe some pictures up from the start area in Herning, where we have the athletes preparing. We can see the wonderful blue sky above the athletes, and it's going to be a terrific day. Calm waters, shouldn't be too cold, shouldn't play anything negative into it. And
we had this long stretch of really good weather and very warm weather. Also when we get warm weather home here in the evenings and in the night, suddenly our legs and like that, they heat up very, very fast. So for those who are not so good swimmers, they actually started looking and saying, oh, now it's going to be without wetsuit. But then, luckily enough, the last 4 or 5 days took the zip out of the temperature, and they measured it 3 times. What they do is they measure it 3 different places in the lake at a depth of 60 centimeters, and they take the coldest recorded, and that temperature is what we're going to go for if we're going wetsuit or not. And it became a wetsuit swim. Of course, you're allowed to swim without, but obviously, as we see, now they're going out to warm up and like that. So everybody opts for the wetsuit because it's faster. So we see Michelle there in the front and Maya hugging each other. There we go.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, Maya also relative local to here. Born and raised in Esbjerg on the western coast of Denmark, only some 40-50 kilometers from Herning and Billund. And she will, of course, also have a lot of family and friends present here today to help her. And it's not only Michelle who's going to benefit from that big advantage.
You know, it's not only just the friends and family. Also, you would know it from racing so many places in the world, and you race so frequently that you would not even have the time to go and look and scout the bike route. They know the areas where they're biking. I mean, Michelle has biked these roads, frequently. And Maya coming from Esbjerg, just the feeling of biking on familiar roads, not even if you know the exact route on the bike, but it seems familiar. It gives you a calm, and it's not so stressful as somebody flying in from England or South Africa or somewhere, you know.
Yeah. We just saw another one of the male favorites here, Philip Ospeli, true veteran in the sport, but I'm pretty sure he didn't ride through the whole bike course just yet. He only arrived here on Friday. At best, he would have driven the bike course by car, and of course that makes a difference. He is of course so used to this, has done it hundreds of times now all over the world, and he will know how to read a map and prepare the best you can. But it is a difference, and he will be looking forward to coming here to Billund, wrecking the bike and getting onto what he does best, namely the run. Yeah. He is a fantastic runner.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Like I think we talked about it. Now they're going to start together also. The women and the men, they're going to go together, and to be honest, I think it's going to play a little bit in the hand of Michelle and Catherine, because they are good swimmers and bikers, and I'm a little bit looking anxiously to see what that's going to do with Maya.
Yeah, Maya might be left somewhat alone behind the whole group of men, because Michelle and I think also Catherine James, and they're good enough swimmers to hang on to some of the weaker male athletes, and actually having some feet to hang on to makes a huge difference. Everybody who's done open water swimming knows that it is just an important factor, and Michelle should be able to stay within a couple of minutes of the best males, and there will be other male athletes there. I don't know if she can possibly even be close to somebody like Andy Dreitz. I don't know what you think.
I hope for Dreitz, I hope not. He should get up there. He needs to get up there, because Henrik Hyllelund from Denmark he's gonna swim. I think Hyllelund's swim level has always been good. At some periods, it's been great. I mean, he's been like alone up front and then just going from the front on the bike. I don't know actually if it's tactically he's been saying that, well, let's swim in the front group, to save energy, and then save energy on the bike and then go. I don't know, but he's for sure a very good swimmer, and I don't think that Dreitz can let him go. He cannot let Hyllelund come in here with an advantage of 3-4 minutes, because Henrik has been running okay. Down in Mallorca, they raced each other in May, and I have to say that Hyllelund, he pulled it a little bit back on the run. I think he was doing in the top 10. He came up I think 5th in that race, but Dreitz was pushing because he won. And I think that there's only a 3-4 minute difference on the run between those two. So I think Henrik is aware of that. So I would expect to see Andreas try to push the swim as much as he can.
Yeah, but normally he would probably be maybe a minute or two behind the best swimmers. But let's see, we don't have any Andy Potts or Clayton Patel or somebody like that here pushing the swim out in maybe 22 minutes.
No.
if it's an accurate course, we would be expecting 23 minute to 23:30 or something for the top swimmer. My guess would be, but you never know exactly. It depends on where the timing is being done, etc. But it'll be interesting to see how close they're going to be together, or if they already start spreading out on the swim.
We can see that, and we also saw that before. Actually, when we got the very nice view of the swim start and of the, it's not totally quiet, the water. It's a little moving, and so I think you're right. Around 23 minutes, we would expect to see the guys coming out of the water, and then let's see if Michelle and Catherine is going to come out like very, very close. Then I think that sometimes we can have we can have a pacing problem, as we call it, with the girls. Like if Michelle and Catherine, they come out with some of the slower swimming males. They come out, but these males, they would normally be strong on the bike compared to the women. If then the women, they go and get caught in that speed, they can sometimes start too fast, and it can come back and bite them, you know. I think Catherine she's a little bit thinking that I gotta go for it on the swim and the bike. She's a very strong swim-bike combination and a solid run. But if she has a weakness, it has to be her run. So I think she wants to come in first and put the bike if she can. And I think she would like to have 3-4 minutes on Michelle. I know that she said in the interview that 10 minutes. I think that would be a long shot, to be honest. But let's see how daring she's going to be. Is she actually going to go that much for it that she's going to try and get 5 minutes before she comes in here? That's going to be interesting.
It sure will. And we see the pros for the half distance here at Challenge Denmark lining up in the water at the lake in Herning. It's a very small lake. They will be actually covering most of the lake, the swim, and we should be roughly 1 minute away from the start now.
They start moving already. Here we go.
And you have the challenge hymn being played. That song or that melody still gives me the chills. I remember being in the water several times.
Yeah,
and that anxiety as you're there in the water, it's scary, it's exciting, it's
Rasmus, the racehorse is coming out.
Oh yeah, I can feel this now. I wish I was down there now.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it's special. It's just special. Let's see. Oh, yeah.
Make sure we send them off.
The males are in red swim caps, women in white. And it'll be interesting to see if any of the white swim caps can stay up close to the front of the red ones. And off they go. And of course it's not hundreds or thousands of people starting at the same time, but it's still a close game.
Oh, somebody on the inside took the good line, it looks like. Let's see if they're gonna keep pulling away in there.
And we would expect to see guys like Henrik Hillerlund, Philip Ospelé, Will Clark certainly be up there, probably together on the swim, my guess would be. And then it'll be interesting to see how Andy Dreitz hangs on, or if he doesn't, how much he'll drop back. Also, the young Dane Thomas Strang, who was second in the inaugural Challenge Denmark last year. He's a good swimmer, but not top class just yet, so he might drop off, I would expect, but we can hope, of course, that he can hang on to these guys in front.
He had a few rough races with bad weather and a drafting penalty, honestly, in one race. I talked to him, and one of those where somebody is passing you and then pulls straight in and then you get a penalty. So he felt a little bit like, I want a good race now. And he felt actually like, just not like I need a good race. It felt like I want a good race. I'm in shape for a good race. So enough unlock for this time. Now I'm going.
And this was actually only last week.
Yeah.
And he felt like he got a really unfair treatment by that draft call, and he said somebody just pulled in front of him, and normally you have those 25 seconds to drop back the distance to 10 meters, but only maybe he said 10 seconds later from what he felt somebody was there showing him the card, and I think that's the kind of motivation that you can really benefit from in a race like this, and then also being close to home, being in Denmark, having a good result from last year to back up. He would be highly motivated to do well and to try and beat one of these big international names, and possibly becoming the best Dane on the day if he can beat Henrik Hylelund, who would normally be the target guy.
Let's see if he comes out of the swim. I think it's important for him to be with, like you say, not to get dropped on the swim. If he does, then he at least has to stay with Dries. And I mean, Thomas for his age and like that. I mean, Dries is not old either. But Thomas is a young guy, but he is very, very strong on that bike. And we had Allan Olsen, one of the Danish Uber bikers, up in the transitions. He's sending pictures to us and going around checking out the bikes and like that. And sometimes you just look at a bike and you can see that this is an aggressive setup, like saddle to front, really low in the front, and just like and to be honest, we actually had many of our favorites in the race having disc wheels on today, and then some of the, let's say, not favorites not having disc wheels. So you almost on the bike setup you see, okay, who's in this one? Many of them with the ceramic speed, the new chain that they have that is cleaned, and then put a special material on so it's really without friction and like that. Now there's a chain that only goes for 300 kilometers, 400 kilometers, so that's a race chain. And again, you saw who had it, who didn't have it. Okay, some might say I don't want to invest the money in it, but you saw Dries, you saw a lot of the guys that we are talking about as favorites really like equipment, everything, and attitude up to the race, saying that no, I'm here to race, I'm here to go for it.
We actually have Dennis from Ceramic Speed coming in here to the studio with us later on today, and we'll have a talk about, of course, the Ceramic Speed chain and what else they have on offer, and also general technical specs of their bikes, what to look out for.
It's going to be
now
interesting.
We have somebody out in front here. Is that Henrik?
Henrik has a straight arm swim style. It doesn't look like him for me. Henrik has the really like arm coming with straight.
It's a little bit too far.
What we see is that now it looks like that it's starting to stretch out already, and even it's not a huge field, when it's stretching out like this, it's not going to take a lot before it breaks.
Exactly. As long as they are 2 next to each other, 3 next to each other, it's easier for people behind to hang on. But it only takes that maybe the fourth guy now opens up a couple of meters, then it's spread into smaller groups.
Yeah. Now they're starting to be in a line, and I would expect it to break. That is for sure. Somebody is gonna miss the feet, and you want to be on the right side of that break.
And already there is a gap behind the first guy. There is 4 or 5 meters from his feet down to the hands of the second guy, and that is only going to expand from this point. It's really, really hard once you let go of the feet to catch back on. You need to have that extra gear. Just you can put on your kick, maybe increase your cadence for 30 seconds if you want to bridge that gap. And
now we see the third guy. Now what happened was exactly what we were talking. Now we see the third guy trying to pass the second. So the guy in second overestimated his ability, lost the first guy. Now this third guy is actually moving past second, trying to reach up to the first. That's unusual. There you really need what you just said, that extra speed. We see the second. Now the guy in second was actually third before, trying to get up to the first, and I can tell you the guy now in second is pretty annoyed that he didn't see that move coming. But
he's thinking right now, when I get out, I'm going to tell this guy.
Yeah,
why did you leave those feet? Don't do that.
Now the guy in third is even losing that guy.
Yeah, so that's a guy
yeah.
who went out a little bit too fast on the first couple of hundred meters, and
Yeah.
that is one of the skills that you really need to have in triathlon, being able to go out extremely fast for the first bit, then slow down a little bit and find that race pace that you can then sustain for the rest of the swim. You cannot get that much lactate that you're not able to just step down a little bit.
No.
Then you will lose it. But now it looks like the new second guy is up and in touch with the leader again. So maybe that can pull together this.
So
Then we have a group of 7 or 8 guys
Yeah.
that are within a few seconds. And what's difficult to see is here is a white cap.
Yeah.
We see. I didn't see if there were any white caps further up in the field. You can see if any of the women are up closer to the front.
No. So that probably means that Catherine and Michelle will be behind the main. Oh, was that a white cap up there?
So basically, the 5 male athletes that we've been talking about as the pre-race favorites, of course, Andy Dreitz, Will Clark, and Philip Ospeley being the sort of 3 international names. Then Thomas Strange and Henrik Hylelund, the Danish top contenders. But we also have more guys that potentially can be part of this, at least for a while. I think a very interesting name is German's Jens Fromholt. He's the younger brother of Niels Fromholt, who is one of the real Ironman champions of the last 2 or 3 years. A guy that was racing ITU for many years, and then made the switch over to Ironman, I think back in 2014, I think it was, and he broke through with a win at Ironman Arizona in an amazing time, and then he went on last year and won Challenge Roth in 7:51. So he's one of the guys that really are in that top layer, and he is on target trying to defend that title in a month's time. And his younger brother Jens is not at that level. He works full time as a police officer, but he must have some of those genes in him, and if he shows up to a race, I'm sure that he's not here just for fun.
I know that in Germany they also have, like if you're in the military or at the police or there where physical training is a part, they also have race teams in these divisions and like that. So when we say he's working at the police, I don't know, but he might be working half time, and the other half time he's actually representing a triathlon team or running contests within the police and military and like that, what they do. So it is like you say, he's not the level of his big brother yet, but the level of his big brother is top level in the world. He already went into the top 10 in Kona very fast, and like you said, 2 big wins already. So just training with his brother and learning from him will be a guy that we absolutely will have to look after. We have a Swedish guy also, Josh Belgemo, very, very, very fast run. He can post. If he can hang in there and the wind is not seeming to pick up and like that, so it's going to be very interesting to see now soon when they're going to get out of the water. Where are the guys?
Yeah, as you say, George Bjelkemo, he's a really good runner. He usually loses a few minutes on the swim, and of course he will need to make up some ground on the bike and run to be in contention. But if he's up there once they get out to the run, he's definitely a threat.
Yeah.
And the swimmers are still stretched out in one long line.
Yeah. Yeah, they're really together. I would even expect to see Dreitz coming up very close to the front if the pace is like this. Now it looks really like the pace has almost dropped a little bit. People are there. It's not breaking anymore. Let's see if somebody's going to start pulling as they go back and the last part, just to at least to get an advantage to get into the front 2-3 persons on the bike and take off. I think we're gonna see some very fast biking from the start.
I do too, and if I were in the shoes of guys like Will Clark and Philip Ospeley, I would want a little gap on the swim, just to be able to get through transition, get onto my bike, find my rhythm, and sort of be ready when the likes of Andy Dreitz comes flying by at some point. So you're able to respond to that, because if they get into transition together, he might even get out before them. You know, it's all left to chance who makes the quickest transition, and then they might not even get a chance to go with him. No. So they should be pushing it.
I think what we're going to see is actually, because there's one thing that we have in play here also, and that's actually going to have a huge influence on the race. We're in Denmark. That means that we had the briefing with Michael Krüger as a race director and with the referees. So it's not a huge field. And they're going to have referees out there. And we have a 20-meter drafting zone. We do not have a 10 or 12 meter like it's very common. We have a 20 meter. This means for somebody like Hylelund, who likes to get up and just go, I would expect to see Henrik go.
I think you're right. I think the difference between 10 meters and 20 meters is massive. It's almost more than between 0 meters and 10 meters, because with 10 meters you still feel like you're there with the guy in front. You get some drafting, even though it's legal. You actually get a benefit. You might save some 20 watts doing that. And also, if you're in a group, 4 or 5 people, you will alternate a little bit, take turns in front, keeping the pace up. You can definitely benefit from each other. Being 20 meters, I don't think there are any watts left to be saved. It will have to be a very, very straight headwind to get any watts out of that. So you will have to do everything by yourself. And mentally that'll be difficult, because then you'll drop back further. You won't be able to close that little gap again, and it'll be interesting to see how it pans out. It's the first time that I see it done in a race that I follow this closely, and I would suspect it to break up the field more, and maybe we won't see these little groups for much of the course.
I think we're going to see a countryside road with athletes just coming at 45 to 50k an hour in the side wind, and I think it's going to play very nicely into the hands of Henrik Hylelund and Andreas Dreitz. They're going to love this, and I know that Henrik, he loves it because he just likes to race his own pace and he loves to race fast. And to be honest, I'm very happy about it, because we have these problems now and then that the good runners, they gather and not purposely drafting like in a group, but at least, like you say, the group diamond, suddenly it's 8 meters instead of that. And we see the power files after. With the people that I'm coaching and like that, sometimes I can see on their power files after a race that, well, they saved a lot of energy on that. It's not going to happen today. It's just going to be spread out. Even if you are at 15 meters, that means you are 5 meters too close. There's no draft. There's no help from the guy in the front, even at a headwind. We know from wind tunnel studies and like that at 10 meters, the wind has to come almost straight. As soon as the wind is a little bit from the side, it's lost. So at 15 to 20 meters, there's no help. You're on your own. So it's going to be pure racing.
And another guy who likes this new approach, or at least he should be, is Will Clark. He was racing Ironman Brazil a few weeks ago, where there was a situation of a big pack of, I don't know, 10, 15 guys absolutely drafting more than they should, and he was caught somewhere in front of that, between Brent McMahon, who went by himself and did an amazing effort, finishing in 7:46, I think it was. But Will was caught there doing a lot of watts, but ending up being caught by this pack who did Will absolutely nothing. And he was so fired up and ended up not even finishing the race. So he has got a big revenge to show here today. And although from what his physical profile is, being more of a complete athlete with 3 strong disciplines and not one that is uber strong, then it probably shouldn't be to his advantage compared to Hylelund and Dreitz, but he should be happy.
I mean, I was actually down in the Ironman Brazil, and being bike course where they go out of the main area and they just go on the roads and come back almost, so you don't see it like that. But of course, after we heard and I saw the social media and talking to the athletes after, I mean, Will, he ended up being in the front, but then Brent McMahon, as we talked, put a fantastic effort. Tim Dunn was up there, Paul Matthews was up there, and Igor Morelli, the Brazilian who has won the race, was up there. Now they're all very, very strong on the bike. And actually I think what happened was that Will got like dropped from those guys. They did a clean race in the front. Will got dropped and they ended up in nowhere between the front and then what happened behind. And what happened behind was the strong Swiss guy, Ronnie Silkil. He came up. When he came up, then slowly it gathered. And Will was just not in any of that. Being in the front was really fast on that day. And then he came in for the run and suddenly 10 guys came running. That was too much. I understand his feelings about that, and I hope he has a redemption today and with a good race, because he biked 160k alone, so he's in good shape. And I think we're going to see that out there today. I hope he has recovered from that effort, because he did a big effort.
Yeah, but the big difference in terms of recovery probably is that he didn't complete the run.
He didn't complete the run.
Then it was just a very good training day.
Yeah.
But he should have recovered from that. And if he's in that sort of bike shape, then maybe he can stay up there with these bigger guys with the big quads.
I have. Mr. Clark is a podium contender today for me. That's, like you say, solid on everything. Anybody fails or anything is not up to the task, he's going to be there. He's going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, just because we have Dreitz and Hyllerlund being these Uber bikers that we've seen riding, off the front by themselves, doing something absolutely crazy on the bike, that doesn't mean that the other guys are weak by any means. Philip Ospeley he's a sub 8 hour Ironman, but he has also ridden very, very strong also by himself in half distance races. I remember racing him up at 70.3 Norway. Was that 4 years ago? It was in my last season, where we came out of the water together on the swim, and he just biked away from me, and he I don't know, took 3 minutes out of me or something, and kept the lead on the run as well. It wasn't one of my greatest days, but I don't know if I even had that bike speed in me. So he's definitely a guy that can do it as well.
Now we're getting into the narrow part at the end, where they get in where the boats are normally laying. Now we're gonna get in, and they're gonna come out of the water very, very soon now. So we do not see any white caps in this group, so we're gonna have like 6 men coming out of the water, and there is not a Catherine and there's not a Michelle Vesterby in this one. So they did not, and we wouldn't expect them to see them with the top guys in the swim.
No, but it's difficult to see on the camera how many are actually hanging on. Looks like there might even be 7 or 8 people in here, but then there's just maybe a 10-15 meter gap, then there's the next one. So
and then
I wouldn't rule out that we have one of the girls or both up there. It's really difficult to see with the sun reflecting. But we'll know more in only a minute or so when they come out of the water.
So what we're going to look for now is that we're going to look for Andreas, we're going to look for Philip Ospeley, we're going to look for William Clark, Henrik Hyllerlund. We're going to look if Thomas Stange managed to hang on the Danish talent. And then we want to see if actually Michelle Vesterby or Catherine Jameson, they managed to stay on some of the men going up there.
Torbjørn, to let us know how we're doing in the pro race. Here we go, they're making the final turn.
Exactly, Emma. We have the first pro men coming out the water. And it'll be interesting to see exactly who that is making their way out the water in the first place. But I can tell you we have a group of about 6-7 guys coming out the water together.
As you may hear, we have the on-site speakers out there. It's Torbjørn Sindvale and Emma Jenkinson also doing the commentary out there for the people, cheering the athletes on. Let's see, who is that out in front? Is it Philip Ospeley? Is it Will Clark?
I think it's Will Clark.
They're out the water just
Let's
now.
see.
It means they swum just around 22 minutes, which is very fast for this course, so they definitely not taking it easy out there today. Full gas.
That was Henrik for sure.
The 505 is fast out the water, followed by Henrik Hylelund.
Yeah.
Our very own Henrik Hylelund. And also Thomas Strange is out the water.
No, Thomas is within the front group. Very positive news for the Danes here.
You go, guys.
Very positive. Very
full on.
Very good swim from Thomas Strange. Very good. So we had 7 guys.
3 minutes away from the beginning of this
we actually had Christian Otto, the German guy, out in front of Henrik Hylelund. Then it was Sean Donnelly, Thomas Strange, Markus Wöllner, Will Clark, and Neil Eddy. That means that we have actually lost a couple of interesting names here. Philip Ospeley and Andy Dreitz are not up there in that first batch of 7. Oh.
Exactly, and Otto is
Philip
out
Ospeley
with his bike
was about
already.
15 seconds back. He was the guy that was just drifting there by a few meters, but he is there as well. So now it'll be interesting to see if Andy Dreitz is there, and if soon we'll see the girls come out.
Now. Running hard. Thomas Strange just needs to put his helmet on properly. Henrik Hylelund is also out there, so Thomas and Henrik are out there. Lost a little bit in transition. Followed by Philip Ospeley as well, also out to swim. But we are still waiting for Andreas Dreitz, the super bike guy.
Got a couple of Germans and a British guy, other than the ones we were expecting, also up in that lead bunch. Neil Eddy, that one was there. There we got Will Clark with the Team U place suit.
Now we have Dreitz coming out at 23:12, so Dreitz is 1 minute and 15 off the front pace. 1 minute and 15 seconds from the front group. The front group went under 22 minutes, Rasmus. That's a fast swim.
That's an extremely fast swim, also indicating that it might have been slightly short, I'd say, because that's it's usually not something that you will see guys doing, not even an Andy Potts. Then it's an extremely good day.
There was some wind out there and a little bit choppy waters. Maybe the current in the lake had been carried over and takes them a little bit in. We could not see that, but
no,
for sure we can only say that it was a very fast swim. Sub 22 times from the guys. Very, very fast. Now, yeah. This is Catherine, and Catherine is going out of T1 now. So she did what she came to do. I want to get up out of swim, and she must have lost Michelle Vesterby on the swim.
She is 50 seconds ahead of Michelle coming out of the water.
That's fast. That's really, really fast. So Catherine, 50 seconds in front of Michelle Vesterby. Very interesting development in the women's pro field here.
And who did Catherine come out with on her feet? Andreas Dreitz. So
there
she would have been towing him around. So it actually probably was the biggest benefit for everybody. There he is, Andy Dreitz, the German powerhouse. This guy has ridden 157 for these 90K in a half distance race at Challenge Bahrain.
Here's Michelle going out of T1. Now, she cannot hang on to Andreas. That would be a mistake to try to do that.
She should not try that at home.
No, so she looks like she's going to be just digging in, putting head down and going on with the bike. Because Catherine is gone.
Yeah, but it'll be interesting to see what Michelle what the take on it is. Yeah. Should she go out and try and catch Catherine quickly, or should she just find her own pace, her own rhythm, and take it as it goes? She may catch her, she may not. What do you think? What should she do?
Well, what I think she should do is to catch her. If she catches her, she has broken her, period. Because Catherine has said that I'm going to go to, and I want to put my bike with, if I can get 10 minutes advantage, that would be nice. She's never going to get that. But getting caught on the bike, that would be totally the opposite of her plan, and that would really mentally be a difficult thing to handle in a race. So, but you got to have the legs for it, and if Catherine's plan was to get as far ahead into T2, she's going to hammer it. She's going to go.
Oh yeah, but for Michelle to catch up 50 seconds early on the bike, she would have to go well out of her comfort zone to do that, and that might also be risky.
Yeah. So, well, interesting, very interesting. I would expect to see Michelle hanging on the swim, but Catherine did a good job on the swim, and even if she pulled Andreas, then she's on. She's full on. And let's see now. Down the road it goes, and look how smooth the road is. Let's see the trees if we... Yeah, well, we see it here. The wind is a little bit picking up. We got some clouds, and we got a steady breeze. This is for people who can keep a steady pace on the bike today, Rasmus. It's not like no wind out there. There's a little bit in the...
There is a light wind, and we'll see these people taking off out into the beautiful Jutland countryside, and we'll be back in a minute.
A wonderful gold field is off here in the Challenge Denmark 2000. Make sure you remember you have to get into the pre-start area before you get into the water. We have to get you over the tiny mud just to make sure that we know that you're in the water. So you have to go. We are out the corner just now. means they swung just around 20. And also Thomas Strange is out of the water. You go, guys. Followed by Philip Osberly as well. There he is from Germany in his Erdinger kit. Together with the first pro woman, probably Catherine Jameson. Go, Andy. Together with the first pro woman, probably Catherine Jameson. Go, Andy. So yes, and there is Michelle. Michelle is out of the water. Go, Michelle.
And we're back now. Anxious to get some pictures out from the bike course, Frank, to see how it's going. We saw Christian Otto being the first guy out of the water, but is he still in the lead? And now, what's happening? Is everybody up there still? Did anybody have problems in T1? Did everybody get safely out on the roads?
Yeah. Well, that looks like Henrik Hyllelund doing what he does best. Getting out of a turn, standing up, getting the bike into speed and just going on with it.
The guys that are being passed now are guys doing the long distance that started already before 7 o'clock. So these are guys that are not interesting in this. What's interesting is to see if Henrik Hyllelund is the leader and who else is behind him. It's a little bit twisty and turny here. He does his work best when he's just in his arrows, just being able to hammer away. And the slight headwind that he will be facing most of the ride today will play certainly into his hands, I think. It is a point-to-point bike ride. It's actually 93k, so a little bit long, so we may not see times under 2 hours because of that and the headwind, but it's a strange thing that it's a point-to-point ride. Usually we do some kind of loops which will even out whatever headwind or tailwind you have, but in this situation we actually do have pretty much a steady headwind the whole way through.
Yeah, I mean, it's in Denmark and we're even in Jutland, so we could have had other conditions like a steady northwest wind as we many times see in Jutland, and then we would maybe see a time of 150 or even 145. If they would be surfing on the west coast, then it would be really, really fast. This is Henrik Hyllelund, there's no question about it. This is his high cadence power biking. It's beautiful to watch, and he just does this for 93k. The guy amazes me. He's really, really a good bike rider.
What kind of power would we see him do right now?
Look at this. I mean, I would expect to see him going around if he goes steady, I would see him go 330, 340s in this area. It's a 20-meter drafting rule. He's already having the distance. He's gone. So now he will try to settle in, and I think that he would try and go 330 to 350s, and then at the end, maybe even push it a little higher. A guy like Henrik, the numbers he can put for 10 minutes, 15 minutes is for sure over 400. Here we have Thomas Strange. Now, what I paid attention to with Strange was that he was in the middle of the swim. He was like 17, 18 seconds off the front, and that's just in the middle of the pack. That's a fantastic swim from him. He's on fire today, I'm sure. Look at him, putting the head down and going. This is Thomas Strange just going for it.
Yeah, he was actually only 4 seconds behind Henrik out of the water.
Yeah.
So he's done a fantastic job already, and we can see that aggressive position there.
Very aggressive, very aggressive. Head down, you can't even see his helmet. You look over the back, you don't even see his helmet. Good cadence, just doing the work now. Now, it's always like this, that anybody can do that for 45 kilometers. Now let's see who can do it for 93. This is going to be key today to be able to keep that position and keep it and keep it and keep it.
Yeah, there's certainly no time to come out of the arrows and rest for a while.
Nothing.
There are no mountains, not even any hills. A bridge like we just saw now is probably the most undulation that we're going to see. And who is this?
That's Michelle, and she does not want to have a motorbike in front of her on the turn. Let's see.
Yeah,
Let's get the bike going.
And she's there all alone.
That's what we expected when we saw her running out of T1. But again, Michelle, very aggressive position on the bike, really just, and she can keep that position. This I know from working with her. She can just dig in and keep that position. That is absolutely no problem for her.
And in terms of power for Michelle, how do you compare her abilities on the iron distance over 180k compared to what she needs to do in a 90k ride like today? Does she have that extra 30-40 watts to put in over 90k?
I think a race course like the one today is fine for her. We have seen her when I worked with her, I knew, and she knew when we went into races with rolling hills or climbs, her position and her dynamics and how she rides a bike is just not for that. She has good power. I mean, she's on the top of the world. She's between, and her bike has been her strength. But her strength has been consistent speed, very aero position, and the way of just keep going. Her muscle endurance compared to the high-end power, muscle endurance is better. Absolutely.
Yeah. So this kind of course today is well suited for her.
Yeah. We see her going there now, and yeah, I would love to see her going a little higher cadence, because at this point, unless this is where they're going a little bit east, else I would expect to see her in the headwind. Now, I would love her to see just take one gear lighter and just get the cadence going a little faster here. Yeah, now she's going better.
And we know that she's really feeding off having people cheering for her and everything. How does she react when she is left completely by herself, as she is now? Apart from the motorbike a little bit behind her, there's nobody there. Does that
now we see
demotivate her?
Yeah, just a cut back on that one is that now we see the difference between her and Hylelund. You see the cadence on Hylelund just pedaling a little bit faster and just moving the bike a little bit faster. Absolutely. Well, I think that what Michelle is doing now is she's sitting there and she's trying to feel her body. Now, being like she said in the interview and earlier on the day, is that, well, I'm actually training for the longer distance now, so it can go either way. If she feels that it's not going her way, she needs to work her mind now, because it's in the body. The fitness is there, the strength is there. So if she has a little bit tired feeling now, I think she's feeling great and she's going, or else she's mentally working and hopefully finding a solution out there. This is what's going on in her mind now, I think. Trying to get into rhythm and feeling that, no, I'm good, I'm having a good day.
Yeah, I mean, it must be mentally really tough on her if she now is getting word out there on the course that Catherine is actually pulling away further, that it was 50 seconds, next time maybe say it's 1:15.
Yeah.
And if she starts, losing that faith in herself, then I think it can become dangerous, because she's not that great a runner that she can pick up 5, 6, 7 minutes on the run on Catherine, not at all. She needs to stay relatively close. She cannot allow her to get much further ahead, I think.
I think on today, if Michelle is fresh, we will see her running 1:22, 1:23. So giving Catherine 5 minutes would be very dangerous, in my opinion. Very dangerous. She would need to really dig deep on the run to pull that one back. So no, I agree with you, Rasmus. She needs to stay close, and it's very important to get a positive mind and a very strong mind when you are doing heavy training. When you're doing heavy long distance training, you can have a day where you go out and you just don't feel like you have that speed. And if you feel that, then you gotta solve it in your head.
Yeah, if we just recap the swim for the ladies, we also have Caroline Hemsen and Maja Stay coming out together about a good 2 minutes behind Michelle and 2:45 behind Catherine. That's not a bad swim for Maja. I'd say she's more or less where we would expect her to be. A little bit behind that we have Pernille Jensen and an interesting name here, Dana Wagner, the German girl who is definitely able to come out and go for the podium, I think, and possibly get up there and fight the three girls that we have been mentioning, Catherine, Michelle, and Maja. But she will now be left out there. I don't know if Caroline Hemsen is able to help her out on the bike at all, or if Maja is going to be just left out there by herself, having to work her mind and her body and try to stay as much in contention as she can. She knows that her weapon is still left out there on the third discipline.
Yeah, and I think it suits Maja. She's absolutely a person that can work and work and work. So she's strong in her mind. She was ready. Catherine here, let's see how fast she passes this one. That's a guy sitting up. I would want her to fly past him.
Yeah. She doesn't appear to be going any faster than Michelle. But that's a very difficult call to make because it depends on how the wind is right here. If it's going slightly uphill, there can be many factors playing into it. But my gut feeling is that she is not looking stronger than Michelle.
No.
It can be deceiving, and we won't know for sure until we get some time splits on these girls.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I saw from the rack in the morning is that she's riding on Mavic wheels, but she doesn't have a disc wheel on the back. And if they get into like in a period of riding like 38k on a race course like this, now we see one with a disc wheel here. Now on a race course like this, when the wind is a little bit from the side, the disc wheel actually will help. So
yeah, this is Will Clark we've got on the screen, and he is absolutely flying, it looks.
Opa.
See him come past one of the H-Scoot guys from the long distance.
Yeah, that was a different picture than before. Whoop whoop, here we go. And we have to say that this is a guy who was sitting 160 kilometers alone in Brazil and actually having almost the same pace as the front group. He didn't get left a lot behind. So he's strong. We know that he's very strong at the moment.
So it's a very good position. Beautiful riding there.
Look at that. Head totally quiet. The helmet just following down on the back. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, and tell me, Frank, how is it with the helmets now? He still has a very long tail on his helmet. What's the preference at the moment? What are guys looking at? We see some guys riding with shorter tailed helmets.
Yeah, well, it's a mix between sponsorship and aerodynamics. Meaning if the company sponsoring you has, this is what they have, this is what they want you to ride, that's what you ride. This for me looks like a aerodynamic fit, and that means that it's very, very, look at this. I mean, it's really just closing behind his head, following his back. There's no wind coming in under the, let's see how well he does that. Beautiful. Will is doing well today. He's going to do very well today.
He looks strong. But one of the disadvantages of the long tail we see whenever he looks down, because that means the tail is pointing up.
Yeah.
So that gives you an aerodynamic disadvantage.
Yeah.
But as long as you're in that aero position where he's right now, there's not much disadvantage to it.
It's one of the things that a guy like will have been in the wind tunnel. He's riding a BMC. He's on the BMC team. He will have been in the wind tunnel, and there is where they are told. First of all, they fit the position after what is most aerodynamic, and then they tell the guys, now go out and learn to stay in this position, because it's nothing worth if, like you say, you're looking up and down, and he's not. That's what I saw. Now he's solid. He stays in the position. Now he needs to stay for 93k in that position. That's the key. That's the key.
Yeah, and we'll know more when he gets to 80k, and we can see if he's still there in that position the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the question is now, is Will out in third position behind Henrik and Thomas Strange? Is that where we...
Yeah, I would expect to see him there.
We would assume that some of the other guys that were out there early on, they would have dropped back a little bit. Here we see Thomas Strange again, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, Thomas. You just see, when you see from behind, you can't see his head. This is very fast going. This is very fast. Thomas he is absolutely motivated. He's on fire today. High cadence, really going fast. And very narrow in the front. You see his arms coming very, like in a V shape downwards, coming very close together under him. This is a very, very fast position. Absolutely fast.
This is also a guy that does not race Ironman at all. He probably wouldn't have this position for a full Ironman.
I would not expect to see anybody sit in that position for a 180k bike ride. No, absolutely not.
But this kid is only 22 years old. He's working his way into the half distance as his specialty. I've actually had the privilege of knowing and working with Thomas ever since he was a young junior. When I was working with the Danish Federation some years back, he was in my development team that I tried forming at that point. With a lot of other guys that have now come through. Andreas Schilling, who qualified for the Olympic team, was in there, and several of the other young Danish talents. And Thomas was always a guy that we had big confidence in, that he was going to make it onto the big stage. The question always was, did he have in him what it took to become a good ITU Olympic distance athlete? He was never the super strong swimmer as most of the other guys. He was possibly not that sub 30-minute 10k runner. On the other hand, he did have that extra on the bike, and he did have that fascination for the bike that not all of them had. Certainly that maybe even myself I never had. That the real fascination of just time trialing, being in the arrows, working on all the technical aspects. Both equipment-wise and technically out riding, he was the guy that would just sit and do all the nerdy stuff around that, and I think it's a wise choice for him to try and work on this. He should wait doing full Ironman. That shouldn't be on his agenda for several years. I think he should focus on this and maybe even some Olympic distance non-drafting race. Just become really, really fast, become good, solid over all three disciplines, and he has a great future in long distance riding.
Well, you guys did a good job, because what I see today is a very young guy compared to the others, and he's up front. And you almost see how he loves to ride the bike. You almost see it when he's sitting there, he's just hammering away. And what I love to see on a position like this is when he's really, really aero, really far down in the front, his hips are still moving. He's not locked in his back, his body is moving with his pedal stroke. Now, if you have a really, really aero position and you see a very stiff body, then I would expect to see him in 1 or 2 years get problems in that kind of position. He's moving fluidly on his bike, so it's beautiful. And you almost see what you say, that he actually liked it. He's fascinated by riding the TT.
Yeah, he would get annoyed sitting in a big pack in a draft legal race. He's the kind of guy that would sit there on the front, getting annoyed with other people not taking their turns. He would try and break away and be annoyed when people closed the gap. Or he would break away and gain 30 seconds and lose it all on the run. So he's definitely he's on the right shelf in this type of racing. He's still training though with the other Olympic distance athletes at the University of Odense, where the triathlon national training center is right now, and he's definitely still benefiting from doing especially the swim and run training with the other guys, because if you want to become a world-class athlete over the half distance and even on Ironman, you need to be able to swim super fast. You need to be able to run super fast.
Well, we see Henrik Hylleland is not taking any hostages today. He is full on.
Yeah, he's not fooling around.
He is not fooling around today.
We still see that momentum on the bike, and he is going fast here.
He's going that fast that he leans into the curves. So, and we see these rolling hills and these kind of rolling hills. He knows how to ride these. He knows how to ride. That is, I want to see if Thomas he can handle this kind of race course. We go for a short break here and back to the really fast biking after.
Are you in the position then, do you think, to win this tomorrow?
Well, yeah, I hope so, but there's a really strong field and some strong, 70.3 specialists, so I'm trying to do my best and then hopefully, be in the gunning for the first position.
Absolutely, and you were quite late starting in triathlon, weren't you? So you've not got quite as many years on you as the other guys. Do you think that gives you an advantage?
No, I would have loved to have started like 5-10 years before, because one of the things that's lacking in my triathlon is my running, because I have never learned to really run. So if I could have learned that from a young age, I think it would have been way better. But I'm just going with what I got and see how far it takes me.
And what you have got, Henrik, of course, is an enormously good bike split. You're one of the forces to be contended with on the bike. Is that where you're going to find your race advantage, get a big lead up on the bike?
Yeah, I'll need to have that, because if I'm with the front pack on the bike, then they're gonna outrun me. So those are fast runners. So I need to get away on the bike.
And with it being a home race, your home nation in Denmark here, do you feel that gives you another advantage of being at home?
Well, yeah, most definitely, because I live close to here and have friends and family coming to cheer on me. So I'm very much looking forward to racing here in Herning, Billund.
Fantastic. And a nice little message in Danish to your fellow home people.
Jeg ser frem til at se jer alle sammen i morgen, og håber på at slutte på toppen af podiet.
Tak, Henrik. Thank you. So, very good afternoon to you. Catherine Jameson here from Challenge Billund, ready to race the half. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm actually feeling really good, really confident. It's been a gorgeous few days weather-wise, and the sun's really shining now. It's just a lovely, lovely place and well organised, so I'm really excited and looking forward to the challenge tomorrow.
Excellent. And you raced here last year. How did you find it?
Well, that's actually why I'm back, because it was a great race. I hadn't done many halves when I did this last year. I think it was only my second. And yeah, I think the course suits me because the swim is just one loop, and it's quite a big, well, obviously it's 1900, but it seems quite a long loop, which suits me. And then the course on the bike is flat, very fast. And so it means you can just sit in the TT position and just really crack on with it. And then, yeah, run's also flat, so makes for a good day out.
We've seen you with some epic swims so far in this last few years. What's your secret to great swimming?
I'm not sure there's a secret. I've been swimming since I was 4, so I guess that's good, just have that background. I'm actually swimming a lot less now than I ever have. My swimming's come down to, I try and keep it at 5, but my coach and my husband would quite happily have me swimming 4 times a week because I'm running quite a lot more because that's my weakness. So my running's improved a lot over the last year. It's really my confidence, I think, that lets me down in my running, so I sort of don't believe in myself as a runner really yet, but that is slowly coming as well. But for swimming, I just think getting the right sessions is key. It's not just about getting in and swimming lots of miles. You need the aerobic capacity and ability, but then you also need to keep the speed in there. Even for Ironman stuff, you need to have some sort of sprint sessions and things like that. So I'm trying to keep my own. I do my swim sessions myself, and I keep it quite varied.
Excellent. And Michelle Vesterby, obviously reigning champion here in Challenge Denmark, she's got a huge target on her back. Very small female pro field this year, Catherine, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be challenging for you. Do you see yourself on the podium?
Yeah, actually, the funny thing is, recently the races that I've done have actually been a small women's field, and people look at it and think, oh, it's a small field, but actually, when you look at who's racing, it might be a small field, but it's a pretty tough field. Obviously, Michelle was 4th in Kona, she's a real force to be reckoned with, and I know that I have to have the lead coming into T2. Realistically, I'd like to have 10 minutes plus, if I can. It's a big ask, but realistically, how I've been swimming and biking recently, I know it's doable, and then I know she'll be gunning me down because she's a really solid runner and she doesn't have a weakness. But then there's also Madja, who I've raced before earlier this year, well, late last year, should I say, and she's strong all round as well, a very good runner, so she maybe won't be with us on the swim and bike, but yeah, I know she'll be breathing down our necks coming into the run.
Well, it's great to see you again, Catherine, and again, it's so good to watch you growing as a pro and as a friend as well, and it's really, really good to see you. I wish you the very best of luck, and do it for GB.
Thank you, I'll try my best. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. So here with Will Clark, ready to race. Will, how's your preparation going?
Yeah, it's been all right. Yeah, I raced but didn't finish an Ironman a few weeks ago, so I'm just. I was still getting over that last few weeks, but I picked this for a nice boost and kick up the arse. So yeah, get my season back on track after that race a few weeks ago. So I'm happy to be here and relaxed, and yeah, looking forward to a hard race with the boys tomorrow.
Yeah, you've got some serious competition up there, and of course not forgetting Fuerteventura, previous to going to Brazil, was a great comeback race for you, finding your form once again and narrowly missing the number 1 slot by just 30 seconds, taking second. I know we spoke after the race and you were really thrilled with the result. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, as you said, I wanted to get myself back amongst the best guys, and yeah, I was really happy to finish second to Andreas Geitz because he's a world-class athlete, and that's a good mark. That's a good marker for me going forward. So I think if I raced that again a few weeks later, I would have given him more of a run for the money for the win, but I just ran out of legs. So hopefully now I'm a bit more race conditioned. I'll have a better result here.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think I'll be hopefully in for a good result.
Do you think it's rematch time?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is about who wants it the most. Really, I think once you get into that last lap, it's everyone's tired, and yeah, it's whoever wants it most, whoever's most motivated.
whoever's most conditioned will take it. So yeah, try and keep. It's been a good last few days, chilling out and getting ready to hurt. So hopefully tomorrow I'll feel good.
Yeah, and obviously people will be watching this little film, and we talk about hurt a lot, and it's a lot of psychology involved. How do you prepare with your race psychology, Will?
I work with a mental coach. So yeah, he's from Belgium. He also works with Club Bruges. So he's got a lot to do it, giving me different techniques of what to do after the race, before the race, but also during the race. It's also like you can, if you go through it every day in training, then you're conditioned to it, and you know how to deal with it, and you're used to it. So a combination of those things is best.
Okay, great. And if you were to add one tip for athletes racing tomorrow, what mental strategy should they be doing this evening and tomorrow morning?
Yeah, I think tonight just get a good rest and get as good a night's sleep as possible. I think during the race tomorrow, pace it as well as you can. Try and build through the back half of the race, so you're not going. Yeah, they call it negative split. So it's you're almost going faster on the second half than you are on the first half, and that way you can always keep strong. Another good tactic is to kind of key words. So when I race, I think about Claire and Freddie, and those key words kind of trigger me and trigger my thoughts to be able to push harder.
Perfect. And I know Claire and Freddie mean the absolute world to you, and I know they're always behind you. I know Claire was on the live feed last night with us with a bit of banter and sending you love messages. I know you're very close. Please do look down the camera, give Claire and Freddie your message.
Hi Claire and Freddie, and tomorrow I'm going to push my hardest for you guys.
Beautiful. Will Clark, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, hopefully on the podium. I'm pretty sure you're going to be there. Have a great rest tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks so much.
My pleasure.
We've got the male leaders passing through 28k out on the bike, and they are absolutely flying, Frank. We've got Henrik Hillelund in front, and he has been keeping almost a 45k average so far, going the first 28k in a slight headwind. How fast is that? We've got Thomas Strange, 1 minute 4 seconds back on him. Then we've got Will Clark and also Sean Donnelly together, another 20 seconds behind, and then only 20 seconds further back is Andy Dryght. So Will Clark was talking about mental strength and mental preparation, and he will be needing that in a little while when Andy Dryght, the powerhouse from Germany, is going to come past him, and then he will have to make the decision: should I stay within reach of this guy, or should I let him go? What do you think? What would be the wise thing to do?
Well, we have Dryght 148 down, and out of the swim he was 215 behind the front. So he's slowly working his way in. And well, with the speed that we're going at the moment, I would say he has the upper hand, because he will slowly get back there, and he's a better runner than Henrik. Is he a better runner than our Danish talent Strange? I don't know. So he in my opinion, Dryght needs to start to put down the hammer soon. You know.
Yeah, and he would want to get rid of Will Clark for sure. That's a guy that he does not want to go out and run head to head with.
No.
So he will have to be aggressive at this point. We see some guys out there riding really, really fast, and also we see Sean Donnelly, another German guy. He's listed here as Danish in the start list, but he is in fact German. But I mean, that's another interesting name to see up there. I don't expect him to be able to run with these guys. A guy that has dropped back a little bit is Philip Ospeli. He's now 2:37 behind, but still only about a minute behind Will and Thomas Strange. And he can run faster than anybody in this field at the end. So if he stays within that distance, he's definitely still in the running for the podium and for the win. So it's completely open still at this point.
Very open, very open. The guys are in the mix. Everybody is up there. Nothing is decided.
And back here in the studio, we have a visitor. Welcome, Dennis from Serenic Speed.
Thank you.
You must be excited to see some fast riding going on out there today.
Of course I am. Thank you for being around today. And I must say I'm really excited. We have a lot of pro riders. We have a lot of amateurs riding with our products. So of course we are very keen on seeing them performing very well today.
So what you brought with us today? What are the secrets of the guys riding fast now?
I brought a little bit of different Ceramic Speed products today. I brought some bearings along for which we can install in the different kind of wheel sets that they have. We can put it into the bottom brackets and also the pulley wheel and actually the chain as well. We have a bike here as well today we can have a closer look on. I brought just a few bearings here along that it looks like a normal bearing, except that we have changed the balls for ceramic balls. So these are the small, tiny balls that will make the big difference. Different quality will make different performance on the market. And
I think they're that small that now you can see it.
Yeah, they're really tiny. We even though smaller in the wheels for the bearings for the wheel sets, They're quite tiny. We have two different options actually. We have the what we call ceramic speed standard, which is a steel ring with the ceramic balls, and we also have a coated version, which means that the surface has been treated, and it's still the same ball, which makes the friction even lower. So except that you now have a very low friction, you have protection against corrosion, you have an extended lifetime. So this is really top of the pop. These bearing types we can, as I said, for the wheel bearings, for the pulley wheels, and also for the bottom bracket, we have those two variations.
And I've noticed something there on the table next to you that back in the days when I was riding, pulley wheels were about this size. Now, what is this all about? Bigger pulley wheels.
Yes, today, or as you said, Rasmus, the standard is the 11-tooth pulley wheel, and we have now extended this to the oversized pulley wheels, which is 17-tooth. And the whole idea behind this system.
I can hold it up here that we can see the difference in the size. So this is the new, and this is the old. So
yeah,
you actually see the difference in the size of these.
And what I have here is so the whole cage with the 217 pulley wheel system. It's now available for Shimano rear derailleurs. So the Ultegra or the Durace version can now upgrade this with the oversized system. The whole idea behind the 2x17 pulley wheels is that you will have less bending in the chain. So less bending means less friction. Less friction is saved watts. So in the end, this system will save you watts when riding.
And how many watts would it save me?
Yeah.
Would it save?
Let's get down to get.
That's what I'm interested in.
So, getting out of shape. How much out of shape can we be and still go fast?
we go from, we say you have a saving of a minimum 2.5 watts with this system, and then it goes upwards. I say minimum because we have three possibilities to adjust the spring tension in this system when building it. Okay. So depending on the chain length, depending on the feather, the spring tension, the watt savings will be at least from 2.4 and upwards.
And up to how much?
So if
roughly?
you have a complete set, now we talk chain, we talk bottom brackets, we talk pulley wheel, you can do a 16 watt savings.
Okay.
Wow.
So
and 16 watts. That's enough to really make a difference.
Yes, for sure it is. For sure it is.
So I get if we translate it into today's term, I would say that a guy of 75 kilos riding a TT bike today and who wants to do the long distance Ironman race, he wants to go 5 hours. That's 36k an hour. Now with the equipment we have today, that person would need to go around 200 to 220 watts. And what you're telling me is that, well, if you have to go 220, then you actually only have to go 200 if you upgrade to all these things.
Yeah, we've done a similar calculation on to get it from watts into minutes to make it more eatable for people to understand. We say that was even before the oversized system. So with the upgrade of the standard pulley wheels, which were then about 8 watt savings, is that if you put that on a full Ironman distance, it will save you up to 9 minutes.
Depending
on a speed of 32 hours in average, will then give you 9 minutes win. If you go about 40 in average, it will give you 1.5 minutes, 1 hour, 1 minute and 50. Sorry.
Yeah.
So about approximately 2 minutes for today. That would then even be higher.
So the point is actually the slower you go, the more you save.
Exactly.
Now it's getting
we have a chance now, Frank.
now it's getting very interesting. Now he's getting me hooked. Yeah. No, but it is. I mean, before, I mean, to be honest, this one goes into the bottom bracket. We don't even see it. It's gone. Yes. It's behind the crank. It's in the bike. These are inside the hubs of the wheels, the smaller ones, these ones.
Yes.
So I would congratulate you because now finally you made it a little bit sexy. I mean now, because now when I see the bikes, you see that, whoa, here's something new. before it was hidden. I mean, now it's a little more sexy.
Absolutely.
And now we also have the chain that is on the bike down there. I don't know if we can see it on the bike. Tell us about the chain.
The chain is a UFO chain. It's an ultra-fast optimization chain. And what we've done is we've taken a standard chain, we put it through different processes, and then we rebuild it with a wax and with a Teflon layer on top. So what you see, the white chain now is actually the Teflon on the top, which will gain you the last half watt. So what we have here is approximately 4.5 to 5 watts savings in the chain.
In the chain?
Yes, yes.
And that will then last for the lifetime of the bike?
No, not for the bike and not for the chain. So this is a really optimized chain. This is a race chain only. So what we say is that this super high low friction will stay for approximately 320 kilometers. After the 320, you will see a slowly raise of what. So if you put it back on the measure equipment, it will never get back to the standard chain, and the standard chain will never get down to this optimized chain. So it will always be a super perfect fast chain. And if you want, you can, after the 320, after the 350, you can always use it as a standard chain, a training chain, and you will have a super smooth chain for that.
But you cannot code it once again, the same chain, or you will need to buy a new chain.
It is possible to rebuild it, but we do not offer that kind of rebuilding.
Okay.
I just saw that we had Henrik Lyllerlund in the corner on our camera here. So what we are saying is that if Henrik has all this on his bike, and Will Clark is behind him today, and he doesn't have, and Lyllerlund beats him by a minute,
you can say thank you to me.
Then he owes you a beer.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. But it's interesting. It's interesting that we keep upping the game on these things and like that. We know that ceramic speed, they started out with the Pro Tour teams in the bicycling world, in the Tour de France and like that. I even heard stories that some of the big teams, they bought the stuff from you guys. You didn't even sponsor them.
No, that's
but
true.
that was the unsexy things now. Now we're getting sexy. Now we get into triathlon. I mean...
Yes, I think you are absolutely right when you say that the bearings that we have are invisible. I mean, you can't see it on the bike. And now we suddenly have a product that we can show that this is ceramic speed. You are riding ceramic speed products, and it's real life. We've seen it in the Pro Tour teams, and now we've seen it in triathlon as well. So
we see Lyllerlund again here, and he's just flying away out there. Is he on your products?
Of course, yes.
Is he on? Is he on your?
Of course, Henrik is, yes.
Yeah, yeah. And did he put a new chain for this race?
I have to be honest, I don't know if he just put on the chain. I wasn't here yesterday, the last day before preparation for the race, and I'm not sure if he has a chain, but I would guess he has, yes.
He looks like he's riding extremely smoothly at this point. Anyway, and still safely in the lead. We saw Catherine Jameson also on the screen just before down there in the corner, and she's increased her lead. She's up to 2.5 minutes now on Michelle Vesterby, and then with another 1.5 minutes down to Maya Stayer. So Maya seems to be going really well. Catherine seems to be going well. Michelle, so in there between. She's definitely still in contention, and it's still very open, but Catherine is flying.
She is, and that's what she said. I need to fly. She wanted 10 minutes. I don't think she's going to get that. But let's see if she's going to get 5 and if that's going to be enough. Yeah, I think it's very interesting. She said already yesterday, I'm going to go. I'm going to try and swim. I'm going to go on the bike because I'm not as good runner as Michelle and Maya. I need a cushion. I need to be in front. And she's doing the work now. She's putting like action behind the words. I like that. I love it.
Yeah. But when we were talking about the helmet position before an aerodynamic, she's maybe in a case now where she's opening up that helmet tail a little bit too much, isn't she?
Yes, she is. And then we actually see now we see it. You can see that there's the gap behind the helmet, just at the neck. You don't see that on Will Clark. his helmet is laying on his back. Look now, now the wind is gonna come across the helmet, and then it's gonna be under pressure behind that helmet. Now, actually, some helmets like Specialized, they have a helmet that's closed behind, because you don't want the wind coming and then sucking into that hole behind the helmet. We're talking small things, but I mean, if she's gonna lose it with 2 seconds on the finish line to Maya today or to Michelle, these are the things. And back to these things, 1 minute, that's it. And the girls actually going a little bit slower than the guys, so a bigger advantage for them.
Yeah, saving watts.
Yeah.
Whereas with the turbulence behind the helmet, I'm assuming that the faster you go, the more important it is to keep it closed, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. I loved what I saw with Will, and what I see with her is good, but it's not as good as Will Clark. It's absolutely not. The best positions we've seen so far today, I have to say, is Thomas Strange on the male, and Will Clark on the male.
Yeah.
Very impressive positions. Now let's see if they can hold it. She's working. She's really working. And what we see today is the 20-meter drafting rule is just, I mean,
it's working perfectly, isn't it?
we
have
200 meters of drafting rule. The next one is the postman on the corner. So, I mean, this is beautiful.
They're not even seeing each other. That must be a male athlete up there in front of
look that. Here
That's Thomas Strange.
Head down, cadence high, just going. There's been a lot of talk and things also about these with the ceramic speed and friction and cadence and like that. We see Thomas keeping a high cadence, Hylelund also, Catherine in the medium. Now there's a lot of people saying what is right, what is wrong, and me working a lot with my athletes with these things and also bike fitting, and I have to say that my definition is it's an individual thing. In triathlon, we would like to try to keep a high cadence so that we are not loading so much into the muscles compared to our, let's say, aerobic system, our lungs and like that. But it's a very individual thing. If you go a low cadence and pushing a heavy gear and you run fast after that, well, then it works for you. If you keep a high cadence like Thomas, and you said that you worked with him as a young, when they're younger, they will have a little bit less muscle mass, and they should actually try, because if they're young, if he's a high VO2 max or come from swimming, they should try to keep a higher cadence, because so they work the aerobic, so the pulse will be higher, but they're gonna have a little more fresh legs, and they don't have that muscle mass. Thomas does not have the muscle mass of Henrik Hylelund. You look at Henrik and you can see he can push a harder gear than Thomas. So Thomas will opt for 1 or 2 gears lighter, but a higher cadence to compensate for that. And he's doing a beautiful job at the moment. We see here, she will be going like 85 reps per minute at the moment on that, almost up to 90. Yeah, I think what we see here now and what's going to be exciting to see is, well, to be honest, I was in the transition area this morning and I saw a lot of ceramic speed out there. So congratulations on helping the athletes to improve.
Thank you.
Their speed on the bike.
Yeah, and thank you for visiting us here in the studio, Dennis. It was great hearing about the different ceramic speed products and seeing these oversized pulley wheels. I'm excited to see some new inventions being made on that part, and maybe one day I'll get a chance to try them myself and see if I can tell the difference. But
thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the race.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. just see Andreas making a pass now. And I mean, now they're passing the guys who are out on the long course from the morning, and he just went all the way in third position out there. We see Andreas, like he normally does, 80 reps per minute, pushing a big gear. And we see again, like, hands together in the front, very steady position. And he's just working his way through up through the field now. It's going to be very, very interesting to see if he's going to catch them. But very solid on the bike, head down. See if we can see in the background, if we see the trees moving. Down here, to be honest, the wind has actually died off a little bit, but there is wind, and it's not a tailwind. Yeah. He's just working his way through. Just working his way through.
It looks very easy, doesn't it, Frank?
It's amazing. It's just his style. He's just quiet. He's just making a fuss about it. But
it's really efficient. That's what we can see about this guy. That it looks calm. He makes it look easy, but he is pounding away with a 45k average.
Absolutely.
As we saw until the 28k mark, both he and Henrik Hillerlund, being the fastest guys so far, were averaging almost 45k an hour, and that is with a slight headwind. That's really, really strong.
That's with a slight headwind, yeah. So.
We see him fly by one of the age groupers for the long distance, and maybe just to give a brief recap on that, the fastest male athletes have passed the 70k mark a while ago, and Chris Fischer, the reigning champion, is about 2 minutes ahead of Anders Christensen from Aalborg, the Danish guy, and then David Nesvik, the Swede, and the German Peter Seidel are together about 2:45, 2:50 behind Chris Fischer. So he's definitely still up for it, Chris, and he's still looking to regain that title from last year, and this year becoming the Nordic champion over the iron distance, which is what this race is about.
Yeah. I think it's interesting now also at the first mark of the 28k that we have some splits here on the bike. Now what we see is that I would say all the way down to Philip Osplay we're in the game. Then from Philip, who's in position 8 at this marker, we jump to number 9 is Nils Eddy and so forth. Then it jumps to 5 minutes, 7 minutes. Josh Belgemo from Sweden. I mean, Georgie is already 7.5 minutes behind this. And he's up against some really strong guys on the bike, you know. It's
that's too much, because that means he already lost another couple of minutes, if not 3 or 4 minutes after the swim. So I think that unfortunately we won't see any Swedish guys up in the contention for the podium.
No.
But we definitely still have 2 Danish guys up there in the lead, and. Will Clark, we have Andreas Dreitz. We probably still have Sean Donnelly up there. We haven't seen him on the screen, but I would assume that he is still up there. And that is probably the guys that we will be looking for. And then add Philip Ospeli to that group of 5.
Are we getting ready to put money on something here, Rasmus?
Well, you're pushing me here, Frank. It's a really, really tough call. I wouldn't be able to say how this goes. I mean, of course, it's hard to bet against Andy Dreitz. There's still more than halfway to go out on the bike. He still has the opportunity to catch the leader, to maybe even get a little bit ahead. And then we know he is so strong overall that he can always take the win in any kind of circumstance here. Now, who have we got here on screen?
That was here on the bike.
That could possibly be Sean Donnelly.
That could be Sean Donnelly, absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised if Andy Dreitz, Thomas Strange and Sean Donnelly are more or less together at this point, and Will Clark as well.
Yeah. Well, I'll go on an early bet here and say Thomas Strange for the day.
I said
just because when you said you worked with him as young, if you taught him all your tricks, I believe in it. I mean, to be honest, the group you worked with these talents, I remember, a lot of them has come through. They are a good group. They train well together. The setup they have over on Fyn is working very well at the moment. So it's a good environment. You see good results coming out of it.
Yeah, part of that group over there. Also, we have the really. What can we say? The talented under 23 guys that are working closely together now. There's another guy called Miki Tauholt that I would like to mention, who won the Danish Sprint Champs not too long ago. That was really his breakthrough. He still doesn't have too much international experience, but on the day he beat some of the guys that have been predicted to step up internationally as well. And he's a guy that does have all three disciplines pretty well panned out. And he went in this time trial format. It was a sprint championships over the time trial format, heading out 30 seconds apart, and he rode on his race bike, not even a TT bike, but he still did a fantastic effort out there, and that's a good sign that he's able to also put some bike power in there, and all the while being a good swimmer and a good runner.
I work with Allan Olsen. I think he's going to join us in the studio a little bit later here. And he actually beat Allan on the day. Allan got third. He was then within very close grasp of second, 2 seconds. But there was no chance he was going to beat him on the first spot that day. No, Miki he put the hammer. And Allan told me, the guy was going on a race bike, Frank. And I was like, yeah, well, we need to up the game. let's get out training, So
he probably wasn't even on ceramic speed gear.
No, probably not either. And Allan is. But we will tell that to Allan when he comes. That we'll remind him a little bit.
Yeah, but there's definitely something going on in Danish triathlon for the younger kids. If we step down a little bit in age, also we have Emile Delerang, who medaled now at the European Junior Champs just recently, and on the women's side, Alberte Kjær, who is also really strong, has won several junior European Cups, and also stepping up now into the senior ranks. I was actually leading the sprint relay at European Champs recently in the seniors, and it's. There's a lot of talent coming our way, and hopefully we will see that both in the ITU racing and also over the longer distances over the coming years.
So, I'm not afraid. I'm gonna put 2 crowns on Thomas Strange. I'll go big. I honestly think that if he can stay up there, he's also gonna get a big boost coming into here, being Danish and coming in. If he can stay close to Hylelund, he knows if he comes within 2 minutes of Hylelund, he has a shot at the title. That's going to give him a tremendous boost.
Yeah, and he probably doesn't know this guy too well, Andy Dreitz, but I think Thomas should be confident that he can run with him and possibly even away from him.
Yeah, I do believe so. But Dreitz is just working his way up. He has so much experience now. He's young, but he has been pacing his races so well. I mean, in Mallorca this year, he won again. He was defending champion. A huge field of guys down there, and it was raining and it was cold, and he goes out and does it again and again.
Let's hear what Andy Dreitz had to say about the race before.
Perfect. Yeah. So here with Andy Dreitz, welcome, and wow, it's amazing to see you. So you're ready for Challenge Denmark?
Hi. Yeah, I'm totally ready for the race here. It's so nice here, and yeah, it's my first time really staying in Denmark. I drove through maybe 2 or 3 times already, but now it's really the first time staying here, and I got a nice homestay at Michelle's house. And yeah, it is so nice out there, quiet roads wherever you go, and pure nature. Yeah, the only thing I miss is some mountains, but it's a very flat course and very, very fast.
Yeah. What is Michelle like as a host? Is she always this happy?
Oh, yes, yeah, she almost, but if it gets to food, she can get angry.
Right. Tell us more about that. We want a bit more dirt.
Don't eat her candy.
Winning tomorrow means you have to come back and defend. Let's go to the race now a little bit. You are a machine on the bike, and what a bike you have. I know a lot of people always have a lot of attention on your bike. What's your secret, Andy?
My secret, I don't tell you. No. No. Just for this race, yeah, my bike is actually just over there. So we made some upgrades, or we renewed some stuff. I was at Ceramic Speed yesterday, and we put a new chain on it, and they cleaned the pulleys, so to make it even smoother, and put TT grease into the bearings. So then it's perfect it should be perfect for tomorrow, and even faster.
Do you have any messages for your German family and friends back home if you look down the camera? I know Nina Vink would be very thrilled for you to say hello to her too.
Well, hi to Germany. I try to give the best out of it. There are some other guys here, some British, Czech Republic and Danish guys, and I try to give the best. There are also some other German guys to watch, so hi, and Daumen drücken und viel Spaß euch beim Zuschauen. Danke.
Vielen Dank. We'll see you soon. Thank you, Andy Dreitz.
Tack.
He is trying to talk it down a little bit here, Andy Dreitz, but we see he's got all the gear that we were talking about before, and he knows that he is the guy to beat today. But from what we see now, he has put it out there. He's doing what he needs to do, but he doesn't seem to be overdoing anything. He seems comfortable and confident in what he's doing, and still behind Henry Kullerlund, who we see on screen now. But they won't be too far apart.
No, I think he's just working his way out. What's going to be interesting to see also is a game plan. So a guy like Henrik, we're looking now. What's in his head? What did he plan? Did he plan to go negative split, or did he plan to make a big gap from the start? If he plans to go negative split, then he's going to start pushing now. I mean, I know we say that, he's been going 45. What if he's going to up the game now? So that's going to be interesting to see that who's actually going to put time on who for the last, what they got now, 40K, something like that, before the rain. And then I think it's, to be honest, Andreas has been racing, he has had a big race calendar this year so far. Now, does he know Thomas Stange well enough? Does he have, Thomas can run probably this time. How much can I come in together with him? I think he has his eyes on the Hylland. I think he's really a dark horse, Thomas, now.
Yeah, I don't think he knows him.
No.
I think when we were at the press conference on Friday evening, that was probably the first time that he heard that name, saw that face, and it's always difficult when you come to new races and you see new faces, and there will always be unpredicted people coming up. But he has been racing already, I think 4 times this year, and he won at Mallorca, as we talked about. He had a maybe slightly disappointing 4th place in Fuerteventura, where Will Clark got in 2nd, only 30 seconds behind Andy Böscherer, another German guy. And then he got 2 2nd places in Texas and in Oceanside. So he has been racing a lot, but then he had a bit of a training break, and now he's back into sort of the next phase of his season, and he's I think that's a good place to be in, to have raced, then have had maybe 5 or 6 weeks of pure training, then you get really motivated to come back in. He didn't win the last couple of races, must be really super motivated to come back, and I think it's a nice place to be in.
Yeah. Well, we see Katrina he's been like that every picture we've seen. Boom. Solid, going, working. She's not letting off the pedal now. She wants to get in with as big advances as possible. Very interesting to see Maya actually gaining time at the 28K mark where we have the last splits from the women. She had gained, like, compared to the swim and getting out at T1, she had gained 30 seconds on Michelle and is down to 1.5 minutes now. And both are at the same distance to Catherine compared to the swim.
Yeah, so she's now in 2:30 in a 2:30 lead over Michelle at this point, 4 minutes on Maya. Dana Wagner 7.5 minutes back. I wouldn't entirely pull her out of contention for the podium. She has done amazing results in the past, but obviously Catherine, Michelle, Maya are the ones that we primarily look at, and I'm anxious to see what's going to look like when we reach the 70K mark. That's when we'll get the next time splits. So we'll know for sure how they're doing, and we can see a tendency towards who is slowing down, who's getting tired, who is really feeling fresh today. We haven't even seen any pictures of Maya out on the course yet. I would love to see how she is sitting out there on the bike, if we can sort of see that little edge on her. She raced an amazing race at the Powerman European Championships for the duathlon, 10:60:10, where she ran 36 minutes for the first 10K and some 38 minutes for the last 10. So she's a very potent runner, and she's lighter. She's more slim than Catherine and Michelle. Not quite the same type of power rider as they are, but she is good on the run and a more natural runner.
I think like looking at it's still early, but if Michelle only has 1.5 minutes on Maya getting into the run, she can get in trouble.
She will be in trouble.
Yeah. Maya is just racing halves. She's just specializing on shorter and up to half. She will have that speed at the moment. This is one of her big races.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier, she's very close to home as well, and there's always something special about racing at home. And I was thinking about that when we were watching the interview with Michelle earlier, and she was talking about the whole atmosphere and feeling at home and just sucking in everything, and that sort of confidence booster and reassuring feeling that you have when you're in your own neighborhood. I remember that. Of course, I've raced a lot in Denmark, but also I was living at Fuerteventura in Places for a couple of years with my family towards the end of my career, and for that Challenge Fuerteventura race, I just loved the fact that I knew every single single meter of that course. I knew every little crack there was in the road, every little hill, every downhill, and I had so much confidence both years that I was there racing and eventually winning that nobody was ever going to touch me on that course. I just knew that, and it does make a difference compared to coming to a new place. You're not quite sure exactly what's happening. You can't remember. Oh, once I get around this corner, what does it look like? I just knew it all. And also on race morning, I could sleep in my own bed. I could just walk down to the race start, and it helps a lot.
So many small details that can either just keep you relaxed or take a little bit energy all the time. Huh? Just a lot of small things that makes it easier. I mean, so yeah. Well, we had Catherine Morrison just before, and well, she doesn't look like she minds coming over here, sleeping in a hotel and racing at the moment.
She looks like she's in a good place. Gotta give her that, and she should be. I mean, it's not the most difficult place to get to, and with this kind of weather, it's all quite comfortable, quite easy conditions, I would say, and also. Not just being Danish, but I think it's quite an easy place to get to as well. It's very accessible. We've got Billund Airport here, only 200 meters from where we're sitting right now here at the finish area. So they can fly into here, and they can easily get to where they need to go. And also, things are sorted out. You don't have to go to a place where you can't communicate with people, and you have trouble finding your way around. Everything is taken well care of here.
Yeah.
I've definitely been around the world to different places where things were much more difficult and much less enjoyable. I would say where I've just been in the place, just having my mind set to racing. We need to get through this, and once we're done, then it's just out of here.
Let me get out of here.
Cannot get quick enough. I remember a couple of places, some of the worst places or the worst experiences I've had. One place was out in Gamagori in Japan, which is an industrial town a little outside of Nagoya, which is a multi-million people city, and they put one of these ITU World Cups there for several years, and I just hated that place. I the first time I got there, I got out of the airport in Nagoya. I was supposed to be picked up by somebody from the organization at the airport, but nobody was there. I'd been flying, overnight over 8 or 9 time zones, and I was just naked, and I was pretty new in triathlon. I hadn't done much international racing at all, and I got there, and there was nobody there to pick me up. I tried to call the organizers. This was back in 2001, so it was even in the early days of internet and mobile phones and everything. My mobile phone, of course, wasn't working on the Japanese net. I had to find a payphone, try to call the organizers. They didn't pick up. I just had to find out myself, how do I get to Gamagori? And I went to the train station. I tried to find out what train line could take me to Gamagori. I couldn't read anything because it was all in Japanese letters. I was walking desperately around the airport with my big bike box and everything, trying to find somebody that may speak English. I ended up finding an American exchange student who could help me interpret those Japanese signs and find out what does Gamagori actually look like in those letters. And she told me, you should go on that train. Got the ticket and finally went there and had to walk quite a while to the hotel. And at least the race went okay, but I was anxious to get going once it was done.
Well, we're looking at a girl who we know slept in her own bed last night, so hopefully she's finding some energy out there. And like I said, I worked with Michelle for 3 years in her early long distance days, all the way into top 10 in Kona. So I hope she's finding the energy, because I know that if she's been training a lot coming into the race, I know it can be very, very hard for her right now. So it looks good. And I know she's just longing just to come down here, to meet the crowd and just go out and do her best. She's not gonna quit, even if she feels the long training in her legs, but moving a little on the bike there. She's gone all in. Disc wheels, the 3-spoke wheel in the front, and an aggressive position she has on the bike, but yeah.
To my eyes, she doesn't look super smooth on the bike right now. She's moving around a little bit too much. I don't know if she's feeling a little uncomfortable, but hopefully she can find her rhythm again and at least bike her way through the 93K and get her out here on the run. She'll always be in contention for the win, no matter how it goes out here on the bike. It's not over until she comes to the finish line, and she will get even more motivated when she gets here to Billund and she feels all the support that she has from the local crowd.
I know one of the keys that she's been working a lot with is pacing. So she might be like, okay, this is going to be a 20-meter rule race. It's just about pacing. It's just about just going steady, building into it, going like a negative split, I would expect to see her to pick up the pace like from 50, 60k. The last 30k, I actually think she's going to go faster than in the beginning.
Sometimes if you're in heavy training, which she will be now, she's got Roth in was it 5-6 weeks?
Yeah,
something like that. And she will be in heavy training at the moment. Sometimes when you wake up in the morning and you need your body to get going, it's not quite there. But a lot of the time you'll find it throughout the day, and hopefully a couple of hours into the race she might get a second wind.
Yeah.
And hopefully she can get that and maybe finish off her bike ride really strong and out on the run. Maybe she'll surprise us and have a really, really good one.
I saw that she has her Garmin all the way in the front of her drinking bottle, so I'm sure she's pacing, and just looking at her power and just this I'm gonna do steady. To be honest, this is not the bike I've seen her race recently. I think it's the same model, but she has this special paint job bike from a local artist called Quang. I think his name is, if I'm pronouncing it right. In the streets yesterday, I actually passed his gallery and saw some of his amazing work. So I know that she has a special painted bike. I have not seen her on this one before. I don't know if it's a new one, if it's a spare bike, extra or whatever. But, for some reason, that might be a thing. Maybe it's a new bike and maybe it's not exactly the same feeling as the one she's been riding recently.
It could be that it's fitted slightly different.
Yeah.
That's why she has that. We get that feeling that she's not quite comfortable, right? When we're looking at it, and of course it can also be that her legs are hurting and her mind is not quite there. A lot of different aspects that might actually play into it. But if you say it's a different frame at least, then there's always a risk that she's testing something and it's not quite going the way she was hoping. But at least it's better for her to know it now than testing it in Roth.
Exactly. I mean, we saw her moving on the bike a few times. When we saw the others, they're not moving. So yeah, it's small details, but maybe it's a sign of what's to come. We hope not. Like you said, she's gonna be there. When she gets in here and sees the crowd waiting for her, defending champion, she's solid. She knows how to get through patches in the race if she's. And this is going now. This is absolutely going. For sure it is. I'm looking forward to the next time split to see if she has gained, if she's maintaining the distance, or if she's losing. It's going to be very, very interesting. I think the 70k mark split that we are going to have is going to be key.
Yeah, that will bring us some kind of indication of what we can expect and how they're feeling on the day.
She's getting the energy now from her drinking bottle, putting it into the front. Now that's another thing, that when you have like an aero bottle that she has in the frame, and she has the ones where she can drink straight from a straw in the front, all she needs to do is these 15 seconds we saw now out of the aero position, fill up the bottle in the front and back into the position. So she's just highly professional. She knows what to do. She's doing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really any chance of getting out of the aero bars in other sections of this course. It's just head down and staying as small as you can with your body. There might be a few turns along the course that requires you to hold on to the grips, but apart from that, it's just aero the whole way, and especially with that slight headwind that we've been talking about, you need to stay down there, otherwise you're going to be losing too much.
And that's what I mean, is that I know that's one of the strengths of Michelle, is that she can do that. She can just go in that position, she has aero position, and she can work. Now with the last 30k, if somebody like Maya or Catherine, they're going to start moving around because maybe it's what I call a too optimistic position. You can keep it, but you can't really fully keep it for all the distance. That's going to bring you in trouble. It's going to lock your back up a little bit. It's going to tie your hamstrings a little for the run. Now Michelle doesn't have that problem. She can keep these positions. We have seen it and we know that.
would she be now in the same position as she would in a full Ironman, or does she have a different 70.3 half distance position?
I would say the same. I don't know it. When we worked, I was also a bike fitter, so at that time we had the same position. It was one of her strengths that she could actually keep this position. Then you can say that, well, was that one of the reasons why on half Ironman races where they technical rolling hills with a lot of like top end power that she did not always perform in this? Yeah, I would say so. You can put a position on the bike that opens you more up and lets you like push more watts and more power, but it's not at all as aero. And we've seen examples in Kona of women doing very well in half Ironman races and also in Ironman, coming over in Kona where you're sitting, you know it, the last 30-40k headwind just coming in the heat. If your position is not aero, it's not a place to be.
No, and that's one of the things that we see with many age group athletes is that they get fitted for a position that they can hold for a couple of hours, and they say, oh, this is really fast and I'm feeling good and everything.
Yeah.
But in an Ironman, if the last hour you need to get out and they end up sitting up for the last hour on Queen K in a headwind, then you lose everything.
Yeah.
So then you might or you're better off opting for a position that's a little bit less aggressive that you can actually maintain for the majority of the ride. And speaking of Kona, Michelle had a fantastic performance there last year, finishing 4th. We also have Camilla Petersen representing Denmark up there in the top tier. She was 8th, and Michelle clearly beating her on the day. Do you think Michelle has more potential? Does she have what it takes to eventually make it to the podium?
Well, last year she was very close. So, to be honest, yeah, I think so. I truly think so. And she proved it last year. And she believes in it. Yeah, she can do it. I think we're gonna get Emma. Emma is gonna meet us now. She's at the finish line.
Good morning, welcome to Challenge Denmark. I'm here on the finish line and we are getting really, really excited. We've got athletes out on the bike and we're expecting them very, very shortly to come into transition. But before we do, why not join us on the finish line? I'm going to show you around a little bit. This is our finish line arch. Our athletes are striving for this goal. This is the goal. As you can see, they've got the timing clock just underneath. This is being timed live, so as you're on the live feed from our guys here at Maelstrom, you can follow the time that our athletes are doing. What normally happens is our athletes coming from the run right down this red carpet. Later on this afternoon, it will be absolutely packed with spectators. They'll be cheering and throwing their arms around, and Torbjorn and I will be here. We'll be dancing, there'll be music, the kids will be everywhere. It will be absolutely magic. So stay with this live feed. This is where the party's at, and in a few minutes time, we'll take you down to transition and I'll show you around there. So now, we're going to watch some highlights of the race. So back to the studio.
we are back here with the boys out on the bike. It has been Henrik Hillelund leading from the beginning of the bike ride. He got out of the swim in second place and just took charge.
Oh, and we have... Do we have Hylelund on 70? Yeah. We have Hylelund on 70k marker. And we have Dreitz 40 seconds behind at the 70k marker now. So I'm very interested to see where our dear Thomas Strange has... If he's...
And also Will Clark.
Oh, yes. It's heating up now. Now with Dreitz 40 seconds behind Henrik Hylelund. I mean, Dreitz has kept an amazing pace.
He is still well above 44k average so far, and we do have this slight headwind.
Yeah. Oh,
Michelle Vesterby still riding in second place. We will get the girls up to that 70k mark in some minutes, but at first we will have several more guys coming through. Here we see Henrik out of the saddle. Is that a small incline?
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is the female leader. So, and hopefully soon we'll get some new pictures of the race leaders.
Now we see Katrine there, and she's just in the position. Every time we've seen her, she's been in that position.
Yeah,
So
she's going for it, and she told us in advance that she was going to get a big lead on the bike, as big as it could possibly get, because she knows that Michelle is going to run faster than her, Maya is going to run a lot faster than her, and she needs that gap. And so far she's done everything right, and we'll know more when they pass the 70k mark how it all looks.
really looking forward to see Will Clark at the 70k point, Thomas Strange at the 70k point.
We don't have them past there yet, so they must have lost a little bit more time than we saw the last time. And obviously, we were talking about earlier what was going to happen when Andy actually came past Will and Thomas. Were they going to try and hang on, or would they just let him pass? He was really fast. We see now Thomas Strange has lost as much as 3 minutes and 24 seconds now on Henrik, meaning just under 3 minutes on Andrea. So he has dropped back quite a bit since we saw them the last time, Frank. And Will Clark has not even passed there yet. So it appears that the two guys that we were expecting beforehand to dominate the bike ride, they have really put themselves in a position where they are going to be the hunted guys out on the run. They will be putting down their bikes in a good lead of... Now we're looking at maybe 4 or 5 minutes to the next guys, and how long is that going to take them?
This is what we talked, that what is the tactics? What's the race tactics? We see a perfect, clean race. It is more than 20-meter drafting zone. It's 200-meter drafting zone. That's just who is strong on the bike, who can keep the position in the headwind. And we see the two guys living up to the reputations. Powerhouses by far.
Very similar guys in form of their body build, even the haircut is the same. They are maybe a little bit shorter guys than at least we see both Philip Ospeley, Will Clark, Thomas Strange. They're tall guys. These are slightly shorter, but they are buff. They're strong. They've got big quads, probably bigger biceps as well. They just love that time trialing, and they can put some watts in there. And if it's windy, and I see actually the wind picking up a little bit here. We can see the flags here around Lalandia and Legoland. They're actually standing there nicely now. So we do have a bit of a wind on the guys.
Yeah.
And I just saw Camilla Peterson passing by here. Hi, Camilla. She's out watching and cheering on the other athletes as they will be coming here into T2 in maybe half an hour's time, we'll have the lead guys here, and I can't wait to see them coming out on the run. See if they're even if they still got something left in the tank.
Yeah, now we see Dries, and it's gonna be, if Dries is actually gonna come up to Hylelund, what is it gonna do with Henrik? What's gonna happen with Henrik if Dries catches him? Because, you know, was Henrik on an all-in? Like, was he like really on, I'm just gonna go for it, I'm gonna try and win today? What happens then if he sees Dries? Because he knows Dries is a better runner than him normally. Dries can run a 1:15 half marathon. We know that. Can he do it today? Yeah, I think so. I think Dries can run 1:15 today. Can Henrik do that? No. So what's going to happen in the mind of Henrik if Dries catches him or he sees him close on the run? Is he going to stay focused? Is he going to stay positive about, okay, well, it's still a half marathon to run? Or is he going to go, he went the first place, you know, like... It's now the mental games, they start being played. We see Dries, and he does not have Hylelund in the side, so... But he knows how to pace a race, this guy, yeah?
He does, and it's really important to think about that mindset. Henrik Hylelund, he will have the ideal game plan for him would be to come off his bike with a solid lead over Andy. Now he's probably not going to have that, if any lead at all. And then does he go for second? Is that his mindset? Is he immediately going to say, I won't win, so I'll try and stay in front of the guys behind, let Andy run off, find my own pace, and hopefully not be caught? Or can I change my mindset to say, okay, history tells me I'm not going to run with this guy, but hey, there's going to be a first for everything, and actually put his, lower parts on the line and go out and say, I will try and run with him, and can I stay with him? I can possibly outrun him.
Yeah, it's a mind game now. It's going to be a mind game because Will is going to come in. Will Clark is going to come in. We know that he's a fantastic runner. If Philip Osprey is out of the game, he will be the best runner coming in. Is he going to come in and go like, no, I'm going to chase them down? Or did he expect to be closer? If you expected to be closer, how would you deal with it, Rasmus? You've been in these situations like countless times.
And I've had races where I've come off the bike a little bit further behind. I've felt my running legs, and I've just said, I'll go out and kill them. It doesn't matter how far it is. I'm just going to run until I catch them, and when I catch them, I'm going to take off. Sometimes you have those days, and if Will or Philip has that, they will chase them down. These guys, they can run a 1:11, 1:12 on the day, and they can catch up a lot. If Andy, of course he can run 1:14, 1:15 on his good days, but hey, he might not have one of those good days. He might be a 1:17 guy, and then suddenly it can become close.
Yeah.
And they need to keep that mindset. Say, hey, there is a chance. There's always a chance.
But it's a stupid question to ask you, because you could swim, you could bike, and you could run. You had all. You had the full package. I mean, like, what would you do if like when you would come and you would have not had the bike you would expect it? Let's say Thomas Stange, actually, he's a good biker. Do you think Thomas would have the hopes that I'm gonna stay within 2 minutes of Dries and Hylelund? Do you think he would? How is he gonna deal with that if he has 4 minutes?
Yeah, I mean that's probably one of his thoughts, that he was going to keep them at a leash, and he say, within 2 minutes then I have a chance. Now it might be 4 minutes, and then does he think I don't have a chance, or can he actually reframe and say I still have a chance? Let's go over to Emma and see what she has to say down at the finish line.
Hey, good morning. So brilliant sign, love it. Who are you here to support?
That's my sister, Camilla.
Camilla. Okay, and which race is she taking part in?
The half one.
Okay, and has she raced before?
Yeah, she did the one in Aarhus, Challenge Denmark in Aarhus.
Awesome. Okay, and how did she get on?
She did all right, but it's kind of tough with the weather and stuff. So hopefully she's gonna do a lot better today.
Yeah, for sure. And hey, a beautiful day here. So how long did it take you to make your sign?
That's from last year as well. So it's going on, but it's not that long. I think that was my dad who made it.
Well, it's pretty awesome. We're going to really look forward to seeing you on the finish line. Hey, why don't you give a message to your sister?
Hey, Camilla, I really hope you're doing good. I believe in you. You're the toughest one I know. Good luck.
That's Challenge family love right there. Thanks very much. We're going to hand you back to the studio right now. Thank you. Hey everyone, I'm here now with the race director of Challenge Turku from Finland, Heikki Jätinen. How are you doing?
Fantastic. How about you, Emma?
Oh mate, this is so cool. Challenge Nordic is rocking. Look at this technology. We're live broadcasting to the world. How do you feel about Challenge Denmark?
Well, actually, we have been really impressive about everything we have seen so far. We came here to a little bit spy. You know, we have our own event coming in exactly 2 months in Turku, Finland. It's the first inaugural challenge race ever in Finland. So there's been a lot to learn here, and so we have been very impressed everything we've seen.
Awesome. And we've also got another member of our Challenge family, Jeffrey Wiese from Challenge Almere Amsterdam. Did you see him in the swim? Oh my gosh, he was out there with the pros.
Yeah, I definitely witnessed that. That's impressive, yeah.
And What, Heikki, do you think you can take from being part of Challenge Nordic? What is it that makes Challenge Nordic so special for you as an event director?
Well, I think, there's a kind of a long history for the Nordic countries cooperating all kinds of fields. Actually, back in the history, the cooperation was a little bit different thing when the king came from Denmark to Sweden and Swedish king to Finland. They have different forms of cooperation, but nowadays, it's a great strength for us. I think we share same style of doing things, and and I think also from the competitors' point of view, you can find very different races in a pretty close distances from each other. All the Nordic races have their own particular atmosphere, very how would I say, characteristic for each country. Yeah. So I think it's a cool thing, and we're just started, so we're very much looking forward this season and next season in particular.
Yeah, and we're actually live to the world online streaming via challengedenmark.dk. If people want to take part in Challenge Turku in Finland, how can they get involved?
Well, the easiest way, of course, is just to come and check the Challenge family site. Find Turku race. TURKU is the name of the town for those who doesn't know it, or then just go to the challengeturku.com website and go there. And of course, you can follow us on Facebook as well and see what's going on. And in 2 months, we're gonna rock there. There's going to be a few races in between, though.
Well, Heikki, thank you so much for being part of this, and thanks for joining us at Challenge Denmark with your Challenge family. And we will see you, pal, in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Emma, and see you all there.
Thank you. Right.
And this is our studio as we saw it here from above, from the camera located on the rooftop of Lalandia Aquadome here in Billund, Denmark. Very close to the iconic Legoland theme park, and an ideal place to have a race. It's not only for the athletes but also for everybody who is around the athletes.
Yeah, like it's when you say Challenge Family, which is the brand name, there's no better place. I mean, you can bring your kids, you can just and the athletes, they get a little bit funny up to the race and like that. You would know that. So it's the family goes to the Aquadome. They can go to Legoland like that, and the woman or the man can prepare for the race. Or if they're both racing, well, bring a friend to take care of the kids on race day. It's really living up to the Challenge Family name in that way. Perfect, absolutely.
Yeah, and then ideal conditions for the race today, and we're still waiting for the women to pass the 70k mark. We have most of the guys through there now, and Henrik Hillerlund in the lead, 40 seconds ahead of Andy Dreitz. We're expecting them to be more or less together once we see them here in T2 in not too long. And then we have Thomas Strange 3.5 minutes back, and 5 minutes and a bit behind them were Will Clark, Sean Donnelly, and Philippe Ospali. And these are probably the guys that we are going to see making it out for the podium in today's race. In the women's race, we have Catherine Jameson in the lead. We have Michelle Vesterby second and Maja Stay Nielsen in third. We assume it's still like that when we get them past at the 70k mark. We've seen some footage from them out on the course, and they're definitely not together, but we are not quite sure how far apart they are.
What we've seen today with the guys is that pacing is key today because it's a headwind. The 20-meter drafting rules is perfect. It's working. It's a pure clean race, and we saw that Dreitz and Hylelund are pacing it. Thomas Strange, young, falling a little bit back. So the experience with pacing is maybe coming into play, and I want to see that on the girls. I want to see if Maya has her pacing in place today, because she was catching up a little bit. So it's going to be very interesting to see the 70k mark on the women's race.
Yeah, hopefully she didn't blow all her energy on the first 20k in order to sort of tighten that gap up. But we love to see them when they finally get through the 70k mark.
Well, you have your family here. I saw them passing here. I mean, you are a 3-kid dad, so I mean, do they like it? They enjoy their time here, because you've been busy. I mean,
yeah, I've been busy doing all the media stuff. Yesterday we were at Legoland most of the day, and I had to make a few walks back here to to prepare for today. But no, certainly we're enjoying it a lot, and it's a brilliant place. Also Lalandia, it's a lot of fun, and for the whole family. I've got a little almost 2-year-old son now, as well as my older daughters, and he was absolutely loving it in there.
So you don't feel so guilty taking them to another race place?
No, this is certainly one of the places that I would have loved to take them if I'd been racing as well, because I would have known that they were in good hands, so to speak. They had other things to do, because it can be stressful being the athlete and still having the family to take care of. You can easily feel guilty if you need to sort of shut them off, and that's what you need to do. If at least if you're a pro athlete and this is your job, you need to perform, you need to do well, and part of that is also getting into your own little mental bubble and do your own preparation. And it's not something that everybody can relate to, and it took my wife years to understand and get to some kind of acceptance of my becoming a different person, so to speak, when I entered this bubble. And to my defense, I also found out that it was actually something that I needed to do in order to perform well. If I didn't get into that bubble, if I didn't become a little bit strange and sometimes maybe annoying to the people around me, then I was not going to perform.
I worked, and actually the last year of your long distance career, I worked a lot with Craig. You raced him many times with Craig Alexander, and I saw a little bit similances, because he had 2 kids and you had 2 kids, and then he got a third, and now you got a third. But he got a third when he was still like trying to win another Kona, and I was working very close. I mean, like next door, and so sometimes when I saw you and those who were actually really having the family with children in when they were full on racing, it was, I've been sitting times with his wife, looking her straight in the eye and saying, "Are you okay?" And she would go like, "Yeah, because on Monday he's mine again." Like almost like, I know now it's race week, it's a little bit a different person. It's not my normal husband, father to kids that's around me, and I know that, and I know it's gonna get good again, like almost like that, huh?
Yeah, and I mean, Craig and his family, they've actually always been sort of role models to me and to my family. We actually met them back in, when could that have been? 2007, I think it was. We were in in Boulder, in the States. Our whole family, 2 very little girls at that time. I think they were like 6 months and 2 years old. My 2 girls, and I can't remember if he had 1 or 2 kids at that point. But we saw them, and we had lunch with them, and the girls were in the swimming pool together. It was a lot of fun, and they seemed to have cracked it already then, while we were still having trouble working out how to get this family thing working. And I've been amazed and looked up to the fact a lot that they were actually able to travel together most of the time. And I know, of course, under the surface they must have had all their good times and bad as well, but to me it didn't work out too well having my family around at the most important races, because I needed to get rid of that disturbance as it becomes to most people.
Yeah.
But let's see how the guys out there today are doing with or without children. We know Henrik Hillerlund has his...
we just got in the family ambience here with Lalandia and Legoland and everything.
But there's actually a race going on.
There's a race going
Henrik
on.
Hillerlund.
And Hillerlund being a father, having a less good season last year because he was a new father. And this year, second year being a father, back into action.
Yes, he probably needed that 2015 to sort of settle in with this family situation. He didn't find that easy at all. He told me, I remember last summer, that it was difficult finding the right way to do it. It was difficult, leaving them behind. It was difficult, getting disturbed sleep at night, and then he would maybe, not be professional enough to go out and do the morning training, pushing it until later in the day, and not quite finding that rhythm. But
he's sure back into business now, and he is passing the age groupers from the long distance, and it must be disturbing having a silent motorbike passing you like that. I mean, this is he's just flying still. And like we talked in the beginning of the race, let's see who can keep the position, and he's keeping it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no looking back for him. Although, at some point, I think Andy Dreitz will be coming up there to get within eyesight.
Now we have some splits on the women, I think. Could that be at the 70?
No, it's still the old times from 28.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for the girls to pass at the 70k mark.
Yeah. Let me ask you something, Rasmus. What do you think that a person what do you think Thomas Stange, what do you think he's capable of running on a good day?
I mean, I would expect him to be sort of in that range of Andy Dreitz on most days, like say a 114, 115. He certainly has the potential to run quicker than that eventually. But today will be a hard bike for him. He's been on his own the whole way, and of course you can run quicker if you're in a group of 4, 5, 6 people alternating in front, maybe with a 10-meter rule. Today is tough conditions in that respect. You have to do everything by yourself, and that should take the edge off your run, no matter who you are.
Yeah.
So I say if he can run a 114, 115 today, he should be happy. And then the question is, can that get him to catch one of the two guys in front?
Or can he keep Will Clark away?
That is the question. And Philippe Ospeli.
You still got money on him.
I wouldn't rule Philippe Ospeli out of this. These are the two guys that were...
He must have beaten you. So at a certain time in career, he must have outrun you by far.
Oh, yeah. Maybe not by far, but he has a strong track record in the ITU racing. Philippe Ospeli has been actually quite similar to what my own results were. He's been European champion. He's won, I think, 3 World Cup races. This was back before they got the World Series.
Yeah.
And he's he's been on the podium with me several times in this kind of racing. And also Will Clark, he was still racing ITU when it became the World Series, and he has a second place from Hamburg, I think, back in 2011. He's run sub 30 for the final 10K. I mean, he's a tremendous runner. Just having represented Great Britain at the Olympics, at Commonwealth Games, at the World Series for several years. He's then you have to be a strong runner. He may not be a Brownlee, but he is one of the guys not too far behind.
And you know what? I think Henrik Hylelund is putting down the hammer. I think Henrik Hylelund is... I'm going to go for it. This looks amazing what he's doing at the moment. He keeps to impress me. He just...
Yeah, I mean, we still haven't seen Andy Drides catching up from behind, and now it's been quite a while since they passed that 70k mark. He was 40 seconds behind. He would only need to gain another 20 seconds, then we should be able to see him.
Yeah, and we can't.
No.
So let's see if the Hyle hammer got put at the end of the bike race. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, now while we're waiting for the guys to come here into T2, let's head on down to Emma at the finish line.
Okay, here we go. So welcome to Live TV Land. We are filming live from the film studio corner. This is our outside broadcast van. In the big van there, you'll see lots of different screens which have all the information as to what we're filming. And in there, the director and producer are choosing the shots from all of our different cameras on location. It's quite exciting because we're on the back of a John Deere pickup. So we might have a little bit of a bump just here as we go over the speed hump, but we're actually going to take you out now on a little tour, so look out for the blooper. I'm going to do a Bridget Jones now and jump out and put the code in, just so bear with me a second. Back to that. Okay, there's the code. I've got to jump back in the John Deere. Hold on. I'm up. Athletic prowess at its best. Right, we're going to take you on a little tour. Safety first. Torbjørn is there, my co-presenter for the live show. Torbjørn, as you probably know, is a rather well-known Danish triathlete who had to retire due to a heart problem a few years ago, but he's making a career now part-time in announcing races. So welcome to behind the scenes at Challenge Denmark. Here is our live studio, and as we approach, you will see our lovely... We're going to go to transmission now, but as you can see, there's the studio, and we're going to take you back to Frank and Rasmus right now.
We're going to stop here. Can we stop here?
Ja. Ja, bare hive alle 4 ud af. Og så lige sætte headset i.
Okay, and here is the female leader, Catherine Jameson, still heading onto that 70k mark. We are really anxious to see how she's developed her ride. She has been looking so strong the whole time, just keeping her position, keeping that steady, fast pace. But how are Michelle Vesterby and Maya Stayer doing behind her?
For some reason,
looking at the finish area. I think this is the part of the run course. This is where they are going to run into the... Oh, this is coming into T2.
Yeah. Well, let's see her make a clean pass on these guys, because she's done so well so far, and she's just going great. Solid.
And passing one of the age group guys from the long distance.
Yeah.
You can clearly see the difference in style and also in pace.
Yeah.
For that long distance, we still have Chris Fisher in the lead. He's just made it past the 135k mark. And the last time we saw them, he was 3.5 minutes in front of Anders Christensen, 4 minutes ahead of David Nesvik, then with Peter Seidel in 4th place.
And we actually have Hylelund going out of T2 now. So he's out on the run. And let's see when we have Dreitz.
Dreitz is 38 seconds behind as they head into transition. So let's see how they're looking once they get out on the bike. I can't wait to see how those running legs are looking. And their eyes, what's in their eyes? Here is Andy heading out. This certainly looks more like an Ironman than an ITU race.
Yeah, I think he was putting something in his back pocket.
Let's hope that this is not symptomatic for how he's going to be running for the next 21K, because we need him to really run fast if he wants to beat Henrik Hylelund.
And Catherine Jameson, let's see if we have a 70K mark on her soon.
We don't, and it's kind of strange because she should have passed that long time ago.
Yeah, I think so.
They did start at the same time as the men did, so she shouldn't be 23K behind the male leader at this point. I'm sure that she has passed already, as would Michelle and Maya probably also.
Yeah. Oh, I like her biking still. She's just very still, just moving the legs, just hasn't lost cadence, anything. It's just, it looks like the first 10K.
It does, yeah. The only thing that we don't absolutely approve of is her helmet position.
Yeah.
That she should get that tail lower down in order to optimize the airflow. But apart from that, she's looking really good and really strong out on the bike. And I'm anxious to see how much time she's put on Michelle and Maya.
Exactly. I mean, I love it when people are bold and actually are very honest about the race strategy and saying, like, this is not so difficult. They're better runners than me. I'm a good swimmer. I'm a good biker. I'm going to go for it. But I do need this amount of time. I'm going to go for that. And she's doing that. It's just like backing up what she said in the morning, and it's beautiful.
Here she's actually out of the arrow, but there she comes back again.
Yeah.
You cannot get out of that arrow position too much. So there's a little turn coming up.
Yeah.
As we say, she doesn't know the course too well.
No.
But that was a pretty tight corner as well. So
yeah,
I think everybody would be getting out of the arrow for a few seconds there.
Yeah. And she's straight back into the arrow. So I mean, she's comfortable with it. She's fine, absolutely. Yeah. What do you think she needs, Rasmus? She needs 5 minutes, huh?
I'd say she needs 5 minutes on Maya.
Yeah.
The way we've been seeing Michelle ride today, not looking, maybe absolutely steady and in her best position on the bike. She may not need so much on her, is my assessment. But then again, things can evolve, and of course we don't know how much Catherine has got left in the tank. Maybe she's just thinking, let me get to the end of that bike, and then I'll have to survive from then on. Yeah. If that's the case, you might need more.
Yeah. I just like the way Hylelund, he just went at it. Like really, really like, okay, 20K left, I'm going. Just kept building the pace almost. This is I think it's the way she needs to do now. She needs to keep going now. She's out of the bike. It's a little bit going uphill here. She takes that chance to get out of the saddle, just straight. That would be Thomas Strange coming in. We can see it's the specialized bike. It's Strange.
He has lost almost 6 minutes now on Henrik Hylelund. So he's lost another 2 minutes and a bit since we saw them at 70K. So they have gone so fast in front.
Yeah.
He's still done well though.
And now he needs to reschedule his focus. Huh? Now he needs to go, I'm running for third now. I'm trying to get third. I'm not trying to win anymore, is he? I mean, he needs to reschedule his.
Yeah. I mean that's the sensible thing to do right now. That's I mean, of course, one of the two guys in front could completely die out there and lose too much. But I doubt that both guys in front will blow up like that and let go, of 6 minutes head start. So his focus should be behind now. We've got two really fast runners, Philip Ospoli and Will Clark, coming in shortly, and he has a good chance of beating those guys. I wouldn't be sure that both of them can put in a very, very fast run. Maybe they have sort of lost a little bit of motivation from being that far behind the leaders, but he's in a position there between two really strong runners behind two super strong bikers in front, and it can go both ways. He can, as I said, I doubt that he catches both of them. He can become anywhere between second and fifth as it looks now.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to see this Sean Donnelly also.
Yeah, he's surprised us so far. We don't know too much about him. He doesn't really have any great wins behind him. But if he can ride with Will Clark and Philip Ospoli, who knows what he can do on the run?
Yeah. And now Thomas just needs to get into the rhythm, find his pace, get a little bit of energy. Hopefully he did it on the end of the bike. But he needs to get the legs going now.
Yeah, and he's out on the run now, and we've just got that little trio now of Philip, Will, and Sean into T2. They're a good 8 minutes behind the leaders, and that means 2.5 minutes behind Thomas Strange, and that's an interesting distance. That 2.5 minutes, that's not at all out of the question for Philip and Will to gain that on Thomas Strange. So Thomas will have to keep one foot in front of the other and keep himself sharp. And those two guys, they will just go out and hammer it like this was a 10K.
And they're going to be shoulder to shoulder. That's going to give an advantage for them, Rasmus? You know that.
Oh yeah, it certainly does. And they have a joint goal now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing fun in getting fourth and fifth. They will want to get on that podium, and they know that Thomas Strange is not too far ahead, and he's their entry ticket into the podium.
Yeah.
Once they get him, they can sprint for third place, unless they can gain 8 minutes on Henrik Hylelund or Indy Drives in front. It's not likely, but it's not completely out of the question.
So we got it's a 2 minute and 15 seconds we're talking about.
2 minutes and 15 seconds, that can be easily into it. Here was Will Clark coming out of T2.
That must be Sean Donnelly.
It looked like him, yeah.
And where's Philip?
Normally I'd say Philip was out there already.
Yeah.
That's one of the things with the guys that have an ITU pass. They don't usually spend too much time in transition.
They don't hang around.
No, they don't.
Oh, this is a full race on now. Who of the Uber bikers in the front can stay up there? Is Dice gonna make the pass? On a normal day, he would pass Hylelund, eh?
Thomas Strange.
No, Andreas.
Andreas Reitz, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be the normal outcome of this, but
you never know.
You never know.
No.
And we've got some other star quality in the finish area here. We've got Camilla Peterson down here now with Emma. Over to you, Emma.
So yeah, I'm here with Camilla Peterson, and she's joining us here at Challenge Denmark. Camilla, it's great to see you. What brings you down to Challenge Denmark?
Well, it's in Denmark, so it's kind of my hometown, home country. So it's really nice that we actually have some events. Of course, I would like to be here to compete and do the race because I love competitions. But we had some little problems with a broken collarbone and stuff like that. So we're still doing some rehab training.
Okay, and tell us a little bit more about that. You were in Mallorca, ready to race, and the next thing we saw on Facebook was, I guess I'm not racing anymore. What happened?
I was doing the course, and then I went down on a downhill, and there was a hole in the roads that they haven't marked, and I hit it with the front wheel, and the front wheel cracked 7 places. So it's a little bit hard to control the bike, but I tried, even though I fell down on the bar and stuff like that. But it caused a little crash on the bike and a broken collarbone and just some scratches and stuff. So.
Okay, well, it's great to see you back in one piece, and we've been following you on social media, of course, to see how you're progressing. But you're back on the bike and running, and now swimming.
Yeah, I started swimming this week, and you will be a little bit uncomfortable, because it's like you have a metal plate in and 6 big screws in. So you're like, can I move my arms like I should? Because I could do everything else, like I could strength train again and core stability. So, but it actually went okay with the swim. But it's like step by step now, and I need to still take it easy so I don't do too much in the beginning, but the biking and the running, and now I can swim. So
superb. And no doubt you'll be cheering on your fellow Danish pros. Any messages for them?
Just give it a shot and do the best, and just have fun. It's the most important thing, is to have fun and enjoy it.
Certainly. Well, on behalf of our friends there at Challenge Family, we wish you a very speedy recovery, and we look forward to seeing you racing very soon. Thanks, Camilla.
Thanks. And the fly.
We've got news out from the running course where the men are already finding into their rhythm. They just came by here, and we have already seen that pass happening. After 1.5K, it was down to 20 seconds, and now here where they come through in approximately 4 kilometers, we've got Andy Dreitz in the lead with Henrik Hyllerlund only 5 or 10 seconds behind him. So a clear indication of who is the better runner on the day of those two guys. But it's not over yet.
It is absolutely not over. I do believe Andreas is going to stay in front. He is just, he has just developed his run the last 2 years. He started out being a super biker with a weak run. Now it's almost becoming a full-on thing. I mean, 1:15 runs today bring you a long way when you have that kind of bike that he has.
But does he still have the same bike quality as he had 2 years ago?
Yeah, he absolutely. I mean, I hear rumors of numbers and like that. I don't get his power files, but I hear what he bikes on different things, and it's just like, oh, here we have all the family of ceramic speed coming past. So I mean, he does it again and again. I mean, 2 years ago in Mallorca, he put the whole group of bikers down by 9 minutes. And this year he did it again. So that he hasn't lost anything. He's just improving on his weak points, and I would not define his run as a weak point anymore, to be honest.
No, he has already actually gained a little bit of time also on Thomas Strange out by 1.5K.
Yeah.
So he's definitely looking towards the win now, Andy Dreitz. But let's see how it develops behind him. Philip Ospelé and Will Clark have already gained some time also on Thomas Strange, and I wouldn't be surprised within this first lap out of 3 on the run if we do have Philip and Will up there racing for the podium.
Very interesting race going on at the men's at the moment.
crown our Challenge Denmark champion. Live broadcast brought to you by Ceramic Speed, Racemakers and Maelstrom.
And we're back here in the studio with a new guest, which allows us, Frank, to get out of our arrow position for a little bit, or out of the seated position, if nothing else. We've got Allan Stele Olesen with us here today, one of the strong Danish pros. And Allan, so nice to see you here, but we would have even more loved to see you out on the course today. Why are you not racing?
Oh, I would have loved to. I mean, it's always a bit ambivalent watching from the sideline. You would love to be in the mix on a day like today, on a show like this. But I just came back from a 10 weeks training camp on Mallorca, and I have to prioritize my racing this summer. So I'll do most of the challenge races, and it'll be in Fredericia and in Iceland, Finland, most of the ones in Europe, hopefully. So.
Yeah, and a lot up here in the Nordic countries. It gives you a chance to get out and see some of our brother countries nearby. It must be exciting for you, coming out to see new places.
It sure is. It sure is. It's really nice to see the region growing new races.
Yeah, and talking about the race today, how would you have been able to place in it so far, do you think?
Oh, but I mean, there's no doubt that the guys are pushing really hard on the bike today. I mean, watching Henrik smashing Drides so far in the bike was a bit of a surprise, but I think also Andy had a bit of a bad swim maybe today. I was surprised to see him. He really improved a lot for the last races I've seen, so I was a bit surprised to watch him more than 30 seconds off the front group, to be honest.
Yes, but it made it more exciting for us to watch. I just saw Will Clark and Philip Ospeley come running by just down here, just together still. These two, they've had a tough day, a few minutes behind. Are you surprised that they lost so much time on the bike?
I mean, if you know and follow Drides and Hylelund, you'll know that they're a powerhouse from another world, and I would definitely put them in another position than the remaining pack. So I think it's what we could expect on a day like this.
Yes, and from this point, how do you see it evolve? Who's going to take it?
I mean, I really look forward to see how Strang is improving through the race, because he's really been putting down some fast run splits on the last races, despite being a little bit unlucky. So I hope for him that he'll have a blistering run, because some of the guys coming from behind is for sure fast runners. So he's got to hang on to it.
So we have, like at this moment, we have Philip and Osplay, and we have Will Clark, and they started out like sub 3:30 pace, whereas Thomas Strange, he started out like 3:45 pace. We are talking the first 1.5K, so we're just getting into the run, but still, it's 15 seconds. It's like you say, let's see if Thomas finds his leg and a good pace. What do you hope for Thomas for the run? Oh, we have. Well, this is Jameson coming in. We have the leading female coming into T1, and now it's going to be very interesting to see her finding her run feet, because she's going to be chased now. Let's see when this. She's going to make a quick T2 and then get out there, because she's gonna have Michelle Vesterby first coming in after her, and then Maya's there coming, and Maya, she can run, huh? So let's see how she looks when she comes out. If we get pictures of her coming out at T2, it would be very nice to see.
Yeah, unfortunately we didn't get any time splits for the girls at 70k, so we're not sure exactly how far behind the other girls are. She rode just below 37k average compared to the guys being at 43.
Yeah.
Is that really fast, Allan? Do you know enough of the girls to say?
I think for sure when the wind is like it is today, there's supposed to be a big difference for sure. But I think pushing 37 is decent on a day like this, for sure.
Yeah.
We just saw one more bike coming. I'm not sure if it was Michelle Vesterby coming in already. If so, then she has caught up on her.
But we would have some of the men still coming in.
Yeah.
I think it might have been George. Oh, Belcamo. No, that's still a while ago.
We got one more bike
No,
coming.
that was him. Yeah. That was George Belcamo out on the run. So he certainly won't play into it today.
Well, so back to our young talent, Thomas Strange, who's at the current. He's in third, but he's being chased by Philip Ospley, William Clark, and it looks like Cian Donnelly, who came in with them. He's a little bit off pace on the run. So we got two super runners going after him. What Thomas needs to pull out of the hat today to make it?
I mean, I think he has to make a decision soon, because either you try to hang on to the third or you start chasing to the front. I mean, both Hylle and Strange and Dreitz have been going alone all day, and they're taking heavy damage doing that. So that's probably why we see run splits that is a bit slower than Philip and Will Clark. So, most probably. So for sure they'll be coming from behind, and he has to start calculating now and decide what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think with the pace that we saw Clark and Ospeley running out, they're going for it. They're trying to catch Strange for sure, and see if any of the guys in front show any weakness. They'll be there. They went out like this was an ITU race, going at 320, 325 pace.
Yeah, they did.
Initially. If they can hold that, they're going to be gaining 20 seconds per K on the front guys, and then it's open.
Henrik Hyllelund has done this before. Like when he won in Copenhagen last year, he hammered the bike, he came in, and we knew that, okay, now he's going to try and run steady, not fast, steady. He had like 15, 17 minutes. And we see now on the screen that I think it's Will Clark that we have pictures of running. So, I mean, Henrik, he knows that, well, I should not try to go for any pace that I can't. I'm not suddenly on race day a magic runner, but I'm a good runner. I'm good enough to keep it together.
Yeah, I mean, if he plays his cards right, he shouldn't get worse than second today. But he could burn his matches by trying more than he's capable of.
That's my point. He's 7 minutes in front of William and Philip. I mean, if they have to catch 7 minutes and they run, let's say they run 1:12, Hylle has to run 1:19. He can do that. We think so, huh?
Yeah.
Michelle is coming into T2.
So she's 4 minutes and 20 seconds back on Catherine Jameson. That's an interesting difference. That can sort of go both ways, can it?
Exactly. That's exactly interesting.
It's not something that is absolutely undoable for her if she can find her running legs.
Yeah.
We don't quite know. From what we see now on the bike, she's had a decent bike, not any thing out of the ordinary, but not a bad bike. So if she gets a good run, and Catherine maybe has pushed it a little bit too hard, then 4 minutes is certainly doable.
But she's going for it. Look at her. She's flying through T2. She knows she has a shot at this. She knows that.
And she also knows that she's got Maya coming in not too far behind. And
one in the front, one in the back. It always helps.
Yeah. And there's no doubt that she does not want to be beaten by Maya. Let's make that absolutely clear.
We're clear.
Yeah, it's bad enough that there are a couple of internationally strong girls, Helle Fredriksson, Camilla Peterson, out there battling with Camilla over the half distance and over the Ironman. But she doesn't want to have another girl actually beating her. That's for sure. And if you can't win, then at least be the best Dane.
Yeah. So, Alan, what do you think about Thomas? You trained with him, and Rasmus mentored him and trained him in the beginning. What do you think he should do now? What would you do in that position?
I mean, I think he's in a difficult position now because they're coming fast from behind. And we saw last year up here that he sort of had a good time running with Dirk. I think it's nice to have someone to run with when you're not that experienced. So maybe he can get it into a positive mindset if the guys from behind catch up and save some energy for that and really go with it, because he for sure has another gear for running. He's showed that many times. So it's not game over if he gets caught, in my opinion.
No. What would your tactics be? I mean, you're a little bit like Thomas. Good, okay swimmer. He stayed in the pack. You could do that now. You're very strong on the bike, and you would have to go out there and be nervous about William and Philip coming from behind. What would you do? What would your game plan be?
I mean, for Thomas, I hope that he's still young and hungry and just go for it without thinking too much, because I think that's, to be honest, what sometimes makes the difference. If you start thinking too much and calculating, then it gets dangerous.
Yeah. So a little bit like let it loose and see what you have, and then.
For sure, I mean, he's probably been really tired after the bike. Who wouldn't be on a day riding 90 k's in this wind? So I think for sure he just has to pick up and find his run speed and really be ready for when the two guys are coming from behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here we got Maja Stage Nielsen coming into T2. Let's see what the time difference is when she crosses that mat.
She's 3:10 down on Michelle Vesterby, so 7:30 on Katrine Jameson. It's getting more and more interesting. Well, this is exactly time that makes it interesting. Let's go, Maja. Let's go. Let's see if she's up to it.
Yeah, I mean, can she catch 3 minutes on Michelle? She could. Can she catch 7 minutes on Katrine Jameson? It seems tough, but
well,
it's not impossible.
No.
So that women's race is definitely still open.
That is full on.
We'll see in a lap's time when they come past here again. See how they're doing.
Yeah. Alan, you trained with Maja and like that. What do you think she's capable of running now on a day like today, sitting alone in the wind on the bike?
I know that Maja has been working very hard on her swim and her bike, going to Florida training early on the year. So I think that she's really done her homework, focusing on the other two disciplines, making a less time deficit than she normally would put to a girl like Michelle. Yeah. So I think that she's happy where she is now. 3:10 to Michelle is not too much.
No, I think if we asked her yesterday about it, she would be happy with that position. Maybe the distance to Katrine Jameson is bigger than she would have hoped. I think they would have both, her and Michelle, hoped to be closer. But I think she's in a good position as well. We can see the men now that Will Clark has pulled away by 12 seconds on Philippe Ospali, and it's only about 30 seconds back on Thomas. So looks like we're going to see Thomas being caught pretty soon, and then the question is whether he will try and hang on to Will's feet. Also, Andy Dreitz in front is running really well. He's almost keeping the pace of Will and Philip, as it looks. Doesn't appear to be slowing down. And
I mean, Andreas Dreitz, I mean, you were there, you saw it, Alan was racing in Mallorca. I mean, Andreas Dreitz, he went in, and it was terrible weather, absolutely terrible weather. Rain, cold on the mountain, a descent where your muscles, and he's a muscleful guy. He would really be cooled down, and he ran a 1:15. I mean, he doesn't have run as a weakness anymore, absolutely not.
No, he really found another gear for this season, it seems. I was a bit surprised by his swim today, because this season he's been showing a lot of progress on the swim, and he's really dangerous when he's only within 30-40 seconds of the front pack. So, I mean, for sure he's also capable of running 1:15. He's done that many times now.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about the 20-meter rule as opposed to a 10-meter rule.
I mean, I think it's a brilliant initiative, and for sure the guys like Hylund and Dreitz will appreciate it, and it's the only fair way in my opinion. So I love it.
Yeah, and did it make a difference today, you think?
I think for sure when it's that windy and it's a pretty brutal bike course when from that direction. So for sure it'll have a big impact.
Yeah, some of the other guys would have probably had more benefit of the others.
Yeah, I mean, we still had a pretty big pack coming out of the water. So with 12 meter, they would have stayed together for a longer time. So.
Yeah.
No, I think it makes a big difference. We saw Philip Osplay, William Clark, and Søren Conley coming in together. I mean, like clocking times with 2 seconds difference here. I feel good watching the race, knowing that, well, there was 3 guys out there, but there was a 20-meter drafting rule on it, you know. So seeing Hylelund alone, Dreitz alone all the time, even getting 3 guys into the T2 at the same time, I'm sure that out there it has been a fair race, because 20 meters is just so much. It's a comfortable thing, being a spectator of the race and wanting a fair race. I think it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Do you think, Ellen, you still have a benefit of being 20 meters apart?
I think when you go the speed of the guys today, yes, you still have. But of course, when they're only riding 2 or 3 guys, it's not that massive than when you see in the Middle East when you have 10, 20 guys riding together. So
I think, to be honest, when it becomes 20 meters, I think it becomes a dangerous drafting zone, meaning that you do not get any, like, if you measure it physically, there's nothing in it, and you're just there for pacing. And like, it would be an advantage for somebody like you, Alan, because you're a fantastic bike rider. You could actually destroy other people's run by, you know, just pushing it a little further and a little further, and people just staying within the line without being able to. But they stay in the pack because, well, this is where we are now. Yeah. So, no, so yeah, very valid. Very nice to have you here, Alan, because you know how it is to race against these Uber bikers, because you are one. So,
and best of luck with the coming races. We look forward to seeing some more Danish talent out on the podium at the challenge races in Northern Europe. So thanks a lot for joining us today.
thanks for having me.
It's good.
And we now have
well and truly underway, and what a race we've got. All our athletes now heading towards the finish line, where we will crown our Challenge Denmark champion. Live broadcast brought to you by Ceramic Speed, Racemakers and Maelstrom.
Yes, 100% it's her. Come on, Kat!
We've got Catherine Jameson, our race leader from the UK, leading right from the front from the swim. She is 100% focused and she wants this so much. She's leading Michelle Vesterby by some minutes now and she is completely in the zone. She's in the hurt locker, but she's got everything to play for to win this. We're going to keep you going all day long with this Challenge Denmark live broadcast. Don't forget, following live on challengedenmark.dk. If you look just behind us, this is our live studio where Rasmus Henning is there with Frank Jacobsen, giving us the full lowdown on the race from all of our live feeds. But right now, Catherine Jameson is out on the run, leading the defending champion Danish Michelle Vesterby by some minutes, it seems. So we're going to look out for her and Maja Steyer Nielsen, who are chasing. But right now, if Kat can hold her pace, it's a big ask because she's been pounding the bike. But if she can hold on, she will be our Challenge Denmark champion. But don't forget, there's 13.1k between her and the Finnish goal, so it is really all to play for. But right now, we'll go back to the studio and give you some more on the rest of the race.
Yes, and how is it evolving out there on the run? On the men's side, we've got Andy Dreitz running comfortably in the lead, and he does not seem to be slowing down. He's keeping a roughly 3 minutes and 20-second pace out there on the run for the first 8.5k, and that is a tremendous speed for him. He's already put 1.5 minutes into Henrik Hyllelund, who we saw pass by just behind us only a few seconds ago. Will Clark has taken over bronze position now from Thomas Strange. He caught him at the 7k mark, and already he seems to be 20 or 30 seconds in the lead. Thomas doesn't seem to be having those golden run legs that we were hoping for, that could put him in a podium position. But Will Clark, on the other hand, is gaining time on Henrik Hyllelund in front, and could be a potential threat for second place eventually. Philip Ospoli is closely behind Thomas Strange at this point and is likely to be passing him soon, but he doesn't keep quite the pace of Will Clark. So from what it looks like, it's Andy Dreitz, it's William Clark, and it's Philip Ospoli running the fastest, but Henrik Hyllelund is in a good position to maintain his second place if he only sets one foot in front of the other and doesn't get too carried away and try to sprint too early.
Yeah. And on the women's side, we just saw Catherine Jameson passing here, and my prediction is that we are going to have a Danish winner in this race. She is having a solid lead, but to be honest, she's already on the first part of the run in a too slow cadence for me. She's on the ground, she's landing, she's not keeping the pace of Maja Steyer and Michelle Vesterby, to be honest. I would not be surprised to see Maja Steyer going all the way. She's 7 minutes behind, but we have Michelle Vesterby passing the studio just at the moment, and it's a whole different cadence. I mean, the feet are moving much faster, and I predict her to catch up on Catherine. I would even say at the halfway. If Maja then can keep up on this, she started out 10-15 seconds faster per kilometer. That's not going to bring her to first place. But it is Catherine needs to find a faster rhythm at the moment. She really needs to dig in, but she needs to dig in faster.
Yeah, as it looks now, we could get a really interesting fight over the last 5k between these four girls. Maja is running 30 seconds faster per k than Catherine is, and that should actually
that's
get
10
her
minutes
up
on
there.
a half marathon. So that's 10 minutes on a half marathon. So
and we will see Maja passing just behind the studio here within the next couple of minutes, and we'll try to get a glimpse of her and see how her running form is looking, and if that is something we can really believe in. But it's close. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's very close, and it's the funny thing is that here behind the studio where we're watching, they're actually running on grass. Now running on grass, it gives you a very, very good picture of how light a person is on the feet. You know that from running. It's if you're on a track on concrete or like that, you get a little bit more easier this bouncing. But when you're on grass, you get punished if you're a little bit heavy and not having a high cadence. Huh?
Yeah, and also because it's an uneven surface. So if you're not stable enough, and if you're getting tired, then you start wobbling around and you can't really find your rhythm at all. And we should be able to tell that when they come by here.
Yeah.
Every weakness you have is just really substantiated when you run on grass or on really uneven surface.
Yeah.
But it's only a few hundred meters that you run on grass, coming both ways past transition. Then apart from that, this course is quite simple, quite easy.
That's William Clark. That is absolutely William Clark running, and he looks fabulous. He looks absolutely fabulous. And
here is Maya.
Yeah. Yeah, we are just pausing because we're looking, and we have to say good speed. She has a long stride. She takes long strides, Maya, and Michelle is a little more cadence worker. She goes dunk, duck, 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 duck. So, I mean, two different running styles. We're going to see who is the prevailing one. And Catherine having the lead, having worked so hard to get that solid lead. She's just going to see her seconds disappearing K for K, and she's gotta put her head down and really go for it now.
And it's a good position to be in, coming from behind, gaining time every time Maya is passing somebody, they will be giving her time splits up to Michelle and up to Catherine, and just that motivation that it gives you to be gaining and gaining and gaining just keeps you going. Then there's no giving up. Andy Dreitz has passed the 12.3k mark now, still keeping that 3:20 pace.
Yeah.
That is absolutely fabulous, and he doesn't look to be slowing down at all. It is a completely flat run course. It's on paved surface, most of it. Then there's a little sort of flat, nice, clean gravel on a lot of it. Much like you see in Roth, actually, where most of the run is just on this really fine gravel road alongside the canal. And it's something you can keep a good pace at, keep your rhythm. So it's a fast run course, and it's a little twisty and turny, but not in a way that it slows you down on the run. It's just it's just a nice place to run. You see new things, you see people all the time. So it should be good conditions for a fast run.
We also have, like, just to mention it, Caroline Hemmesen and Dana Wagner coming in. So Caroline Hemmesen was put down by 15 minutes on the bike, but only 7 minutes to Maja Stage. So a really solid performance from this girl. And then we had Dana Wagner coming in, but she's then again 18, almost 19 minutes off the pace. And we see here on the screen, we see a guy on a mission. I mean, they see. The funny thing is to see there's the red line, and that is the one they have painted to mark where the run course is. He's running on the line, Andreas Dreitz, and the cadence is he's just going. Here we go.
He's running at a very good speed for a guy who's not a natural runner. That's what you can see with a guy like that. That he's not Javier Gomez. He's not Craig Alexander. He's not some of the real natural brilliant runners that we've got in this sport. But he sure has picked up on that pace over the last couple of years, and he's now really a force to be reckoned with also on the run.
He has put like 2 minutes and 40 seconds on Henrik Hylelund since they started running, and he was behind him when they. So I mean, this is it's really is. But Henrik is doing a good effort. I mean, I can't see William Clark catching this Henrik Hylelund, not at this moment, because Henrik does what he does so well. He recognizes I'm not a natural runner. I can run at this pace, and at this pace I can keep going. That's what I'm gonna do. He's not trying to keep up with Andreas or anything like that. He's He's doing what he needs to do now. See what we got on the pictures out there now. You see a little bit of the gravel road that we have out there. Nice. Nice to get the chains. A little bit of grass, a little bit of gravel road, and then the rest of it hard surface to run on. And as you see, spectators everywhere out there now. The temperature, sunny, a little bit clouds drifting around. We got around 18, 20 degrees. Perfect for running, Rasmus.
It certainly is. The heat is not going to be a negative factor for you today. It's definitely warm enough that you're not getting cold.
Yeah.
Not that you would on the run usually, but out on the bike, if it's much colder, then at least somebody might, like myself, my hands would be getting really chilly. Maybe it would affect my muscles just a little bit, but these are fabulous conditions for racing. There is a bit of a wind. It's said earlier it was a light wind. Now it's moderate, I'd say. So of course they can feel that a little bit out on the run, but still good conditions for running real fast.
Yeah. So the next key points of the race is when the women are catching up to the 5K mark, and it's going to be very, very. I mean, I can't wait.
Well,
I want to see what's going on there.
I can reveal to you now that Michelle has also passed it now, only 2 minutes and 32 seconds behind Catherine Jameson. So, and this is only after 5K. She's already made up a minute and a half. So we should be looking at her catching up before the finish line.
Yeah,
for sure.
She's running around 15 seconds faster per kilometer. So in 4 minutes, it's another minute. In 4 kilometers, it's another minute. Within 10K at this pace, within the next 10K, she will catch her. That's at 15 kilometers. It can still go wrong for her. I mean, if she loses pace, it's going to be down to the wire. Huh?
It is. And then we have the third factor, Maya, coming from behind, and she will be looking at catching one or both of these girls.
Yeah. Michelle is running at 4 minute pace. That would mean that she does a 1:24 half marathon.
Yeah, and I mean that's not a brilliant run split, but it might be enough for today, and maybe she does have a little bit extra to switch on to. Let's go back to Emma to see how she's doing out there.
Hey there, so I'm here with the other half of the commentary team, Chilburn. How's it going?
It's going really well. It's a nice day. We've had a great morning out at Fulton Lake. Lots of spectators, tremendous atmosphere, the sun rising over the lake, and truly amazing atmosphere. We had the last swimmers out the water, people were there clapping for an hour, and great party.
It's amazing, and we really are going to get the party started here at Challenge Denmark, aren't we? You and me together, bouncing around on the finish line. From a racing point of view, you're a former pro athlete yourself. What do you think?
Well, it's an exciting race. Definitely have a strong men's field. Andreas Straits is really doing a great job. He's had a controlled bike, I think, reeling in some time on Henrik. And those two out in front are doing really well. Andreas is a couple of minutes ahead of Henrik, and there Henrik is another 6 minutes, I think, ahead of the next group of 3 guys. So those two are definitely the guys in the lead. I think it's something needs to happen if Andreas not taking it today. So it's definitely his for grabs. And then Henrik is fighting strong. He's had a hard season last year. This will be kind of a comeback for him, I think, placing second here with a strong run. We have 3 guys, Thomas Stranger, Philip Ospeley, and then also Will Clark, chasing from behind. They all 3 really good runners, and right now he's holding on to his lead. So he's keeping them at the same distance he had when they entered the run, and that is really, really good for his sake. Among the women, we have 3 girls out in front. Catherine Jameson is in the lead. Has about 3 or 4 minute lead on Michelle Vesterby, and then Maja Steen Nielsen also is a couple of minutes, 3 minutes behind Michelle. So, and Maja is the strongest runner, so she has some time to make up. It looks like Michelle has taken out a bit of time on Catherine, and Maja's taken out a bit of time on the 2 in front of her, so that could get close as we come into the next laps or so. So that'll be interesting to follow the women's race as well. So great action here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Catherine was in a world of pain when she was running past on her first lap, so hopefully she can get deep into that hurt locker and see how much she wants it over Michelle.
Exactly, that's what it's all about now. The final stage of the races, you get into the final 10K or 7K, that's where the pain starts coming, the fatigue sets in, and you really need to want it, and you want to need it to make it happen, and that's where it's all a mental battle when they start getting close. Do I get up, can I gain 10 seconds per kilometer on the girl in front, and that's starting a positive momentum that may be able to make it happen. So we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. Hey, we better go on that finish line and get this party started.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, they were talking about action, and don't we have it here? I mean, the girls, they're really pushing it now. Maya is down to 2 minutes behind Michelle, who's 2.5 minutes behind Catherine, and as we see, these girls could come together, all three of them at some point. And whether it be 5 minutes before the finish line or 5 meters before, that's the question now.
We're going to talk a lot about the girls from now on, I think, because we see Michelle now running. Let's see how she's going. Solid. Just keeping those legs moving, going. Look at that. But she's good. She's good.
Yeah, and it's not Maya that we're seeing there behind her. She should still be further behind. But she's within 2 minutes of Michelle now, and that should give Maya the smell of victory, I'd say. And she's certainly not out of it. But I'm not so sure how mentally strong Catherine is when she'll be caught, but Michelle is not going to give it away. She will fight this to the wire, I'm sure.
I think, to be honest, when you give away that much time that Catherine Jameson has done in the beginning, it's only going to get worse. That's my experience with that. The first 5 up to 10K, you should be able to keep, and then suddenly it falls apart. And for me, she has lost too much time on the first 5K. That they're coming fast at her. They're coming really fast at her. If Maya is going fast enough, or if Michelle is going too fast, I can see Maya getting problems getting to Michelle. There's still 2.5 minutes. She's gaining 10 seconds per K at the moment. That's not enough. She's got to up the game. She has to up the game.
So maybe that's where the true battle is between those two. Catherine, she said in her interview that she was hoping for a 10-minute lead, and what it looks like is that she would have needed that in order to stand the distance. In the men's race, we have them. The first 5 guys now passed at 12.3K. Will Clark is in a safe 3rd position now, 1 minute ahead of Philip Ospoli, who's another 40 seconds ahead of Thomas Strange. So it doesn't look like Thomas Strange can keep in touch with that podium, unfortunately. But we still have one Dane. We do have Henrik Hylelund in 2nd place, and he looks comfortable in that position. He's still running at a 3:35, 3:40 pace, and has not cracked at all. So even though there is maybe 7 or 8K left, he's still safely up there. He's currently now past that 14K, and he's 3 minutes 10 seconds behind Andy, but still staying strong.
I think it's what we're looking at here is Will Clark able to keep that pace, or is Philip gonna start, with all the experience that Philip has, is he gonna start catching up on him, catching a little bit and a little bit? And I hope Henrik he's pacing this right, like really just playing to his ability, and that looks fine. Thomas, well, maybe that fantastic aero position on the bike, maybe it's a little too hard. Maybe he needs to get to look at that, because it really, he's up against good runners, but he did well on the bike, and maybe it's a little too aggressive on the bike for him.
Yeah, another thing is maybe he was going a little bit too hard early on the bike. Maybe he would have been better off sticking to Will and Philip and Sean Donnelly. The 3 of them seem to be staying together pretty much throughout the bike. Maybe he would have been better in that group, and then he could have possibly run that much better afterwards. There are always different things to look at in retrospect, and you have to learn. You have to learn from your experiences and learn from your mistakes. We don't know if it was a mistake, or if it's it was the right thing for him to do. Maybe he would have, ended up in 5th place no matter how he'd done it. But you always have to look at what can be even tighter, what can we do to make it better next time.
I like that he went for it, and I just don't want to see him pay too high a price now. He has 4 minutes down to number 6. I want to see him keep the 5th place. I want to see him do a solid run and going for it, and not, because it's 2 super runners who has passed him. We have to acknowledge that William Clark and Philip Mosley, to be passed by those, that's not a big mistake. That's super runners in the whole field.
Yeah, I mean they're some of the best in the world on the run, on the half distance. So nothing wrong with that.
No. So let's hope Thomas can keep it together, the young talent, and keep his 5th place. Would be a beautiful race for him there. And then, well, let's see if we get something on the screen from the race course. It would be fantastic to see. The women must be starting to hit the 7K now soon.
Yeah, this is not the only challenge race that we have in Denmark this year. We also have Challenge Fredericia coming up in August, and we'll just show a little piece of information on that now.
Jeg er Claus Vesterby, racedirektør for Challenge Danmark. Jeg vil i den her lille video fortælle jer om den fantastiske oplevelse, I kan få 6. august her i Fredericia. Der vil blive en fed svømmetur i Gammelhavn. Starter med at svømme i den nye ugravede kanal. Op ad vandet, op på cyklen, en tur over den gamle Lillebæltsbro og tilbage til Fredericia. Dem, der kører den korte distance, de hopper af her og begynder at løbe deres 2 omgange i Fredericia by. Dem, der skal på den halve distance, de tager lige en tur med os. Så skal de ud på 4 runder inde midt i byen. Masser af mennesker, stor fest. Vi har allieret os med til Hansen, som sørger for, at der vil blive fuld skrue på byen her under hele eventen. Stor scene på torvet med DJ, og vi slutter af med et kæmpe festfyrværkeri og live musik på torvet. Så kom ned og vær med, også selvom vi ikke skal køre, så bliver det en kæmpe oplevelse. Venner, tilmeld jer til Challenge i Fredericia 6. august. Nede i linket, det er der sker, og jeg glæder mig sindssygt til at se jer. Det bliver fucking fedt.
Oh, we have some interesting stuff going on here. On the run, the women now have passed the 7K mark. Michelle is less than 2 minutes from Catherine in front now, and she is very likely to run that in. Maya was 3 minutes behind when they started running. Now after 7K, that is exactly 33% of the running distance. She has made 1 minute out of the 3 and is now only 2 minutes behind Michelle. So if they continue with that same difference, we are going to have them head to head on the finish suit. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're up for some really interesting racing here today. And the men, I mean, it's still amazing how they keep on running out there.
They keep the pace up, but not Fredericia, Rasmus. Let's not go too far back, but I mean Fredericia is a great place to race, isn't it?
I definitely had a couple of really good experiences in Fredericia back in my early days, and I mean I'll have to give it just the short version of my debut in Fredericia. That was in the year 2000, which is now 16 years ago. It's almost half a life, but back then I was, tempted by my coach, pushed a little bit to go and try our Open Danish Championships over the iron distance. Back only in my 3rd season as a triathlete, I I had never run more than 20k in one go. I'd never ridden my bike more than 120. But he still thought, go out and try it, see if you like it, because the year after it was going to be the ITU World Long Distance Champs over the iron distance on home soil. And he said, oh, if you like it, maybe we should give it a proper go the year after. So I went, I tried. I ended up being in a comfortable lead off the bike, and this was in front of guys from different European countries. There's some Germans, some Dutch guys, and Swedish guys, and some really strong athletes out there. And my coach, Michael Kruger, he yelled at me and said, oh, well, you're doing well, and you can keep on going as long as you're in the lead. If somebody passes you, I think you should pull out because you're not really prepared for this. But I said, oh, okay, I can continue. That's fine. So I ended up winning the race despite never having properly trained for it. So that was one of the more curious things to iron distance racing that I could actually go without really training for it, only training for Olympic distance, and then still go out and win in Fredericia in this fantastic triathlon venue. And I mean, people who haven't been there racing, they should try the Challenge Denmark there because it's a good place. It's a fantastic place. The city there is really behind triathlon.
Yeah. No, it's a beautiful place to race, and I remember that one. I remember how crazy it was that you hadn't trained for it and you actually won it. So
yeah,
no, it's yeah.
It was never the plan that I was going to finish the whole race. I was just going to swim, do as much of the bike as I liked, and if I wasn't enjoying it anymore, I could just pull out at any point. It was just a test, but I was enjoying it and I was doing really well. So then why stop?
Sometimes the uncomplicated mind of the youth is the right way to approach things.
Exactly.
It looks like Michelle Vesterby has uncomplicated.
And here's Henrik Hylelund passing just behind us. He's still looking good. I mean,
he is. But the interesting thing is now that the uncomplicated mind of Michelle Vesterby seems to work because she's now 140 behind Katrin Jameson. Katrin Jameson is not giving up. She's fighting for it. They are at 8.5 kilometers into the race, so going for the halfway point soon. And let's see who's gonna crack.
Yeah, and Maya is still gaining some 8 to 10 seconds per kilometer on Michelle, and is still 1 minute 45 behind. It's gonna get close.
This is gonna be so close.
I mean, we
this is gonna be so close.
We should see those two together at some point, and then it's a mind game more than anything. And Michelle has been in those situations before. I'm not sure if Maya has run head-to-head for a big win like this before.
Well, what do you say about Andreas Streit's performance today, Rasmus? I mean
that's superb racing. This is world-class racing, no doubt about it. This is the guy that we've known all along is one of the best in the sport on the bike. He is now a solid swimmer, as we heard Alan say before. He was a little bit disappointed that he was not with that front pack. He was just a little bit behind, but not quite up there. But he has become better and better on the swim, and then on the run he's keeping it together tremendously. And he's still running at that 3:20 pace more or less. Which is amazing. So this is a world-class athlete and a world-class field we have, and to see him win here today is something that we as Danes should be proud of hosting in our country.
Where would you rank Andreas Streit at the moment of all?
Yeah, he does have his goal set on the World Championships for the 70.3 in Mooloolaba, Australia in the beginning of September. Yeah. That's his primary goal of the season, and I don't see anybody being miles ahead of him in the world as it is now. He is certainly a guy for the podium, and if he plays his cards right, he could potentially go ahead and be a threat for the win.
So we're gonna watch one of the best at half Ironman distance crossing the finish line here.
We do. I mean, we have already. Philip Ospeley has been on the podium at World Championships on this distance before, and he's currently 9 minutes behind this guy. So that proves that, of course, Philip is not at the same level as he was some years ago when he was medaling at Worlds, but still a strong athlete. And Andreas Reitz is right up there with the best now. I don't know how you see it. Who do you see as potential?
I mean, I'm very impressed with him. And 2 years ago, I was not impressed with his run, and now I am. And like Alan, he said earlier, he worked on his swim, and he has kept it together. If he has a really good race, he's a potential winner, to be honest. Because if they will marshal it right, like this race was done, no drafting and so forth, I mean, that's a flat race course down there, and a little bit of wind and some heat. But there are 2-3 other guys on the day. We know that, so he's got to keep it together. And he raced quite a lot already this year. So a few more races, and then he needs to pull out and start building towards it. Then I see him on the podium down there. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think there are a few factors that might be playing against him. In Mooloolaba, it is hot, or it can potentially be very hot. I don't see that as an advantage on a bigger guy like that.
No.
It is an undulating bike course, and he possibly does it better when it's more flat. And then there's the fact whether it be marshaled as it was here. Some of the guys, the weaker cyclists, could benefit more, and they could come out and run in 1:10 or something on that final half marathon.
Yeah, but there's no question that we see somebody we will be seeing a lot to in the future, because he's young. Andreas is young.
He's 27 years old, and he's still developing year by year. So I don't think we've seen his top performance by any means yet.
No. And a respectable and a beautiful effort from Henrik Hyllelund today.
Definitely. I mean, this is the possibly the best performance I've seen him do, maybe since he won Challenge Copenhagen almost 2 years ago, when he just won it from the front. I think he's done a really good job. I was amazed by his biking today. He's been up against the guy who is just maybe that little itch better, but
what do you think?
But he's hold it together really nicely on the run as well.
What do you think it means for Andreas to win? Like you said, he had a few seconds and like that. What do you think it's going to mean for him for the rest of the season that he actually wins here today?
I mean, you feed off every win you get, but I think it's probably also good for him that he doesn't win every time. I think it's been good for him to get that fourth place in Challenge Fuerteventura, get a reminder that if I don't really pull myself together, I'm not even on the podium. And then second places can be really good for motivation. You feel you're so close, but not quite there. So I think it's a good combination. It puts him in a good place.
We see him running here, and he's again just following the red line. Now he's slowed down. He knows he knows he's got it in the bag.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a lot left now. He's on the last kilometer pretty much now, and we will see him in here at the finish line in probably 3 or 4 minutes, as it is now.
Oh, there's a lot of spectators at the finish line. Looking good, huh? Nice atmosphere here in Challenge in Billund. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful weather and a really nice round-up for Andreas for the good effort.
Henrik Hyllelund is about 4.5 minutes back now with less than 2K to go. But he should be able to hold on to that second place, Henrik Hyllelund, and this means that we're going to get a Danish athlete on the podium. I was predicting that at the press conference, saying I'm pretty sure that being on Danish soil we're going to have either Henrik or Thomas on the podium, not a clean international podium, which is always good for a home race to put something onto it. And I think now that we will shortly have Mr. Dreitz heading into the finish area.
Yeah.
And what a performance. We're approaching noon here, and when we hit noon, he would have been out in 3 hours and 50 minutes. That's quite a fast time, especially considering that the bike course is 3 kilometers long. You can also claim that it's been playing it into his hands with a swim that was maybe slightly short, bike course slightly long, easy run course, bit of a headwind, 20-meter rule. It's been pretty much everything to his advantage.
Headwind on the bike.
Exactly.
I mean, just playing into his strength. So, and he used it optimal. He went out and he used the conditions. He knew that, oh, this can be my day.
He certainly did. And here he is, Andreas Dreitz, the winner of today. In just over 3 hours and 50 minutes, the 27-year-old from Germany, one of the absolute best performers in the world over the half distance. Congratulations, Andrew Dreitz. You probably were the favorite of the day and you didn't let anybody down.
I mean, he was favorite. He didn't have a top swim performance, and he just kept it calm. He just kept it calm, and he worked and he worked. He knew that if I do my thing, I can win today.
Yes, and he got the medal there, presented by Klaus Vesterby, the CEO of Racemakers Challenge Nordic and the race organizer for this race. And Andy Dreitz, you can be proud of that because you did awesome today.
Can I get some water?
But it's good to see he does need a little bit of a drink. But how is it looking behind? We got Henrik Kugelund. He was 4.5 minutes behind, but still 2.5 minutes clear of Will Clark with 2K to go, so he's not going to lose that. So we are going to have Henrik in second place, Will Clark in third, the former Olympian. And it appears that Will Clark, he has been running faster than Andy Dreitz, but not a lot.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be more than maybe a minute tops that he runs.
If that. How you feeling?
Yeah, amazing. Winning a race is always the best, and yeah, here in Denmark it's amazing running here around through the small houses and the forest section over there. It was just amazing, and then there's live music out there and everybody's cheering on me, and yeah, it's an amazing feeling.
Dude, honestly, we've been watching you from the beginning and ceramic speed on your bike. What do you make of that stuff?
We renewed the chain and ceramic speed cleaned the pulleys and put some TT grease in to even make it a little bit faster, just for the race today. And yeah. Then I had a lot of power, but Henrik also had a lot of power. Yeah. I tried to give it all to catch him on the bike. I was close, but I couldn't catch him on the bike, and he had an awesome race today. And yeah, maybe, I don't know if he's coming next or if some of the other guys catch him anymore. But yeah, he had an awesome day on the bike and made it very tough for me.
Well, you worked so hard and yet you still managed to look comfortable. You were very, very relaxed this morning when we saw you in transition. Did you find that the psychological game for you was a big, big win today?
Yeah, winning is always the best, and yeah, maybe I was a little bit too relaxed this morning. I had troubles to get the body started in the morning, but yeah, then I found the rhythm and I think I have had personal best on the bike in power output, and yeah, also a good run split down there. And yeah, I'm very happy to take this win. And yeah, we are here for partying this night, and I hope Michelle will become next. Then we can party together. I have a homestay with Michelle, so yeah, we'll see what the other guys and girls are doing now.
Perfect. Well, Andy, you're a great champion. It's so nice to see you, and a lovely man too. And I can't wait to party with you later, buddy. Congratulations, you're champion, Andy Dreitz!
We got a winner.
We do, and a very deserved one. Wow, that was a performance.
I like when he says that. I think I did my personal best on power output, because the speed he was keeping on the bike and chasing Henrik Hyllelund, who we know when he has a good day, he is an amazing bike rider. I think the guy just made his record on a half Ironman on the pace on the bike.
Yeah, in terms of power.
Yeah.
As we said earlier, he has ridden 1:57 for the bike course. He didn't do that today. He didn't even break 2 hours, but it was a headwind and it was 93k long. So of course the time would be a little bit slower, but in terms of output and in terms of the way he looked, he was so determined. He was so rock solid on that bike. That's amazing. And soon we will have. Oh, there he was, Henrik Hyllelund across the line, getting a hug from Klaus Vesterby, the race organizer. What a performance by Henrik today. I mean, we talked about it a lot. He looked so good on the bike, and he followed it up with an amazing run. That's a guy that knew already he was not going to be able to follow Andy Dreitz, but he found his own pace, and he only lost by what?
4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes at the end, and it's
4:50. Yeah.
Of course, potentially he can run a little bit quicker, but I'm sure his wife and his kid there are happy with Daddy. Then we should have Will Clark across the line shortly.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be more than less than a minute from now. Less than 2 minutes behind Henrik from what we would expect.
And we have to throw in the development on the female race. Michelle Vesterby, we are over halfway into the race. There's only 9 kilometers left, and Michelle Vesterby is now 50 seconds from overtaking and going into the first place of the race.
And Maja Stage Nielsen now only 1 minute 10 behind Michelle Vesterby. So if this development continues within 5k, we will have 2 girls that know each other really well, really good friends, represent Odense Triathlon Club, both of them running head-to-head in the women's field, passing Catherine Jameson. And how exciting is that? We're gonna have a race to the wire here for the women.
We're gonna have an amazing race.
And here is Will Clark, 3rd place finish of today. Great race by him. He would have probably hoped to be closer to the front coming off the bike and put in that deadly run to aim for the win, but he ran himself onto the podium, which was probably the best that he could today. It'll be interesting to hear what he has to say about the 20-meter rule. He was complaining a lot after Ironman Brazil recently, feeling himself cheated by some guys riding in a big pack behind him, but wanting more marshalling out on the course. And today he definitely got a fair race with the 20-meter rule. Nobody was drafting off anybody, and it potentially cost him some minutes on the bike. But so it was a fair race, but he was further back than he would have liked, I'm sure. I don't know if we're going to get comments from Henrik or Will down from Emma, but I'd sure like to hear what he thought of his race today, Will.
Yeah.
Philip Ospoli should be the next one across the line, maybe 2.5 minutes or so behind, and then Thomas Strange looking to be in 5th.
Actually, Will Clark is the fastest run split of the day so far.
Yeah, and he would have run maybe a minute 15, something like that, quicker than Andy Dright, I think.
Yeah. So we're actually seeing people performing up to their ability today. Yeah? We're actually seeing Hylelund running and biking and swimming to his ability, and I like that. I like when they come to a race and they actually are going full out.
Yeah, we saw Will Clark running 1:12, which is that's a fantastic run, and we could see his pace being really good and looking good out there. The amazing thing is that Andy Dright in the lead runs a 1:13. That's fast.
That is fast.
And we'll head on down to Henrik Hylelund and see what he has to say about his performance today. Over to you, Emma.
Hey, Henrik, how are you feeling? First Dane home, second place man?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Tough race, but yeah, great. Did what I could and had a really great race in all three disciplines. So I'm very satisfied and happy.
Yeah, and Andy gave you a hard race.
Andy is one of the world's best 70.3 distance, so to be second behind him, that's not a shame. I don't think so, but so I'm very happy.
It's so good to see you, and obviously on the finish line, the first thing you did, straight to your wife, absolutely beautiful. Well done.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was great.
So, second place here, onward and upward. Congratulations, nice to see you, buddy.
Thank you.
That alone is a phenomenal achievement. Fourth place here today, three-time winner of Ironman Norway, three-time winner of Ironman 7.3 Austria. Fourth place here today.
Henrik Hylelund being very satisfied with his performance. As we've been talking about, he should be. He did well. He could have possibly squeezed out a little bit more on the run, and maybe he would have done it if Will Clark had been closer to him. It's always difficult to be there. You're not winning. You're not really threatened from behind. Why should you dig that deep?
No, absolutely. I think on the contrary, he did. He should not, because there's a new race coming up soon. There's no reason to sprint on. You save the sprints and the really digging deep to the day when you need it. I mean, it's a absolutely perfect performance from Henrik, and also from Will Clark. I'm very happy for the guy. Like you said, he actually went to Brazil 2 weeks ago to race, and then he was not so happy about his results down there and the whole thing. So now he comes up, he gets the 20-meter rule, he goes out and he shows that, well, give me that, and I'll show you what I can do, and he did.
Yeah. And we got Philippe Ospeley across the line, almost 10 minutes behind Andy Dright. It's a huge time difference. But then again, he didn't make a bad run either. He still ran a 1:15, which is
here comes
not
Thomas.
his best. And here's Thomas Lange, the second Danish athlete across the line.
Yeah. It's a good performance for him. Good to see him keeping that 5th place. Not faltering when you have high hopes and can I do it, and you get passed by 2 fast runners. That can really, for a young guy, it can sometimes, it can put you in a mentally bad spot, and he didn't get there. And he kept it together. Very good race from him.
Yeah, with the 1:18 run, not to the best of his ability. I think the bike took a lot out of him. And maybe, as we discussed earlier, that he went out a little bit too fast on the first half of that bike course to stay within contention of Andy and Henrik. And in retrospect, maybe he would have made a better result at the end had he slowed down a little bit more, found his rhythm, maybe stayed with Will and Philip out on the bike. But you need to learn. You need to try out different strategies, and you need to be ambitious. You need to be hungry. You need to say, hey, I'm here to win. I'm here to race. I'm here to fight it out amongst the best in the world. I cannot just be completely passive and let everybody else dictate how things are done. So,
he made a bold attempt. He took off on the bike, and I think talking to him before the race, and when telling that how he had some races with, you know, a little bit unluck and like that. I think he had some, you know, race speed and like, okay, now I'm here, I'm on my bike, this is a flat road, let's go, you know, like he just went out for it. And
yeah, and he loves his time trialing, as we discussed. And
you could see it.
It's easy to get carried away when you're out there. You can feel you're going fast. You can see your power being high. You can see the speed. Say, hey, I'm riding in a headwind here, going 42k an hour. Up out here with the best of the world. I've got a couple of guys, Will Clark, Philip Ospali, world-class athletes behind me. I'm pulling away from them now.
Yeah.
I can get a bit of a head start on the run,
Yeah.
and it's a fantastic place to be in. And he's only 22 years old. He's still learning. He's got a huge career ahead of him, and I just can't wait to see how his development is going to progress.
Well, we are now into. Well, this is interesting. We are now at the 14k marker. That means we only have 7 kilometers left. We have Michelle Vesterby only 20 seconds from the lead now.
No, yes, she can see her now.
Yeah,
and she knows that's just that's a shirt that I'm just gonna get the hang of now.
But we
and
have 1 minute between Michelle Vesterby and Maja Stage, and she is at the moment running not even 10 seconds faster per K. And we have 7 Ks left.
Yeah.
This is going to be to the last 1K.
With 3 laps to go, she was 3 minutes behind. With 2 laps to go, she was 2 minutes behind. Now with 1 lap to go, she's 1 minute behind, and it's as close as it can possibly get. I mean, if they keep on this difference between them, I mean, they're gonna see each other within the next 3 or 4K, and then it can come down to a sprint.
Yeah. Do you think Maja knows? Do you think she gets the splits out there?
Oh yeah, I mean, Maja will have a lot of friends and family out there telling her exactly how close she is.
Yeah.
And but she's doing well, just keeping her pace. She's running around that 350, 355 per kilometer. She's not, you know, going completely out of her comfort zone just yet, which is easy to do. I mean, you can easily get carried away, say, oh, I just need to catch her now. And she's being patient still, saying, I still have time. If I only keep that 8 to 10 seconds per kilometer faster than Michelle, I will catch her. I don't need to put it out there on the line yet. I'll stay within that sensible way of doing it, and soon I'll see her, and then I still have something left in the tank for the last sprint.
Yeah. You think Michelle is gonna blast past Catherine Jameson, or do you think she's gonna when she gets up to her, just, you know, like wait 2 meters behind, slow down, and then pass?
No. Frankly, I don't think she gives a shit. I don't think Catherine is in her mind at all.
No.
She is professional enough to know that the important game for me is happening behind me right now.
Yeah.
This is just it's a little benchmark along the way. Say, okay, now I've got that lead bike in front of me instead of the bike with the sign saying second female. Now I've got the one saying first female, which always feels good. But the danger for her now is to say, oh, I made it to first place, and then slow down.
That's what I mean, you know, when
she needs to keep her momentum now and not slow down, because if she slows down, the difference in pace is going to be even bigger once Maja catches up, and just having to speed up, maybe that 10 seconds per K is going to be difficult for her when Maja catches her, but if it gets bigger than that, I think it'll be hard for her, because she doesn't have that overdrive. She doesn't have that, you know, ability to maybe run at 3:30 pace for 1 or 2 Ks. She doesn't have that in her. She's not that kind of a runner, whereas Maja could possibly do that. So Michelle needs to stay ahead as long as she can.
Yeah. Well, working with Michelle for those years that I did, I know what's going on in her mind now. She is, that competitive mind that she has is just taking over now. She's not going to give any inch if she don't have to. We saw it last year in Copenhagen. She was running, and Sophie Gould from Belgium, she got like slowly catching, and slowly catching, and she got to like 8K, 9K before she got to like 20 seconds from her, 30 seconds, and then...
All right. And then let's move on to second place. And this one is one we like here in Denmark. Getting it really back together this year in a time of 3:54.06, hanging on top on the run, but dominating the bike. Ladies and gentlemen, Henrik Hylleland!
And Henrik Hylleland gets
And as Henrik takes his
his well-deserved
position, we have
second
Magnus
place
Vollener
silver
from
medal.
Germany. Completing. And now from
Will Clark is
Sweden,
up there in
George
second place.
There
he is.
And he's
that
smiling
was a
and happy,
Danish
Henrik,
powerhouse.
and good on him.
Now, on to the German powerhouse in a dominant time of 3:49.17, winning by almost 5 full minutes. From Germany.
With a winning time of 3 hours, 49 minutes and 17 seconds. What an amazing performance by this 27-year-old German. Andy Dreitz, certainly one of the world-class stars of this distance. Getting a hug there from another former star of this distance, and even more so the Ironman distance, Torbjørn Sindali. And getting the challenge trophy there, Andy
There you
Dreitz.
have him, our top 3 of the day. Will Clark, Henrik Hylleland, and Andreas Dreitz, ready with his champagne. Oh yeah! Guys, are you gonna do anything without champagne? Except holding it or what?
So smiling for the cameras and up for the
And
next.
it's the race who gets to the first, yeah!
The
There we
next
go,
point of the agenda, the champagne spraying.
That's how you celebrate the Challenge Denmark title 2016. Henrik Hylleland, Andreas Dreitz and Will Clark.
And they've
There you
deserved
go.
it, these boys. They sure have.
I love how none of them had a drink. There you go, Will. Well done, buddy. Oh, yes. Skål, Jen.
Klaus Vesterby up there getting some champagne onto his polo shirt.
So looking out for our leaders in our ladies'
Making
race.
it. Klaus just still have a long day to go to get all the athletes across the finish line. But Andy, Will and Henrik, your days are, or your race day is over. You can celebrate. Of course you can. We got Sean Donnelly across the line in 6th place. 4:05. We got Jens Fromholt, the younger brother of Niels Fromholt, the big Ironman star now. He was in 7th place. Marcus Völlner, also Germany, in 8th place. And George Belkamo, Sweden, across the line in 9th place in a time of 4:08.19. On the women's side, it's still super exciting. We got Michelle Vesterby now in the lead. 5 seconds over Catherine Jameson at the last timing point. Maya 46 seconds behind, still gaining, but will it be enough? Hopefully we'll get a glimpse of the girls out on the course, or as they pass by our studio, so we can get an idea of how they're looking. Are they starting to dig deep? They should be. There's less than 5K to go for them. They have the finish line within grasp. We have a lot of age group athletes passing by us here behind the studio. We have guys both on the half distance and on the full distance coming by here just to give you an idea of how things are going in on the long distance. We have Chris Fisher still in the lead.
I'm gonna get Michelle first.
And
I think
at
Michelle is gonna pass
5.3K
me
of the
first.
run, 4.5 minutes in front of Matthias
I'm
Knossalla
just outside the
of
fence.
Germany, David Nesvik of Sweden, in 3rd place, and Anders Christensen, Denmark, in 4th place. All within 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes. So it's.
I haven't seen her yet.
But it's looking like Chris Fischer is the guy to beat. He's running the fastest out of the 4 and comfortably in the lead. The reigning champion.
And also in the fourth is in transition right now. Go Miriam.
The next timing point we have for the women is at 19.3k. It will be a while before they're there, but oh, I can't wait to see how that's developing. What do you think, Frank? We got 46 seconds with 4.5k to go.
Yeah,
Is
well,
it doable?
It's 8 seconds per kilometer at the moment. It's exactly that they're gonna run neck to neck for 500 meters. I'm a little bit on the side of Maja for 2 reasons. How cool she has done it, like you said, just, you know, chipping it down K by K. That proves that's a strong mind doing that. And the second thing is that, like we talked in the beginning of the day, that, well, is Michelle a little bit missing that really fast spring because she has into the long distance training recently? That's the 2 things telling me that Maja is gonna pull it. And then, yeah, knowing Michelle very well, I'll give her 1 point on that on the other side because she has this competitive mind. She just, as much as she loves winning, she hates losing also, and that's when you have that component, it's you know. If I was Maja, I would be scared running up next to her. I mean, I know they're friends, but that's gonna be a scary moment, you know. But I think this is what it's about. This is a fantastic race.
Yeah, I mean, this is what racing is about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Head racing, you know, being in their minds. I mean, this would be a huge win for Maja to win a challenge race, win it in Denmark, win it against Michelle Vesterby, who we see come just past us here, just behind us. Still looking as good as she was a while ago.
Yep.
She's looking well, and we should be able to see Maja come past here just in very few seconds. There was the rider.
Let's see now. Let's see now.
Here is Maja coming by. She can actually see Michelle now. And I mean, it's important for Maja to win, but is it even more important for Michelle not to lose? What do you think? I mean, it's one of these mental things.
You know what? I think, not even I think, just knowing Michelle as I do, if she should lose, she will happily lose to Maja. So she's not scared of losing to Maja. She just wants to win. She has that. She wants to win. If it's against Maja or anybody, it doesn't matter to her. She wants to win. If she cannot win, she will be more than happy to let it go to a person like Maja. Because they train together, they spend time together, and she knows how much it can mean for Maja. So, but she's not gonna give it. She's not gonna give it, that's for sure.
No, from what it looks now, I'd say within the next K, they could be together.
Yeah.
It depends on how much Michelle can put in a long sprint from this point. If she can increase the pace just a little bit so that Maja is suddenly not catching up enough, then that might crack Maja. On the other hand, Maja, now that she can see her, maybe that can make her actually switch into a higher gear, and then she'll catch her, and then it's down to the final sprint. And this, the last 200 or 300 meters of this run course is not easy for a head-to-head sprint. It's quite twisty and turny. They run on grass, they run on gravel. There's some tight turns, and I hope we'll get it on camera at least, because that's going to be very interesting to see. I hope that we'll get a camera out now with Michelle, hopefully filming her from the front so we can see Maja approaching. That would be good television.
If they're going to come down to a sprint, and like you said, being with the turns and the gravel, Michelle is going to pull it off, because Michelle just takes smaller steps and has a higher cadence. It's much more easy to just kick that up. Maya has this long stride and like that. That's not good for a technically difficult sprint over 200-300 meters and like that. That's just not for me. I mean, if I was Maya, there's one thing that at this moment is in my mind, and that is who nailed the nutrition right. You know, who did that right?
Because who has that little extra edge at the end.
Yeah.
I think we're just going to have a short recap of the men's race before we follow the final kilometer of the women's race.
Yeah.
As we saw, it was a biker's day out here in the males race. It was an absolutely phenomenal Andy Drites taking the win with a majestic bike ride followed by an amazing run in front of Henrik Kullelund, who was equally amazing on the bike, then dropped back 5 minutes on the run, which to his standards is quite okay. And then Will Clark making up a bit of ground on the run, but having lost too much on the bike. But now we're into a really, really exciting finish of the women's race, and the girls are approaching the 19.3 K mark shortly, and it's Michelle Vesterby in the lead, but with Maja Stay-Nielsen catching up. She's been catching up K by K all through, and we're expecting them to see them closely together the next time we get a glimpse of them.
Yeah.
We're hoping that we'll have a camera out there following them now.
Yeah, I think it's almost time to be standing up. I think it's difficult to be sitting down.
Yeah, this is so exciting.
This is an absolutely fantastic show they're putting on the girls for this race now.
We've had Catherine Jameson out there in front all day.
Yeah.
She let out the swim, she took off on the bike, had a solid lead coming off the bike, but the girls behind, they have just been reeling her in second by second, minute by minute. And Maja coming from even further behind, making ground on both of the girls in front. And as it is now, they are closer and closer.
Yeah, and we actually have the full race going on now. All age groupers out on the race course, the full distance going on, the half distance going on for everybody. And the weather is beautiful still. I mean, it's just perfect conditions for racing now.
It could even make a difference to the girls now that they have too many people out there on the run
Yeah,
course. It might
yeah,
be sometimes difficult to get past people on some of the narrow parts of the course. At least right behind where we're sitting now in the studio, it's they're running on grass and it's quite tight. So if it comes down to a shoulder-to-shoulder sprint, they might be able or might need to take that into account as well.
Yeah, it's. I think I just heard Torbjørn say something about that she's now 25 seconds behind. It was just loosely over from the loudspeakers over here. 25 seconds. Well, then I hope they're not. I hope for Maja they're not too close to 19k, because 25 seconds in 2Ks. That's
that might be pushing it.
Yeah,
it looked like when they. When we saw them last year, it was less. But now she's 8 seconds behind at this point. 8 seconds with 1.8k to go. So that means she is going to catch her, and it will be a sprint to the finish. It's a matter about who wants it the most and who has got the most sprint left in those legs.
Yeah. I mean, if I was Maja, I would go for the higher pace, long out. I would start pushing it.
And the way that the last 200 or 300 meters of the run course, is built out. It's an advantage being in front at that point. So you don't have to try and overtake on this last twisting part. So for Maja, it's a matter of catching Michelle, putting in the surge with at least 500 meters to go, and lead out that last bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you have to, if you're coming from behind and you got 2Ks left, unless she has been pushing it too hard to catch Michelle. If she has just reeled in nice and easy, I would just pause where she is now, 8 seconds behind, and then I would go. I would go as far as 1.5K, not go like a sprint, but steady pace. There's a reason why she has catched Michelle. That's because she's running faster. Well, are you sprinting faster? We don't know that. We know you're running faster. So yeah, I would absolutely start much further out if I was Maja. I wouldn't leave it to a sprint.
No. I think if I was in her position, I would run and just stay just behind Michelle to stress her for some seconds, and then I would make that final surge. I would pretty much run with everything I've got, and that would potentially crack Michelle, and give me that 10-20 meters. And that should be enough to stay ahead. You need to get the other person to give up.
Give you a heads up.
That's the decisive move. It doesn't matter if you are 1 second faster, if you're 10 seconds faster. You need to get the other one to give up. That's the key point. And
well, I can tell you that we are in Billund, and she's defending champion. Whatever you're gonna do to Michelle Vesterby now, she's not gonna give up.
It wouldn't be like her.
No. So Maja has her job cut out, but she has done so great until now, and she's in front of possibly her biggest achievement ever on the longer distance.
I would say so. She's been on the podium at half challenge races, at 70.3 races, at duathlon European champs. She's still missing that big win, and
this could be the one.
This could be the one, and in front of a world-class athlete like Michelle Vesterby, that would be a huge achievement for Maja. But I'm sure it's only going to be the first out of many victories. She has a great future in front of her, and sometimes you need to, smash in that window. Getting that first win, starting to see yourself as a winner at high-class events. Then more will come.
She was down at our camp in Spain for some weeks and like that, and swimming a lot in the sea, and actually slowly getting confidence that she was swimming with some of the boys, and in the pool and like that, So you saw those glimpses of I can do this. I can do this. I'm not just gonna be try to get to the podium. She has it there. So like you say, if she can crack that and get in there in that zone, she can be one of the good ones in the future. Absolutely.
the young up-and-comer, Maja Nielsen, who has a first, this is a breakthrough race run. Our next stage grouper, number 919.
That's right,
Okay, so let's see now. Now we got pictures of the finish shoot. Here's one of the men finishing. But it shouldn't take long before we have Maja and Michelle getting into the finish area, and we want to see some footage of that.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that the producer can get us some pictures of the girls. That's what we want to see now.
We're waiting for them to come up this stretch, and we're gonna see them probably shoulder to your shoulder coming up this stretch.
Yeah, this point is probably 300 meters from the finish.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be so interesting to see if somebody has made the move already. Well, we're gonna get a Danish 1 and 2 in the race today in the female, and we had a 2 and number 5 in the men's pro. So
it's always an advantage being on home ground. It makes it all a little bit more exciting, a little bit more important. You get more support than you would in any other place, and it makes you dig that little bit deeper. You really want that. You really
yeah.
Down here is a bike.
Here's
so
a
here
bike.
We'll have somebody.
Here's a bike. Oh, they're coming down behind down there.
Yeah, half distance.
This is
Michelle.
No, this is Maja.
She has made the move.
Yeah.
Maja Nielsen is in the lead. And it appears she has cracked Michelle Vesterby.
Yeah. I think Michelle just passed when
So
the
it's
camera
Maja
turned.
who's in the front. And now I see Michelle. Michelle's coming here now. She's coming now.
Oh, is that Michelle down there?
Yeah.
Then she has really cracked. Maja has made a phenomenal finish.
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal. Not only did she catch it, she cracked her straight away, and she made a really, really strong finish.
Yeah. Here she comes.
Maja Nielsen on the way to her greatest victory. Today, she has won Danish championship. She's won it twice over this distance, but that hasn't been against Michelle Vesterby or Camilla Peterson or Helle Fredriksson. But today, Maja Nielsen, she puts herself up there with those 3 amazing girls that we already have from Denmark in the world top over this half distance. Maja Nielsen, a future name for this distance, I'm sure, and what a win she got here today.
That took everything from her. You could see that. That took everything today. But she paced it perfectly. She didn't panic. She kept going. And yeah, well, Michelle Vesterby on a strong second then.
Yeah, Maja stuck to her game plan the whole day. She didn't get carried away, didn't go too much out of her comfort zone.
No.
She paced herself perfectly, knowing that this is a 21k run. It's not a 17k run. I don't need to catch it too early.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
Applause and a kiss for her good friend, training partner, Maja Nielsen.
Ladies, we're going to keep you together because it's so important. So we're going to go straight to live feed.
Maja, champion of Denmark. Oh my goodness me, how does it feel?
Well, tired, to be honest, but so happy. Like, this is a dream, really a dream. Well, I don't know what to say, really.
Well, this lady standing right next to you has fought you hard and inspired you during your career. Michelle, if you could just come in for a second. I know you need to see your friends. Michelle, how hard was that from this young lady?
I hope it was really hard for her, but I had a rough day today. You know, I did the best that I could today, but I didn't have anything more. Now it's a focus on road in 4 weeks, so I'm in Ironman training, and I could definitely feel it out there. I was suffering big time. Really tried my best to keep Maja away, but yeah, she was better on the day, and she's one of my good friends. I'm so happy for her. I know this will kickstart a really good period for her. So I'm really happy for Maya.
Absolutely, and we're so happy for you as well, and we wish you the best of luck in Rut. And talking to friends, you've got a whole bunch of them. Go see them. Thank you. Maya, our champion, congratulations. Please, quick message to your sponsors and your family and friends.
Well, thank you so much. This is like a new beginning, and I couldn't do it without my sponsors. I'm so very pleased. Thank you.
Well done. Your champion, Maya Stade Nielsen.
What a performance and what a win here for Maya.
I mean, it's today was a pacing day, wasn't it? I mean, Andreas Streitz not panicking, did not do a good swim getting out. Maya Stay stuck within it, just kept going, ran her pace, pacing, and then you come through.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be the first person across the line. You don't need to be first at 15 or even at 19k. You need to be the first one at 21.1k, and that's what she did today. She swam to the best of her ability. I think she biked to the best of her ability, but she was behind some girls that are better at these two disciplines than she is. But on the day, she was by far the best runner, and the first big win out of many, I think, for this young lady.
Yeah. No, that was absolutely beauty. That was a beauty in executing and just sticking into it. You know, some people when they want it so bad, they get scared when they get close to it. She didn't. You know, she just believed in it and kept going. And she was like. But I also like that there was not like a period of time where suddenly she was stuck. It was all the time advancing, but slowly. You know, it was not like fast and then slow and no. I think we're going back down there.
Third last year, third today, but you know, I've got to take a lot of positives. I swum well. I biked a really good first half, and I think I'll get told off because I probably overrode the first half and paid for it in the second half. When I knew I only had 4 minutes from Michelle, I thought Madge wouldn't be far behind, so I held on for about 15k, and in the last sort of 5k, I think Michelle passed me, and then a minute or so later, I obviously got caught, so ran in third for the last 4k, but hey, you know, it was a better run, I think, than I've done, and lots to take positives from it, so thanks.
Absolutely, no problem, Kat, and I know you need to take a break because you put it all out on the course today. Congratulations. But your top three ladies, absolutely amazing. Denmark, Great Britain, that is your podium for today.
I've had it for 15k, and then I was just like, I knew that Marky would pass me, and that was on the first lap, so I'm not sure after that, but
man laver trin mig.
Og vi står bare ved at
Ej, hvor du bare ja.
Oh, we've got the team. Maya's school team are here. These are the ladies and the few boys that she. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Where's my TV crew? Oh. So, can I just ask everybody to go with you as the spokesperson? What do you think of Maya? So cool. You're so proud of her. And now your teacher's the winner. So it means that she can inspire you even more. But are we going to party hard or what? Yeah, sure. You told me they were slaughtered. I was expecting little teeny dots. These are like grown men and women. You don't look that much older, my dear.
And we got a British bronze medal for the women as well, Catherine Jameson, who gave us such a great show out in front on the swim and the bike, and eventually she faded a bit on the run, but she hung on to that third place. But look who we got in the studio now. Today's winner, Andy Dreitz. What an amazing performance. You really showed that you are one of the best in the world over this distance today. We were very impressed all the way through. But please tell us how the day was to you. How did it start and how did it pan out?
Yeah, thank you for welcoming me here. And yeah, I had a great day out here, and it was a very, very nice race here. It was everything well organized and easy going in the morning. And maybe I was a little bit too relaxed in the morning. I had some troubles to get it started, but then I had a phenomenal bike ride. Henrik made it very fast, the race. So I tried to catch him, but yeah, I could see him close to the end of the bike ride, but he changed first. And yeah, then I had a good run, and yeah, a phenomenal day. And yeah, to take the win is always the best what you can do. And I just came here after the women's race, and that was so close. It was a lot of fun to watch after I did it. So
yeah,
the women's
but you didn't
did
just
a
win,
good
you
job
smashed
also.
it. I mean, you won by 5 minutes over Henrik Hyllerlund, and the way we saw it, it was a race that played to all your strengths. You know, the swim was maybe slightly short. You were out already in just 23 minutes flat, pretty much, which is very fast. But you got dropped a little bit from that main group. Did that happen straight away in the swim, or were you hanging on, then you got dropped, or how was your feeling on the swim?
In the water, I had a tough day, so yeah, I didn't feel so relaxed. I had better days in swimming, but yeah, the other guys for sure, they pushed the swim to drop me or to drop other guys. So it is how it is, and yeah, I had to make my way through, and yeah, I still had more than okay swim, so I'm fine with that. And then I tried some my new Mavic Aero shoes. They do have an aero cover, but they need a little bit more time to put them on. So I lost some time in transition zone, but probably got some time back on the bike course.
Just for aerodynamics.
For aerodynamics,
yeah.
then.
And how do you think that the 20-meter roll had an effect today?
Oh, it's amazing to have that rule, because yeah, the bike course is 90k long, and there are not so many pros, or it's not so close that you have to ride, or that is getting too busy if you have 10 meters or like this. And 20 meters, everybody knows, yeah, you has to go by your own. And today we had also a lot of headwind. Usually the wind is coming from the other direction here, or Michelle also said. But yeah, for me and Henrik, it probably was good that we had more headwind than usual.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, your strengths. I mean, it was the bike course, you had the 20-meter rule, you had headwind, it was 93k, not 87 or 90, you know. So all in all, but then you executed.
Andreas, in that calculation we made, we do not have you running 1:13 like you did today. Okay, that's not in that. You're not supposed to do that, you know. How did you do that?
Yeah, I just went out, and my legs still have been good on the run. And then I watched my clock and tried to run sub 3:30 pace. And yeah, just try if I can hold it to the end. And because my run training was very good the last weeks, so I would like to. I wanted to test it in race environment, and yeah, it turned out very well. So maybe the next races.
Was this potentially your best performance over the distance? You think?
Maybe. I had a very good day, especially on the bike. I think my power output was personal best I ever recorded. I didn't record every race I did, so but it was maybe 15 watts higher than the race in Mallorca, for example. And that's a good sign, going in the right direction. And yeah,
That's amazing. Can we ask you how many watts that was? I'm sure that many of our followers here would like to know how much does one of the best in the world, or maybe the best at the moment over this distance on the bike. How many watts does that take?
I think it was 364 on average.
Wow, that is amazing. Over 2 hours to put that in and still be able to back that up with a 1:13 run.
You have a very stable race course here. You can keep the same pace. But of course it needs that you keep pushing. We were quite amazed that because we talked a lot about, well, the first 45, 50k, 60k, but let's see who can keep it together all the way. And you did that.
Yeah, you did that, Henrik did that. The rest, they faded. They lost a lot over the last 30k.
Yeah, the last case can make a big difference, and you need to keep some energy, but yeah, still you also feel the 3+ case we have in this race. If it's 90 or 93, I trained, or I am usually you do go for the 90k, and 93 is a small difference. It's some extra case, so it make it tough. You need to save some energy, but yeah, I went very constant through all the race, and yeah, I had an awesome day.
Do you think you have another level to add on heading towards World Championships for this distance in Mooloolaba in September? You told me the other day that was your main goal for the season. Do you think you have another level to step up, and what can that bring you on that day? Who do you see as your worst rivals for the world title?
Yeah, there are a lot of guys, and yeah, my strength is the bike, so I need to bike as hard as I can and also work on my run. But this turned out very well today, so yeah, I think I'm on the right way. It's going in the right direction, but we'll see what it will be then in Mooloolaba.
Yeah, and you'll race already next week in Heilbronn.
Yeah.
And
so
then you need somebody to wake you up before the swim goes off next time.
Yeah, maybe.
So you're ready from the gun goes, huh?
But I think the start in Heilbronn is a little bit later. It's at 9, I think.
Yeah.
So
it's good.
I have more time
You'll
to
be fine.
prepare.
You'll be fine.
Yeah. And I really love that race too. So it's a good one. A nice hilly course.
We were very impressed that when we saw you, that you lost a minute more than we would have expected, because we heard that you had improved your swim. We were very impressed that you kept calm and you kept, you didn't panic. You just worked through the bike, and you had Henrik in front, and Henrik was going fast also. Huh? So did you before the race have an idea how much time can I give Henrik if I do not catch him, or you just do your own thing?
Yeah. Luckily, I know Henrik already, and I know that he is strong on the bike. I raced him 2 times in Fuerteventura and Mallorca this year, and I know he can really push the hammer down, and it would be not easy to catch him if I have a gap after the swim. But yeah, I just stayed focused, and then at some points I could see him very far in the front because the motorbike was beside of him. That was an advantage. I could watch him. He didn't know where I am or where other guys are. I knew where he is, also on the first case of the run. And yeah, then I just tried to focus and keep pushing.
Okay.
And it worked well.
Andy, so much. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for showing a world-class performance here in Denmark today. And congratulations.
Tack.
And we'll just have a look at today's podium for the women. We had Catherine Jameson up there on the bronze medal, and then we got Miss always smiling Michelle Vesterli.
Oh my goodness, how many kisses? No, Michelle, down, get down.
And then we're waiting for the winner of the women's race.
Here, representing Denmark, your champion of Challenge Denmark 2016. Maja Nielsen!
And there she is, Maja.
Enjoy
with her
every second of
first
this,
big international
lady.
win in front of her teammate and friend Michelle Vesterby.
Yeah, absolutely a extremely well-performed race of Maya.
Now be nice, ladies, but it's champagne time.
Very, very
And we want to
well-executed
see
run,
that
especially.
champagne flying everywhere. Now, Catherine, you're not to put it in anyone's eye today, okay?
Okay.
Last year, Catherine gave Michelle one in the eye. Go on, push it, girl. Oh, there you go.
This is something they're good at, the girls.
Oh my goodness.
Spraying the
Yeah,
champagne.
drink it down, enjoy it. Lovely, lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 ladies. And of course, head of the podium, Maya Steyer Nielsen. Remember that name.
Well, well, I guess you can get used to standing up there.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not the last time that we're gonna see Maya on top of an international podium. She's there to stay, and I mean it's we've got some really good Danish long distance girls at the moment. We apart from Michelle, of course, we've got Camilla Petersen and Helle Fredriksen, also some of the best in the world, and now I think we can add a 4th girl to that trio, and it's nice to see that we keep on growing them here in Denmark.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think it's important that they are training together and they are friends beside the racing and like that, because I'm sure that she has learned a lot from Helle, from Camilla, and from Michelle. I'm just sure that that's a part of her success.
Yeah, I mean, she is working closely with Helle Fredriksen on the coaching side, and of course Camilla is always here and there when they're out with the national team on training camps, etc. So the girls, they are working together, but they're also rivals. I think Maya and Michelle, they're quite close in training, but they don't give all their secrets to each other. I'm also sure they're keeping a bit of it to themselves.
Yeah. Working in the past with Michelle, I remember some of the times when she would actually sit and talk with them, and she would talk about exactly what she was doing the whole week, or power numbers, or like that. And then after I would go like, don't say these things, and she was like, but we're friends, and I was like, well, you're gonna race them, and so. It's a funny balance, but I think they are doing it in a very good way, those girls, and then that I think is at the end of the day important, that they inspire each other, and also, like to get up in the morning, because, well, who's the best?
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, as long as they're not the best 4 athletes in the world, they should be able to work together in order to beat all the other girls from other countries, and I think they can benefit from having each other as benchmarks and as training partners in order to beat all the Australians and Brits and Germans and Americans and whatever we got out there that are the ones that are really up for beating eventually. So they need to use each other in the good way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
I think this pretty much concludes our elite pro coverage for today, and we'll start looking a bit more into the long distance race, see how that's evolving, and also maybe look a bit at the age groupers, how they're doing in the race in a little while.
Let's see if Maya Steyer comes over here, or if she has become such a big rock star that she doesn't even pass us.
No, maybe she has enough to do with all her fans out there.
Yeah, maybe CNN is over in the other tent, and she will be signing autographs for 2 hours. But we can hope that she will pass us and give us her point of view of how she managed to pull that one off today. We will look forward to that.
Yeah.
Alrighty, another finisher joining us. So let's make some noise. Well done. So nice to see so many of you out to support our athletes here. Thank you all for coming along. It is absolutely glorious marathon conditions. And again, we've got our long distance events currently underway. Currently leading from Denmark, Chris Fischer. He's out on the run, and Matthias Masala from Germany currently sitting in second, with Anders Christensen chasing with David Nilsson from Sweden.
Lovely pictures of today's winner, Maja Steen Nielsen, who has carried that champagne smell up to the stage, I can assure you. I'm afraid the smell doesn't come all the way out to the cameras, but we can sure smell that you've celebrated, Maja. Congratulations, what an amazing effort. How was it for you?
Well, actually I have still not really realized it, this is so unreal for me. A dream, really a dream. Michelle has always been my role model. And finally racing against her and even beating her, that's unreal.
Yeah. Well, did you believe all the way when you started the run that this is I'm gonna pull this off? How did you do that? Because that was a masterpiece of pacing.
Well, I have no clue of split times or anything. I do wear my watch now, not while I'm racing. I was giving split times throughout the run, so I know I was getting closer. And yeah, it's just a matter of going with the flow for me. Like, running is a natural thing, so it's just to keep it going, really.
Yeah, so you didn't think, okay, now I need to gain 10 seconds per kilometer in order to get, then I'll catch her by 19, and then you just went with your gut feeling and your leg feeling, and then hopefully you would catch her.
Yeah. You can't control how fast they're running. I wouldn't know if she's like planning to do negative split or if she's gonna die at K15. So you really just have to do what you can. And when you start to see her, you know that you're getting close, right?
Yeah. Do you remember when you first got the thought, I'm gonna win this?
Well, I didn't believe it before I saw her in front of me, and that was just when we kind of went into Billund city, like just in front of Sportsmaster. And when I saw her, I was like, well, I know I can run 1K faster than her, and I know I can win a sprint finish. So yeah, that was the moment for me.
That must have been amazing. We were talking about, you've been on the podium at these races, at European champs, at European Duathlon champs recently, but you were still missing that international victory. And I mean, how important is that to get that first victory, do you think?
I think it's very important. It, like I said, it's so unreal still. But when you have done it once, you know it can do it, and then you can do it again and again and again.
I think it's so important for your mindset.
Yeah,
that,
for sure.
That maybe until now you've had that slight barrier, thinking, oh, a lot of these girls, they're probably better than me, and can I get on the podium? That'll be nice.
Yeah.
But now you can start picturing yourself as a winner.
Yeah.
And in my experience, that's the step you need to take.
For sure.
And then
for sure.
you see yourself up there. Now you can go on the start line every time thinking, I can be the winner as much as any of these girls.
Yeah.
And that's what can take you
right
up
and
there
I
where you want to be.
One thing that has changed a lot for me is like, when I came out of swim today, I was told 1 hour 42 to Michelle. I'm not sure if it's true, but
it's about that.
Yeah.
1 minute and 42.
Yeah. And earlier I've been used to 5 minutes, so that's amazing. Like, suddenly I feel like I'm a part of the race from the beginning. Maybe not. Yeah. But anyway, it's just a whole other experience.
Yeah. No, we were looking at it, and we were like, we could see that it was being pushed on the bike, and you can ruin your run on the bike, and it was headwind, and there was 20-meter rule, and it was like, so it wasn't actually a race just playing into your hands. I mean, you had to pace this one right.
Yeah. And when we reached K80, or like I saw that sign saying 80, I was like, that's not true. I need to be closer to like getting off the bike. I felt like we were on that bike forever. And I'm looking forward to that race where it's the running course being 3K longer compared to the bike course. And we have headwind all the way. But I feel better on the bike now than ever, and I know that I just have to stay patient out there. That's how I'm used to race. Like I said, oftenly it's like 5 minutes I'm behind before we start, so I don't expect to see girls on the bike. I know it's on the run, I need to catch them.
But maybe that's another mindset that you need to start changing now.
Yeah.
You have improved your swim a lot, and Frank was telling us before that on the training camp recently you were suddenly seeing yourself swimming with both some guys and some girls that you didn't usually swim with. So there certainly is an improvement, and now you've seen it in a race as well. So you got to be excited about the coming races to see how is it going to be compared to other girls. Like today we had two really strong swimmers, Catherine Jameson and Michelle Vesterby, in front of you, and you were basically the next one in line. In any other race there will be 5 or 10 girls in between that. So you will have to actually see some girls, you will be able to catch some, pass some, and who knows, maybe that will make it easier for you to get close to the front before your main weapon, the run.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like suddenly you are part of the race, and just by seeing girls, it gives you some mental stuff while you're riding, right?
It does.
I had a good camp at Frank's place, and that swimming was like, I surprised myself. I came out after main sets and was like, did I really do that? And the first time I was like, that was good. And then the next time I was like, wow, then it wasn't an accident the first time. So that gave me a lot of confidence. And now I've proved to myself that I could do it on water as well. And because it's not that easy to just convert it. So yeah, I'm so happy.
Yeah. And what does the rest of the season look like for you? When can we expect to see you trying to repeat this?
Well, I will definitely race the next challenge here in Denmark, in Fredericia. And the main goal is to race the challenge in Waldsee. That is also European Championship, ITU European Championship.
Okay, so we've seen you on the podium before in that type of racing. Are you ready to try and step it up at the European Champs?
For sure. I will do my very best.
Maja, you amazed us all today. Thank you for showing us such a great performance. It was super interesting, super exciting to watch and to follow, and we are really pleased to see you come out on top. Thank you so much, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
As we see the age groupers coming into the finish line.
No, please go on, Frank. I think we're still on air.
Yeah, it was just amazing to like. Yeah, well, I hope that during the day that talking with us and getting flowers and like that, I hope that Maja will start to understand that she won today, because next time people will be looking after her to be up in the front. So I think she will get it during the day, don't you?
Yeah, I think it'll sink in. And now hopefully there'll be time for some celebration today, and that's what you need to do after big wins like this. Of course you need to also look forward and see what level that can bring you to, but in the moment you need to celebrate. You need to get the people that have actually played a role in this and share this with them, because they also mean a lot, and that usually helps it sink in. You know, that's when you can really say, oh, I really did this, I really pulled it off. And that's an important part of it. You don't just
so I think we have a chance now to see a little bit a recap from the women's and the men's pro race today, and I must say I'm looking forward to see that. It was a great race.
Wow, it's been a super day. I've really enjoyed following both the men and the women today. We were shown some some world-class racing, specifically maybe pointed out by Andy Dreitz, who did possibly the best performance of his career. I truly think so. If you see
if he put his personal best on the power on the bike and he backed it up with the 1:13 run. I mean, I was blown away on that one. I was like, and when I said it to him, he was laughing himself. He was like, yeah, well, I'm not supposed to run 1:13, but now he's doing. I mean, that was amazing.
Yeah, and if he'd had a day of his best the swimming ability, then he would have been there with the group already coming out of the water. And I mean, I don't know who in the world we could have put on this course today that would have beaten him. Do you have any suggestions?
I have a few, but I want to enjoy just the race, and then give me time to think on that one.
Let's see the recap.
And also Thomas Kramer is up from Germany, Erdinger Kirsten. So yeah, and there's Michelle.
Jeg er Claus Vesterby, racedirektør for Challenge Danmark. Jeg vil i den her lille video fortælle jer om den fantastiske oplevelse, I kan få 6. august her i Fredericia. Der vil blive en fed svømmetur i Gammelhavn. Vi starter med at svømme i den nye ugravede kanal. Op ad vandet, op på cyklen, en tur over den gamle Lillebæltsbro og tilbage til Fredericia. Dem, der kører den korte distance, de hopper af her og begynder at løbe deres 2 omgange i Fredericia by. Dem, der skal på den halve distance, de tager lige en tur med os. Så skal de ud på 4 runder. Inde midt i byen, masser af mennesker, stor fest. Vi har allieret os med til Hansen, som sørger for, at der vil blive fuld skrue på byen her under hele eventen. Stor scene på torvet med DJ, og vi slutter af med et kæmpe festfyrværkeri og live musik på torvet. Så kom ned og vær med, også selvom vi ikke skal køre, så bliver det en kæmpe oplevelse. Venner, tilmeld jer til Challenge i Fredericia 6. august. Ned i linket, det er der, det sker, og jeg glæder mig sindssygt til at se jer. Det bliver fucking fedt.